A Touch of Panic by L.R. Wright, capital W-R-I-G-H-T, published by Doubleday Canada Limited, copyright L.R. Wright 1994. This work is reproduced in alternate format under license from Canadian Reprography Collective, Can Copy. 271 pages. Narrated by Marion Dennis Brown. Recorded by volunteers in the studios of the CNIB Library for the Blind, Toronto, exclusively for the use of individuals unable to read print due to a visual or physical handicap. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated. From the book cover. Edgar-winning author L.R. Wright, often likened by the critics to Ruth Rendell and P.D. James, gives us, in A Touch of Panic, a stunning novel of private lives and several kinds of thievery. Gordon Murphy has been searching for 10 years, since his 40th birthday, for the perfect woman. 4 times he thought he had found her. 4 times he was wrong. But this time he knows he's right. The woman for him, he has decided, is Cassandra Mitchell. The fact that she is living happily in magnificent British Columbia with Staff Sergeant Karl Alberg of the RCMP is irrelevant. Gordon Murphy is educated, attractive, and wealthy. He doesn't look crazy, but he is. He doesn't look dangerous, but he is. He doesn't look like a murderer, but he is. While Murphy is becoming obsessed with Cassandra, Alberg is preoccupied with other concerns. A murdered drug dealer, an elderly man demanding rent because he used to own the property on which the Sechelt RCMP detachment is situated, a woman cab driver whose crotchety neighbour is complaining ever more bitterly about the state of her ill-tended house and yard, an estranged young couple who are snatching their children back and forth from one another, and an epidemic of robberies. The mysterious thief steals people's belongings, but he seems also to have a voracious curiosity about the lives of his victims. Gordon Murphy is another kind of thief. He will do anything to possess Cassandra, as Alberg learns when the paths of his investigations begin to merge in one dangerous direction. A Touch of Panic is an extraordinary novel from one of the most gifted of contemporary crime writers. L.R. Wright won the prestigious Edgar Allan Poe Award for Best Novel for The Suspect. Her other Karl Alberg novels include Sleep While I Sing, A Chill Rain in January, Fall from Grace, and Prized Possessions. She lives in Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Also by L.R. Wright, The Suspect, winner of the Mystery Writers of America Edgar Allan Poe Award. At 80, George Wilcox hardly expected to crown his life by committing a murder. It had happened so quickly, so easily, so unexpectedly in the sleepy town on the Sunshine Coast of British Columbia, a near-perfect crime that wraps Wilcox in a web of guilt, honor, and secrets of the past. This unprovoked act soon binds him to the warm-hearted town librarian Cassandra Mitchell, and to her new romantic interest, zealous Staff Sergeant Alberg. Together this troubled triangle find themselves caught in a crime whose solution transcends the logic of pure justice. Superb, fresh and memorable. Let's hope that The Suspect is the first of a long line of well-written treasures. The Globe and Mail. Sleep While I Sing. Nobody knew who she was, this attractive blonde propped up against a tree in the rain. Nobody knew where she was going on this secluded stretch of the Sunshine Coast. But someone had considerately dropped her off there with her hair combed, her face clean, and her throat slashed. Much as they'd like to, nobody in the hamlet of Sechelt knows anything about the death. So Staff Sergeant Karl Alberg has to start from scratch. But he finds himself distracted by Cassandra Mitchell, the local librarian, with whom he has an on-again, off-again relationship, and by her infatuation with a flirtatious actor visiting from Los Angeles. As Alberg struggles to separate jealousy from suspicion, the killer stalks Sechelt, and only another murder can lead Alberg to the horrifying truth. The suspense becomes tormenting as the author leads the reader through blind alleys and finally to an astonishing revelation adroitly concealed until the story's close. Publishers Weekly. Fall from Grace, It's midsummer in British Columbia, and it's hot, murderously hot, as RCMP Sergeant Karl Alberg finds when his day at the beach with his ex is cut short by the discovery of a fresh corpse. And back in Sechelt, a nuisance call from an eccentric redneck swiftly leads Alberg into a psychological Gordian knot, and a second crime a decade old. Redneck Herman Ferguson is unkempt, unpleasant, and possibly dangerous. His long-suffering wife wants nothing to do with his assortment of caged wild animals, concentrating instead on feeding the kids and dodging blows. But Herman has it in for another misfit, a mumbling elderly woman who lives alone with innumerable cats. And Mrs. Ferguson, well, she has it bad for Bobby Ransom, a muscular, charismatic high school dropout and ex-con. L.R. Wright is in a league with P.D. James and the best of Ruth Rendell. The London Free Press. Prized Possessions. Staff Sergeant Karl Alberg is at a crossroads. Coping with the death of his father and his own inevitable slide into middle age, he must make a decision about his relationship with his lover of 8 years, Cassandra Mitchell. Restless and in desperate need of distraction, Alberg finds a project to fill the time during his bereavement leave. Looking into the all-too-neat disappearance of a local man on the morning after his 6th wedding anniversary. Ultimately, the case converges with another, as the very messy life of a simple-minded Vancouver stock boy spills over into the small coastal hamlet of Sechelt in an explosive climax of shocking, unforgettable violence. A fine novel, rich with humor, pathos, and human understanding. Books in Canada. This book is for my friend Suzanne Swaran. Author's note. The author wishes to acknowledge the advice and suggestions provided by Elaine Furby, Brian Appleby, Jim Looney, Fred Bott, and Bob Halliwell. Any inaccuracies are her own. In addition, this book owes much to the continuing perceptiveness, patience, and generosity of John Wright. There is a Sunshine Coast, and its towns and villages are called by the names used here, but all the rest is fiction. The events and the characters are products of the author's imagination, and geographical and other liberties have been taken in the depiction of the town of Sechelt. What would remain forever in memory was the chalky taste of dust in his mouth and thunking sounds thick in his ears, and the humiliating need to pee. Underneath his terror was something telling him not to pee and not to cry, just to wait, because pretty soon it would be over. But how long was pretty soon? Could he last that long? Until pretty soon was up? His face was in the dust because Lester had pushed him over, and now Lester was kicking him. Instinctively the boy curled into a ball, but when a kick landed on his back he jerked part way straight again, and then Lester kicked him in the stomach. He heard himself breathing. Every time he got kicked, his breath was shoved out of him like a gasp, and it sounded like he was crying even though he wasn't. He heard Lester breathing too, and his breathing had the same sounds in it, gasps and panting like he was crying. But it was just because of the hard work he was doing, kicking his brother. The boy always remembered thinking how strange that was, that being kicked and doing the kicking could make the same sounds come out of you. And at the same time he was wondering how come he was doing any thinking at all. When you were lying in the dust with somebody kicking you, there should be nothing except hurting going on. The hurting came later. At first, when he realized that Lester had stopped kicking him, had laughed and sauntered away, the boy was only relieved and very grateful to Lester for stopping. Then pain poured into and over him. He opened his eyes, which he'd squeezed shut in case Lester aimed a kick at his head, and saw the grass at the edge of the path, blades of it, dusty and crooked. He'd never noticed before how grass doesn't grow straight up at all, but shoots off to one side or another. Maybe something's broke, he thought, trying to sort out where the pain was coming from. It felt like it was coming from everywhere, but it couldn't be. Lester couldn't have kicked him on every single part of his body. There was some clover growing among the blades of grass, its white flowers standing up straight and tall on sturdy stems, and the boy had never noticed this before either, that the top part of the clover flower grew upwards, but the smaller bottom part of it grew downwards. He leaned with his fists on the dirt path and pushed, scrabbling his bare knees up toward his chest. The hurting didn't get any worse, so he sat back on his haunches for a minute and then stood up. Sunshine was poking down through the trees. The boy's heart was still going a mile a minute, and his body still felt like maybe it had been run over by a truck, but at least he was in the normal world again. He heard some birds chirping somewhere and saw a big fat bee hovering above the clover. He spat dust from his mouth, wiped his hands on his shorts, and picked up his lunch pail. He hadn't cried. He hadn't peed his pants. The boy trudged along the path which led through the woods from the schoolyard to the road that went past his family's dairy farm, 3 miles away. He should have taken the school bus home. But he liked walking. It gave him time by himself to think about stuff. And how was he supposed to know that Lester would decide to beat him up today? Lester, who was 10, 4 years older than the boy, had always been pretty mean to him, but he'd never knocked him over and kicked him before. The boy wondered as he emerged from the woods onto the shoulder of the road if he should tell his mom. Squinting against the bright sunshine, he looked for the shimmering oasis at the end of the pavement, and there it was, straight ahead. He could walk and walk, though, and he knew he'd never get to it. Pastures with little islands of trees spread themselves across the valley toward the mountains, which were fuzzy with heat around the edges. Everything was green or blue or purple. The sunlight was almost blinding. Any day now the strawberries would be ripe. This would be the first year he'd be picking, along with his brothers and sisters, except for Lester, who had to help out on the farm. The boy hadn't been looking forward to strawberry picking, which he had to do right out in the blazing sun, but now he did, because Lester wouldn't be there. No, he wouldn't tell his mom, he thought, trudging along the shoulder of the road, carrying his lunch pail by its metal handle. Inside was the wax paper his sandwich had been wrapped in, neatly folded, and in the lid an empty thermos that had held milk. By lunchtime the milk was always lukewarm, so he poured it down the sink in the boy's bathroom. The one thing in the world that could make him throw up was milk that wasn't really, really cold. It wouldn't do any good to tell. They were always telling on Lester, all of them, and nothing ever happened. There was too much work to do. If there were marks on him where he'd gotten kicked, his mom wouldn't notice, or if she did, she'd think his dad had made them. He'd pretend nothing had happened, he thought, turning into the long, long driveway that led to the house. There were cracks in the walls inside the house, and all the paint had worn off the outside. And he'd try to stay out of Lester's way. Chapter 1. British Columbia's Sunshine Coast stretches from Langdale to the village of Lund, a distance of about 80 miles. It is reached by ferry from Horseshoe Bay, a few miles northwest of Vancouver. The 3 largest towns on the coast are Powell River at the northern end, Gibson's next door to the ferry terminal at Langdale, and Seashelt, which is roughly in the middle. Those who live on the Sunshine Coast live with blue-edged islands tumbling across the seascape, mountains rising from dense coastal forests, and a climate that is the most congenial in Canada. Like the rest of the world, they also live, sometimes obliviously, with a certain amount of crime. "So, are you having any fun?" said Karl Alberg. It was early morning on the last Friday of May, and he was pouring coffee into a big white mug. The telephone was wedged between his head and his shoulder, so he could have both hands free. "Fun? Fun? Hey, it's all work and no play up here," said Cassandra Mitchell. "Do you miss me?" he said, smiling. Now he had one hand for the phone and one hand for his coffee. "Yes," she said. "As a matter of fact, I do." "Don't sound so surprised." He noticed that he was studying the calendar, which displayed 4 months per sheet. He took a ballpoint pen out of his shirt pocket and printed sailing through the week of July 31st to August the 6th. "Do you miss me?" she asked him. "Yeah," he said, gazing happily at the calendar. "Good." He hung up, still smiling, and took his coffee out to the sun porch. From here he could see down the hill into Gibson's and the small harbour where he kept the Sea Nymph, his 27-foot sailboat. He almost hadn't bought her because of the damn name. He couldn't change it either, because that would be unlucky. It was a cloudless day, bright and summery, and Alberg had half an hour to enjoy it before he'd have to leave for work. It was good to miss somebody, but at the same time he was actually enjoying Cassandra's absence too, having the place to himself again. It was, after all, a small house, and she'd brought a hell of a lot of stuff with her when she moved in with him more than 8 months ago. And he had been right about the closet. It wasn't nearly big enough. They had had to buy wardrobes. They'd found a matching pair that had once belonged to an elderly couple who lived in a big old house on Garden Bay, about 60 miles up the coast. They were nice pieces of furniture, with mirrors on the doors, big drawers in the bottom, and a shelf inside, above the clothes rail. But they were colossal, and there was no room for them in the bedroom now that Cassandra's dresser and night table were in there, along with Alberg's. So one of the wardrobes was in the living room, and the other took up half the sun porch. He'd had to get a second medicine cabinet, too, which now stuck out from the bathroom wall right where a watercolor of an old Bristol Channel cutter used to hang. He had moved the watercolor to his office. Carrying his coffee, he went down the steps from the sun porch into the backyard and admired his new cedar fence, which was 5 feet high around the back and 3 feet at the front. The house had new eaves troughs, too, and the front porch had been replaced and the back one repaired. The handyman was returning next week to start constructing a small brick patio off the sun porch. The roses, cut back when the work on the fence was done, had already recovered from this trauma by sending out new shoots and a second crop of buds. Alberg wandered over to the southwest corner of the backyard, where Cassandra had planted some vegetables before she left for her librarians' conference. Tomatoes, cucumbers, and 2 zucchini plants. Yeah, he thought, it had been an eventful spring. Lots of stuff taken care of around the house, he and Cassandra working hard at getting used to living with each other. He patted his stomach and figured he'd lost a little weight, too. He hadn't done any sailing yet, but he was going to go off up into the Gulf Islands during the first week of his holidays. By himself, because Cassandra didn't really like to sail. He complained loudly about this, but he was actually looking forward to getting out on the water alone. Looking around the yard, he found himself wishing that it was September, because by then he and Cassandra would have been together for a year, and he was hoping they'd get married then, and buy a house together, a bigger house, spacious enough for both of them and all their things. This one was a squeeze, no question. So far they'd both been very polite and considerate, but it was hard. A sun porch was no place for an oak wardrobe. Alberg went back into the house, rinsed out his coffee mug, and drove the 20 miles from Gibson's to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment in Sechelt, which was halfway between Gibson's and Earl's Cove, where ferries crossed Jarvis Inlet to Powell River. Half an hour later he was in his office with a copy of the local paper spread on the desk in front of him. He turned to the column that dealt with court cases. It contained 20 items this week, including Robert Stephen Coyne, 18, fined $450 for driving while disqualified, Gerald Mark Filewich, 34, sentenced to 3 days in jail for being unlawfully at large, Cécile Edith La Liberté, 31, fined $350 and given a 3-month suspension of her driver's license for driving with a blood alcohol level over 0.08. And Paul Roger Middleton, 23, who'd received a $150 fine and 12 months probation for assault. Wow, Karl, pretty exciting stuff, thought Alberg, tossing the paper aside. And a qualm of doubt, a murky splotch of dissatisfaction muddied the waters of his life for a moment. But it was a fleeting sensation. He told himself frequently that he preferred the Jerry Filewiches and the Paul Middletons of this world to kidnappers, rapists, and killers, and he knew this to be true. He straightened a photograph of his daughters that hung on the wall next to his desk above the Bristol Channel cutter. It was reasonably up to date. They'd sent him a new one for Christmas. Gone to a photographer's studio, too. Had it done right. Sid Sokolowski tapped on Alberg's office door and pushed it open. 2 things. Remember the coke dealer went missing last week, Kaczynski? His folks filed the report? I remember. The boat crew's been noticing this van up on a little point where they were pretty sure no road goes. It's there one day, it's still there the next day, and on and on. The sergeant eased himself around the door and into Alberg's office. So I sent Michelson to check it out. There's this logging road. That's how it got in there. Kaczynski's? Yeah, said Sokolowski, nodding. No sign of him? Let's get an area search going, said Alberg, and check the van real good. What's the other thing? Sokolovsky looked blank. You said 2 things when you stuck your head in. Oh, yeah, almost forgot. We got an old fellow out there, says he wants to see the head honcho. That's what he said, the head honcho. Sergeant shook his head. Funny old guy. Alberg followed him into the reception area, where an elderly man sat on the bench next to the door. Mr. Dutton, said Isabella Harbord, the detachment's secretary receptionist, this is the person you want to see. Staff Sergeant Alberg. This is Reginald Dutton. Mr. Dutton, Staff Sergeant Alberg. Hi, Mr. Dutton, said Alberg. I gotta have a word with you, said Dutton, who was completely bald. He was about 5'8", stocky, wearing grey polyester pants, a pink shirt, and a dark green jacket with an old Finning tractor emblem on the pocket, and he was leaning on a cane. Alberg figured he was in his late 70s. Sure, said Alberg. Come on through into my office. Not on your life, said Dutton. I want witnesses to this. He jabbed a thumb in the direction of Isabella, and looming behind her, Sid Sokolovsky. Okay, said Alberg agreeably. What's on your mind? Rent, said Reginald Dutton. That's what's on my mind, rent. Alberg looked at Isabella, who was sitting with her chin in her hand, rapt. What's this about? He muttered to her. Listen to the man, said Isabella, turning her golden eyes upon him, then back to Dutton. What's this about? Said Alberg again, to Reginald Dutton this time. You're on my land, said Dutton. His eyes, magnified by his glasses, were immense and angry. This is my land, he said, banging his cane on the floor. And you guys, you've never paid me a penny of rent. I'm here to evict you. Isabella sat up with a little sigh. Mr. Dutton lives at Shady Acres, she said, referring to Seashelt's new nursing home. But I used to live here, he said, right here. He banged the floor again. Then he looked out the window. No, not right here. Over there a ways, the house was. Down the hill a bit. Right here, I think, was the barn. You want a cup of coffee, Mr. Dutton, said Alberg. The elderly man looked at him sideways, suspicious. I can see we've got a lot to talk about, said Alberg, so we might as well have a coffee, right? Dutton thought about it. My guess. 2 creams, 2 sugars. Alberg poured, added cream and sugar, stirred, handed it over the counter to him. How long has it been since you lived here? I lose track. Dutton sat down carefully, laid his cane along the bench next to him, and held his coffee mug in both hands. 40 years, maybe 3? Uh-huh. We're going to need my lawyer here. Reginald Dutton drank some coffee, looking up at Alberg through his glasses, his eyes huge. Right, said Alberg. Through the window behind Dutton he saw a young man wearing a white uniform moving briskly up the walk toward the detachment. Moments later the young man came through the door into the reception area. He nodded at Isabella and sat down next to Dutton. I've been looking all over for you, Reginald. Have you now? Said Reginald Dutton, sipping at his coffee. The man in white sat back, crossing his arms. I'll wait while you finish your coffee. And then what? Then I'll take you home. Alberg, Sokolovsky, and Isabella watched while Reginald Dutton raised the coffee to his mouth 3 more times. Then he handed the mug to the male nurse, who stood, and gave it to Isabella. Mr. Dutton struggled to his feet, leaning on his cane. Next time I come, he said to Alberg, I want to see a rental agreement. It's that or you're out, definitely. Gotcha, said Alberg. Okay, Reginald, said the nurse, offering Dutton his arm. Let's go. I'll be back, Dutton called over his shoulder as the nurse shepherded him through the door. Definitely. Gordon Murphy slapped on aftershave and looked at himself in the hotel room mirror for reassurance, and got it. He smiled at his mirror self, raised an eyebrow, made his eyes into bedroom eyes, gave a little growl from deep in his chest, and then into his mind wriggled the woman he had recently buried in his rose garden. Gordon Murphy swore out loud. Quickly he rinsed his hands, dried them, and left the bathroom. What the hell's happening to me, he said to himself, striding restlessly to the window, looking out at the mountains encircling the resort village of Whistler, which was an hour's drive north of Horseshoe Bay. But he knew what was happening. He just didn't want to admit it. He was flirting with darkness again, with the bottomless black depths of depression. He knew why, too, and he knew what must happen to prevent his falling in and drowning there. But every time it was a little more difficult. Every time the struggle was more intense, the possibility of failure more real and present. He stared out at the mountains and the hotel courtyard below and tried to resuscitate his confidence. Gordon Murphy believed that life had treated him, in the main, with unusual generosity. He considered himself physically, intellectually, and emotionally more attractive than most people. His achievements were greater, the colors of his world were brighter and clearer, his sexual appetite was larger, and so was his satisfaction. He gripped the world in his 2 fists as if it were the flesh of a woman. He was capable of many kinds of ecstasy, but for this he paid a price, and the blackness of depression was part of it. Decisiveness could stave it off. He'd learned a long time ago that it wasn't decisions in themselves that were important, but simply the making of them. Confronted with a crossroads, progress was impossible until one had decided which way to turn. The danger lay not in making a wrong turn. There was no such thing as a wrong turn. Danger lay in an inability to turn in any direction at all. Proceeding, regardless of the direction, was good. Not to proceed, that was bad. Gordon stood at his hotel room window and felt himself to be stalled, hesitant, not proceeding. He forced himself to pick up his briefcase and the key to his room. He walked to the door, opened it, and went through into the hall. He locked the door, slipped the key into his jacket pocket, and headed for the elevator. The afternoon session didn't start for another hour. He found a bar and ordered a vodka martini. There were certain hypotheses for which no proof was needed, no corroboration sought. They were instinctively accepted, recognized as truths. And one of these, Gordon believed, was the concept that the purpose of love was to draw together 2 incomplete people who then became a whole. Plato had said this. Well, he had had Aristophanes say it. Gordon Murphy had known the truth of it absolutely the first time he heard it. He wasn't convinced that it applied to everybody on earth, or that everyone to whom it did apply would actually find his correct other half. But he did know that it was true of him, and that his quest would eventually be triumphant. Ever since his 40th birthday, his whole life had been focused on finding that individual, his true love. He knew that when he found her, they would create heaven on earth, and all things would be possible. Several times, 4 times, he thought he had found her. Each time he'd been wrong. He'd had to live with some fairly dreadful consequences as a result of these several misapprehensions of character. "Shall I run a tab, sir?" said the waiter as he set down Gordon's drink on a coaster. "No," said Gordon, pulling out his wallet. And now suddenly time was running out. He'd looked up one day just a few months ago and found that he was 50 years old. Not that he looked it. He knew he looked good and a lot younger than 50. Nevertheless, that's what he was, 50. There was absolutely no more time to waste. On occasion, recently, doubt and irresolution had slithered into his mind, but mostly he kept the faith and was steadfast. There would be little point in having other halves unless predestination could be counted upon to make sure that at least a selected few actually did find one another. Gordon looked down at the table, round, shiny, dark and glowing, and his life spread itself before him there, spread itself upon the table like a hand of cards, and yes, there was order in it, and purpose, and a great deal of progress had been made. Sure, he'd made mistakes, 4 of them, but he had learned from every one, and that was the important thing, to learn, to use every experience as a springboard to get you closer to where you wanted to be. He picked up his martini and drank, and over the rim of the glass he caught the eye of an acquaintance who was sitting with several other people on the other side of the room. He set down the glass, nodded at her, searching his memory for her name. Mary Lou Hildebrand, that was it. Sometimes he wondered if all 4 women had in fact been wrong. What if one of them had been right, and she had tricked him into believing that she was wrong? But the right woman wouldn't have tried to trick him, would she? Unless it had been some kind of test. He thought impatiently, there was no profit in this kind of thinking. He knew damn well every single one of them had been wrong for him. He'd been too eager, that was the problem, too keen to find her. He'd let his zealousness cloud his judgment. He had to get organized again, Get busy, get looking, mount the search again. Join things, advertise. Christ knows, he thought, the world is full of women. Even if he restricted his pursuit to BC's lower mainland, he knew he'd find somebody. But this time she had to be the right one. Gordon Murphy finished his martini, picked up his briefcase, and slid out from behind the table. On his way to the door, he passed Mary Lou Hildebrand's table and stopped to say hello. She introduced him to her friends, none of whom he knew. When she got to the last one, the woman whose back had been to him as he drank his martini, Gordon's easy poise deserted him. "And this is Cassandra Mitchell," said Mary Lou. Gordon Murphy stared at her dumbfounded. "Everybody," Mary Lou was saying, "meet Gordon Murphy. Gordon's with the School of Library Science at UBC." Her short dark hair, shot through with silver, fell around her face in soft little waves. Her skin was the color of cream. Gordon Murphy took her hand, smiling. He had recognized her instantly. He always did. "How do you do?" he asked, softly, slowly. The look of her surprised him. She was in her 40s and adorably plump. He had expected her to be younger. He had expected her to be slender and lithe like the others. "How do you do?" said Cassandra Mitchell. Ah, Christ, what a beautiful name. Of course she was different than the others. She had to be different. After all, they'd been wrong. "Cassandra is the librarian in Seashelt," said Mary Lou. He felt a gentle tugging and realized that he was still holding her hand. He laughed and released it. God, the joy in his voice, the joy in his heart. That evening, back in Seashelt, it occurred to Helen Mitchell out of the blue, like a migraine headache or an attack of the dreaded allergy, that the room in which she now sat, watching television, was very likely the last room she would ever live in. Now there's a cheery observation, she thought, gazing around from her brown tweed easy-chair. Helen Mitchell was fully dressed, wearing comfortable navy slacks, a blouse with a flowered pattern, and an Irish fisherman's cardigan. On her feet she wore knee-highs and a pair of sturdy slip-on walking shoes. She was 76 years old. She had a shiny helmet of grey hair, a proud bearing, excellent vision, reasonably good digestion, and only partial dentures. She did have a bad heart, however, which is why she had made the decision some months earlier to move out of Golden Arms, where she had been virtually on her own, and into Shady Acres. She probably wouldn't die here, though, she thought, eyeing the bed. They'd ship her off to the hospital to do that. Sometimes she was able to believe that it would be years before she had to worry about dying. Except for her heart, her health was excellent, and she retained a firm grip on each of her several wits. She had interests, friends. Occasionally she tried to pretend that Shady Acres was an apartment hotel somewhere in Europe, a modern-day equivalent of the place where Simone de Beauvoir and Jean-Paul Sartre had lived on separate floors. This was a stretch, though, even for Helen Mitchell's imagination. There was a knock on her door, and one of the night nurses peeked her head in. Helen found this more than a little irritating. She was a woman who cherished her privacy, but she would never have moved in here if she hadn't also recognized her need for the attentiveness of a professional nursing staff. She really didn't want to be found dead on the floor one morning, so she had to put up with people tapping on her door and immediately opening it. She usually tried to respond instantly to their knocks, calling out, "Come in," before they had a chance to do so without her permission. Some of them had cottoned on to this and would wait that extra second or two, but others hadn't noticed or didn't care or couldn't distinguish sufficiently among the residents to see that if it weren't for the weakness of her heart and the disappointment that was her daughter Cassandra, Helen Mitchell wouldn't be in Shady Acres at all. The night nurse entered wearing a smile and bearing a small tray on which sat a paper cup and a glass of juice. "Pineapple, right?" she said, advancing toward Helen, whose easy-chair was positioned next to the shallow bay window. "I hope you don't think I'm going to take that now," said Helen to the nurse, who shook her head, still smiling. "You take it whenever you like, Mrs. Mitchell. I have to give it to you now, though, because I'm about to go off my shift." Sleeping pills doled out at 8 p.m. for reasons bureaucratic, thought Helen bitterly. When the nurse had left, she let her head sink back and admitted to weariness. It was extremely taxing living in this place. She had to acknowledge, though, that it could have been worse. It was a new building, there was no chipped paint yet, no scraped door jambs, nothing was worn or broken, and she liked sitting next to her ground-floor window and looking out onto the well-tended perennial bed beneath it, and the stretch of lawn beyond that, and the other wing of shady acres across the way. Her room was comfortably large. It wasn't a great deal smaller than her two-room accommodation at Golden Arms had been. She didn't have a kitchen here, but she'd been allowed a small refrigerator. She'd wanted a hot plate as well, but the management had stood firm. They didn't lock their doors at Shady Acres, and what if somebody else should come in while she was out? She'd been told reprovingly. Somebody less mentally fortunate than she, somebody who might play around with a hot plate and set the place on fire. But at least she had the fridge, where she kept juice and bottled water and fruit and an occasional bottle of white wine. She probably wasn't supposed to have wine. Perhaps they'd even said so when she first moved in. If they had, she must have decided not to hear them. She also had her television set with cable service and her own telephone and bookcases and another armchair for visitors and a tiny coffee table. And although the food wasn't particularly wonderful, it was adequate. Helen Mitchell had never enjoyed cooking. She was satisfied to have someone else prepare her meals. She had gathered together a small group of women to share her table in the dining room, women who, while not precisely kindred spirits, were at least still fully aware of what was going on around them. She hated the fact that the bathroom was equipped for a wheelchair, but it was gratifyingly spacious, and she'd prettied it up by placing an arrangement of dried roses and straw flowers on the counter, hanging a huge bright fabric calendar on the wall, and laying a rainbow-striped carpet, rubber-backed, of course, on the floor. And in her room there were photographs of Graham and Millie and the children, her dead husband and Cassandra. And her own spread covered the bed. Helen Mitchell, her head resting in her hand, watched television for another hour as the bright spring evening emptied itself of light. Then she closed the curtains, undressed, went into the bathroom for a few minutes, and climbed into bed. She swallowed the sleeping pill with the juice and turned out the light. It was 9 o'clock. The thief eased along the edge of the lawn next to the west wing, keeping clear of the flower beds. Few lights shone from the windows, although the front of the building was brightly illuminated. It was a mild, pleasant night. There was no wind, and no moon rode the cloudless sky. The thief counted the bay windows that jutted into the night, and stopped at the 6th. With precision, in silence, he removed the screen and put it carefully on the grass. Then he set to work on the window. His silhouette against the building was ethereal. He felt himself at these moments to be invisible. This was, after all, his only real defense against discovery. He worked slowly and with infinite care, untroubled by time passing, his skillfulness no longer remarkable to him. Although young, he was an experienced thief, a journeyman thief. He slid the window slowly open. He glanced behind him. Nothing. Nobody. So he faced the window again. This was a tricky moment. The thief couldn't see into the room through its 2 pairs of curtains. He had no way of knowing whether its occupant might not have awakened for some reason, having suffered a sudden attack of indigestion, maybe, or felt a cool breeze as the thief pushed open the window. It was indeed a tricky, anxious moment. He lifted himself up onto the sill and swung himself over, through the gap in the curtains and into the room. And he heard soft snoring coming from the bed, and knew that all was well. He pushed the window closed and stood immobile for a couple of minutes, until his vision had adjusted to the near darkness. He saw Helen Mitchell's handbag sitting in its regular spot on top of the mini-fridge, and moved soundlessly across the carpeted floor toward it. He opened it, took out her wallet, and looked inside. In the dim light he saw 3 20s, 2 10s, 3 5s, and a 2. He removed a 20 and a 5, closed the wallet, and put it back. He looked at the watch, the golden wedding band, and the diamond engagement ring sitting on Mrs. Mitchell's bedside table, and idly passed his gloved hand through the air above them, as if his were a magician's hand. But the jewelry remained where it was. The thief tucked Helen Mitchell's $25 into one of the pockets in the front of his jacket. Then he moved silently to the bookcase that stood against the wall next to the dresser. He took a small flashlight from his jacket and aimed its beam across the shelves, examining Helen's selection of reading material. He reached for a book, hesitated, scanned another shelf, and finally took a paperback novel. He thrust it into a pocket and moved the books on either side to close the gap. The thief slid the window open and peered outside, where nothing appeared to have changed. He leapt lightly down over the flower bed and onto the grass. Then he closed the window, replaced the screen, and smoothed as best he could the earth he had disturbed. The night, he thought, was young. The thief zipped closed the pocket containing his loot and considered his possibilities. Reginald Dutton was lying in bed, propped up on 2 pillows, holding the remote and staring at the television screen. He had taken off the pyjamas the damn nurse had insisted he put on, and was wearing boxer shorts with a blue stripe in them, a white undershirt, and a pair of black socks. He'd pressed the mute button on the remote because although he liked to see television, he didn't often like to listen to it. Every few minutes he got up and opened the hall door and looked intently up and down. John Forster, who lived in the room 2 doors away, had gone out, and Reginald was waiting for him to come home. He desperately needed somebody to talk to. People were taking advantage of him all over the place. He knew it. He was sure of it. It was the only damn thing he was sure of. But after a while he forgot that he was waiting for John. He could no longer remember why he was going to the door and looking up and down the hall, so he stopped doing it. By now it was news time on the TV, and if there was one thing Reginald Dutton did not like, it was news. He turned the television from one channel to another, but they all seemed to be giving him news. People getting shot, people getting blown up, multi-vehicle traffic accidents, big storms happening God knows where. Finally he turned off the set. He dumped his pillows on the floor and lay flat on his back with his hands at his sides, looking up at the ceiling and pretending he was in his coffin, something he did from time to time, not knowing why. Maybe he was trying to figure how he'd feel when it was the real thing, though that didn't make any sense unless he expected to actually be aware of himself lying there in his coffin, dead. He confronted this possibility and decided it wouldn't be a hell of a lot worse than the situation he was in here and now. He retrieved one of the pillows, pounded it a couple of times, positioned it to his liking, and arranged his body for sleep. He was stiff and aching now from having forced himself to lie flat, or maybe from some damn disease that was killing him, only he didn't know it yet. He'd fooled the nurse again tonight, shoving the sleeping pill under his tongue until the silly twit was out of the room, backed out, she did, like always, smiling her silly smile at him, and then he'd spat the pill into his hand and flushed it down the loo. Now he was thinking that hadn't been such a good idea, because now he couldn't sleep. He'd have to ring the damn bell and get somebody in here to give him another pill. They got you hooked on the damn things, he thought, and then you were helpless, terrifyingly sleepless without them. He was enraged to realize this, and decided he was damned if he'd ask for another one. He'd lie here the whole damn night if need be, awake and aching, with eyes like sandpaper and a heart that occasionally quailed. Reginald flopped over in his bed and fell immediately asleep. Later he wakened suddenly. His eyes flew open. He was staring at the curtained window. He didn't know what had wakened him. Had he had a dream? Had one of the damn nurses come in to spy on him as he slept? He turned onto his back, looking toward the door that led to the hall, and saw a figure standing by his dresser. That was it, all right. Some damn spy nurse was in his room. Reginald sat bolt upright in his bed. "Get out of here," he said loudly, with a fine snarl in his voice. The figure whirled around. Reginald noticed several things simultaneously in the dim light. The figure was not a nurse. He had something in his hand, and the top drawer of Reginald's dresser was open. "Hey!" Reginald squawked. And then, he could scarcely believe this, the figure turned to him, and his right hand tucked something into his pocket while he placed the index finger of his left hand over his lips. "Shh!" said the thief, and he moved swiftly to the door and was gone in a flash. "Hey!" said Reginald. He threw back the covers and pushed himself out of bed. He tottered unsteadily to the door, opened it, and went out into the hall. He saw nobody, but he yelled, "Stop, thief!" anyway. Then he grinned to himself. He'd always wanted to say that. "Stop, thief!" he yelled again. Chapter 2. At about noon on Saturday, the door of the Seashelt bus station opened and a woman came out, and as soon as she saw her, little shivers of dread started plucking at Winifred Gartner's spine. But she ignored this and rolled open the window. "Over here," she called out. Winifred, who was in her 60s, was tall, large, and grey-haired. The woman came toward her, carrying a worn black suitcase. "How'd you know it was me?" she said. "You're the only stranger." Winifred reached behind her and opened the back door. "Hop in." She was Seashelt's only female taxi driver. She called her big square cab Grey Greta. Winifred lived in a neighborhood a few blocks from the center of town. Her house was covered with something that looked like tar paper. Her husband, Henry, had been preparing to install aluminum siding when he died 5 years ago, and Winifred hadn't yet gotten around to having the job finished. She'd noticed when she left home this morning that the banister was falling off the railing on the front steps, and she had to get at the windows pretty soon, too. They hadn't been washed on the outside for, it must be close to a year. Winifred fully intended to fix up the place just as soon as she had time. Maybe she'd do it herself, or maybe she'd hire someone. Every time she began giving it serious contemplation, though, she abandoned the idea in case she were to be seen as giving in to Alistair. Alistair McNeil, who lived up the street from Winifred, was an odd jobs man, although he called himself a gardening company or some darn thing. Still, she told herself as her passenger climbed into the back seat, people had to give themselves these little airs. Everybody did it. Even Winifred did it in certain aspects of her life. "I guess you know everybody in town, don't you?" said her passenger, heaving the suitcase up onto the seat next to her and pulling the door closed. Winifred was busy checking her out in the rear-view mirror. Winifred had been driving cab for 40 years, the last 30 on the Sunshine Coast, the first 10 in Vancouver, and she checked people out automatically. Man or woman made no difference. Putting aside the ominous feeling in her spine, which might or might not be relevant, she couldn't figure this woman out. She had categories for passengers, the ones she didn't know, the strangers. She didn't get many strangers. Visitors to the Sunshine Coast usually had cars. "Not any more, I don't," she said. "There was a time when I could say, yeah, probably, I knew just about everybody in town, but not any more." Her name, the woman had told Winifred's dispatcher, was Naomi Hellyer. She was in her 20s, short and slight, with a full head of hair, more red than auburn, and fair skin and freckles. Her eyes were brown. There was a dimple in her chin. She sat somewhat hunched over with her knees together and her feet splayed out to the sides, hands clasped in her lap, her handbag on the seat next to her suitcase, and she was wearing a suit, a brown and white checked suit with a white top showing between the lapels of the jacket. Her handbag and her shoes were white, and Winifred had noticed that although these had been recently cleaned, they were worn. She'd come from the ferry on the bus. "Where to?" said Winifred, and the woman gave her an address. Winifred turned and rested her arm on the back of the seat. She said kindly, "That's only a couple of blocks away. Do you want to change your mind and walk, save yourself the fare?" The woman looked stricken. "I didn't know this was such a small place," she said, and she covered her face with her hands and began to cry. Winifred, aghast, grabbed the box of tissues from a shelf under the glove compartment. "Here," she said, but she had to nudge the woman a couple of times. "Here, Kleenex." Finally, Naomi Hellyer stretched out a hand and took the box, pulled out a handful of tissues and wiped her face. "I'll drive around a bit, should I?" said Winifred. She didn't wait for an answer, but started the motor and proceeded slowly up the street, through the town, around the block. "You okay?" she asked a few minutes later. "Feeling any better?" The woman laughed a little and helped herself to more tissues. "Yeah, I think," she said, dabbing at her eyes. "Phew!" Winifred decided she liked her. Her face was a tad rabbity, her eyes were bleak and swollen, the reddish hair was probably dyed, but for the moment anyway, Winifred liked her. "I had to come," said her passenger, "because my kids are here." "Uh-huh," said Winifred, turning the corner onto Trail Avenue. To the left, a block away, lay the still blue waters of Trail Bay, and off in the distance the long, lumbering, purplish shape that was Vancouver Island. "He threw me out," said Naomi Hellyer, "though it should have been the other way around." Winifred glanced into the rear-view mirror. Her passenger was looking straight ahead through the windshield. And he brought the kids over here, because his people come from here, somewhere around here, I don't know exactly where. She sniffled and blew her nose. So here I am to say what's done is done. I'm sorry. Are you sorry? Let's start over again and all that shit, she said with sudden bitterness. Winifred looked again into the mirror and their eyes met. She studied Naomi Helia for a moment, thinking about the spinal warning she'd had and about how her spine was silent now. "Is it the right thing to do, you think?" said her passenger. Winifred shrugged, negotiated the corner, and drove back down the main street toward the bus depot. "Probably worth a try, I guess." Naomi, looking out the window, said, "It sure is a small town, all right." Winifred heard her sigh. There was a catch in her sigh, a remnant of her weeping. "Okay, take me there, will you?" A couple of minutes later, Winifred pulled up in front of a small white house crouched beneath towering cedar trees. The yard was covered with a sparse lawn. A screened sun porch extended across the width of the house. Behind it, drawn curtains shielded the windows. Naomi paid the fare. She forgot about tipping, but Winifred didn't remind her, like she usually did when that happened, which was more often than people thought. "Thanks for the Kleenex," said Naomi. She climbed out of Grey Greta, dragging her suitcase behind her. "Here," said Winifred, handing her a card. "This is my phone number if you ever need another cab." She watched Naomi as she moved along the sidewalk and turned onto the walk leading to the house. Naomi stopped there and gave Winifred a little wave, just wiggled her fingers at her, really, and Winifred took this to mean she should drive away now, but she found she couldn't do that, not just yet. She waved back and put the cab in gear, but stayed where she was, watching. Naomi climbed the steps to the sun porch. She put the suitcase down and adjusted the shoulder strap of her purse. Then she knocked on the door. A minute or so passed, and she knocked again. She glanced back at Winifred behind the wheel of Grey Greta. She turned to the door again and knocked again. Waited. Knocked. Waited. Winifred began to feel like she was intruding upon something painfully private. She moved the cab slowly down the street, watching Naomi in the rear-view mirror. And Winifred's last sight of Naomi, the image she took home with her and brooded upon and fretted about, was Naomi knocking, her head bent, shoulders bowed, while a few feet away, Winifred was almost certain she had seen this, two small pale faces watched, impassive, from a crack between closed curtains. "We haven't found any sign of him yet," Alberg said gently to the elderly couple who faced him that afternoon across the table in the interview room. "Just the van." Walter Kaczynski took off his baseball cap and rubbed his bald head. "It don't make no sense. What the hell would he be doing out there on a goddamn logging road, him and that van?" His wife Ethel clung to his arm. Walter Kaczynski was short but massive, with a thick neck, bulky thighs, and a heavily muscled torso. He wore overalls with a denim shirt underneath and work boots. "You mentioned a partner," said Alberg. "Yeah, this was a fairly new thing. He was pretty secretive about it, wouldn't you say, Ethel?" She nodded. Her grey hair was tightly permed. She reminded Alberg of a bird, bright-eyed and never completely still. "He was in business with somebody," he said. "With who?" we'd say, but he wouldn't tell. "You'll meet him," he said. "When?" we said. But he never said. "What kind of business?" said Alberg. "Don't know," said Ethel. "How come you're asking this stuff?" said Walter, suddenly tentative. "You don't think something funny's going on, do you?" "I don't know what to think yet," said Alberg. He stood up and ushered them out of the interview room. "I promise I'll call you," he said, steering them through the detachment and outside, down the walk to their car. "Just as soon as I've got something to tell you. Anything at all." Back inside, he checked with Sokolovsky about the missing Kaczynski's telephone records, which the sergeant told him would be made available on Monday or Tuesday. "You think they really don't know what he's up to?" said Sokolovsky, putting on his jacket. "He's their youngest, and the only one who graduated from high school. They don't know, or they don't want to know." Alberg glanced at his watch. "Okay, I'm calling it a day, too." He grabbed his jacket from the hat rack in his office and yelled at Isabella to go home, then walked out into the parking lot behind the detachment. He climbed into his car, thinking about young Kaczynski and Kaczynski's mysterious partner, started the motor, and found himself unable to decide what to do. He had nobody to go home to, he realized. This felt decidedly odd. It was amazing how quickly he had become used to having somebody to go home to again. He should go there anyway and feed his cats, but they'd wait for him, snoozing away on the bed, wouldn't even wake up until they heard him come in the door, and maybe they wouldn't even budge then, except to stretch and yawn. They might wait until they heard the automatic can opener at work before they dropped to the floor and wandered into the kitchen to rub against his legs while he put food in their dish. No point in going straight home on account of the cats. He could go to a restaurant. He finally decided to be virtuous. He'd pick up some salad fixings and maybe a sourdough roll. He drove into Seashelt and parked in the middle of town, then strolled through the village. He passed the library and looked through the big windows, where ordinarily he might have caught a glimpse of Cassandra. But it wasn't for long. After all, she'd be home tomorrow. He ambled past, thinking maybe he'd get a coffee at Earl's before doing his shopping. Not that he needed more coffee. He drank the stuff all day long. Maybe he'd go home, walk down the hill to the pub, and have a beer before making his salad. He spotted Sid Sogolovsky at the end of the next block, talking to a mechanic at the Shell station. Alberg knew he was not the most sociable guy in the world, and he was surprised to find himself hoping that Sid might invite him home for dinner. As he approached, he saw that Elsie was there too. The two of them and the mechanic were huddled around a bright red Chevy S10 Blazer. "Hi," said Alberg. Elsie turned and smiled at him. "Hi, Karl. How do you like my new vehicle?" she said. "Elsie," he said wonderingly, "a 4x4? You amaze me." "Huh," said Sid, nudging one of the tires with his foot. "Sid doesn't like it much," said Elsie. She was animated and energetic. Alberg was mildly surprised to see that she was wearing jeans. "Well, Sid doesn't have to drive it, does he?" Alberg circled the Blazer slowly, gazing upon it with admiration. "She's had it only 2 weeks, and already it needs work," said her sullen husband. "It's nothing serious, though," said the mechanic reassuringly. "Do you know Ronnie, Karl?" said Elsie, and she introduced them. "Ronnie's the best mechanic on the coast," she said proudly, as if she had invented him. "What's the problem with it?" said Alberg. "It's an electronic glitch," said Ronnie. He was of medium height and as thin as a whippet. "Something in the engine management system." "Yeah, my Olds has one of those." "What year?" 92. "Oh, yeah, it'll have one all right." "One what?" said Elsie. "It's an onboard computer," Ronnie explained. "It picks up signals from various sensors in the vehicle and controls—" Yeah, okay," said Sid. "When can she have it back?" "I'll get at it first thing Tuesday," said the mechanic. "How's noon?" he said to Elsie. "That okay?" "That's fine," she said. Sid was already moving off toward his station wagon, parked around the corner. Since the grocery store was in that direction, Alberg followed. Elsie was still talking to the mechanic. "Did I tell you," said Alberg, "that Cassandra's out of town?" "No," said Sid. "Yeah, she is." "You know," said Sid, stopping at the wagon, fishing in his pocket for his keys, "the guy's last name is Plankton. Can you believe that?" "Who are you talking about?" "Him. That mechanic, Ronnie Plankton. That's his name." He unlocked the driver's door and pulled it open, then leaned on the roof of the wagon, looking across at Alberg standing on the sidewalk. "What's wrong with that?" said Alberg. "Well, what kind of name is that? I mean, you can't tell if the guy's English or Portuguese or what." Alberg had long since despaired of trying to persuade the sergeant that nationality was not on its own an entirely reliable key to understanding character. Elsie came up beside Alberg. "How's Cassandra?" she said. Sid got in the wagon, shut his door, and reached over the seat to unlock the passenger side. "Fine," said Alberg. "She's away just now." "Give her my best," said Elsie. She got in, waved, and Sid drove away. "Shit," muttered Alberg, watching the station wagon move off. He headed back toward his Oldsmobile. He'd go home, walk down to the pub, and have a sandwich there with his beer. Cassandra Mitchell rode upstairs from the convention floor late that afternoon with Mary Lou Hildebrand, who was trying to persuade her to serve on some committee or other. "Mary Lou," said Cassandra as the elevator stopped, "no more, okay? I said I'd think about it." She stepped out onto the 3rd floor. "I have to know by tomorrow, Cassandra," said Mary Lou, holding the elevator door open. "Fine, but this is still today," said Cassandra. She gave Mary Lou a wave and headed for her room. Once inside, she dumped her convention material on the desk and dropped onto the king-size bed. She hated committees. She reached for the phone on the night table and called Karl, but there was no answer, and he refused to have an answering machine, so she couldn't even leave him a message. Where was he anyway? But she smiled to herself, knowing that he'd be puttering on his boat or munching a hamburger down at the pub. Or, of course, he might be at work. Cassandra ran a bath and soaked for a while, daydreaming. She and Karl were going to spend 1 week of vacation time separately and 2 weeks together. They hadn't yet decided where to go. Maybe they'd fly to San Francisco. Maybe they'd drive up into the Okanagan Valley. Cassandra was very contented, lying in the bath and thinking about Karl and the future. When she'd dried herself, she looked critically into the mirror at her middle-aged body. It was a little heavy here and there, somewhat loose and flabby maybe, but she liked her short hair. She wouldn't want to say that it made her look younger exactly, it was just more flattering. Cassandra was rapidly approaching her 50th birthday, and was resolved to accept this with equanimity. She had begun dressing for dinner when the phone rang. She thought it might be Karl, or maybe Mary Lou. "This is Gordon Murphy. We met yesterday." "Oh, yes," said Cassandra, mildly flustered. She remembered looking up at him as he leaned forward to shake her hand. An attractive man of about her age, tall and big, like Karl, but dark-haired, greying, lithe and muscular. His grip had been warm and firm, and his smile was dazzling. She'd never seen such perfect teeth. Good God, she'd thought, staring at his mouth, maybe they aren't real. "I remember. Are you free for dinner?" "No, I'm afraid I'm not," said Cassandra, watching herself in the mirror. She was holding her hairbrush, and on her face was an expression of great concentration. "What about tomorrow?" "Tomorrow I won't be here for dinner. I'm leaving in the afternoon." "Then we'll have lunch together, shall we?" Cassandra turned from the mirror. Her clothes were laid out on the bed. She was standing there in her underwear talking to this man. I don't know," she stammered. "Really, I'm not sure. I'll pick you up at your room at noon." "Oh, no," said Cassandra quickly. "That won't be necessary." "We'll meet in the restaurant, then." "Yes. Well, yes, okay. All right." "Good. Noon tomorrow. I look forward to it." Cassandra was a convivial person who enjoyed the company of other people, enjoyed exchanging confidences with them, with friends like Phyllis Dempter and Mary Lou. Therefore, it would have been natural for her to say to Mary Lou at dinner that evening, "What's with this guy Murphy anyway?" But she didn't. She looked around the restaurant from time to time as she ate, but didn't see him. She had felt slightly bullied by the insistence of his invitation, and wondered why she'd accepted. She also wondered irritably, privately, as she drank carrot soup and listened to Mary Lou, who was prattling on about her committee again, why it was that the first new man to become attracted to her in years, since Roger Galbraith, in fact, had appeared only after she'd moved in with Karl. "So what do you say, Cassandra?" "What's the purpose of the damn committee?" she said, with a sigh, surveying the arrangement of eclectic greens that made up her salad plate. She was back in the same restaurant shortly after noon on Sunday. Gordon Murphy was already there. He stood up as she approached the table. He was wearing a light grey suit with a white shirt and a red tie with dark grey stripes. Cassandra wondered as they greeted one another what strenuous regimen he followed in order to look so ostentatiously fit. His eyes were large and dark, his mouth full-lipped and sensuous. There was a small scar at the edge of his right eyebrow. They ordered lunch, and Gordon consulted Cassandra before selecting the wine. His voice was low, deep, and warm. It was very nice indeed, thought Cassandra smugly, to feel attracted to someone new at her advanced age. She was at first slightly rattled in his presence, but he talked easily about a great many things, none of which had anything to do with libraries, the one thing they knew they shared. She decided he was a deft conversationalist and a talented one, because by the end of the lunch he had discovered and remarked upon many things they had in common, including the fact that neither had ever been married, their love of cities, especially Vancouver, and of travelling and dancing. "I haven't been dancing in years," said Cassandra, delighted, suddenly confronted with happy memories that emerged mustily from the past to beckon her. "We must go dancing," said Gordon Murphy, laughing, and he placed his warm hand gently, briefly over hers. "Uh-oh," thought Cassandra. "Uh-oh." "That would have been lovely," she said, smiling at him, "but I'm afraid it's not possible. I'm in a relationship with someone." He leaned back in his chair with a quizzical smile. "Now what does that mean?" "Well, I'm living with someone. A man. I should have said something earlier," she added quickly. "Not at all," said Gordon Murphy. "I invited you to lunch as a colleague, as someone whom I'd like to get to know. Whether you're in a relationship does not, I assure you, matter to me in the slightest." He looked at his watch and pulled out his wallet and laid a credit card in the small tray upon which the waiter had delivered the bill. "I'd better get going," said Cassandra, picking up her handbag from the floor beside her chair. "I want to catch the 4:30 ferry." Gordon Murphy stood and pulled out her chair as she rose. "Thank you for having lunch with me," he said, smiling down at her. Yes, he was much darker than Karl, thought Cassandra. Much darker. "It was a pleasure," she said. "I hope we'll meet again." "Oh, we will," said Gordon Murphy, his broad smile broadening further. "Trust me." Chapter 3. Alistair, the odd jobs man, stood on the sidewalk in front of Winifred's gap-toothed picket fence and stared across the broad expanse of barren earth toward her house. His arms were folded, his feet truculently apart. He had a little brown beard, Alistair did, and a rectangular body that was clothed in an olive garment that reminded Winifred, peeking out at him from behind her living-room curtain, of things she might have dressed the twins in when they were toddlers, an all-of-a-piece garment with long sleeves and a zipper up the front, and a little collar that was open at the neck and showed his white undershirt. On the left breast, McNeil's Garden Services was embroidered inside an oval that was supposed to resemble a leafy tree branch, but didn't because it was done in bright red stitching. Winifred stepped out from behind the curtain and waved at Alistair, who shook his head at her, droopy-faced and critical, and turned around to go home. He did this maybe once a month in the winter-time, and as often as a couple of times a week in spring and summer. Winifred didn't get any complaints from anybody else about the state of her yard. It bothered only Alistair. She was on a corner lot, so she had only one real neighbor. And she knew for a fact that he was a fellow who smoked so much dope he'd probably never taken any notice of who lived next to him. On the street side, the cedar hedge had grown so tall it was impenetrable, and across the road from Winifred lived a nice young couple with a baby and a kid about 6. They kept their place looking neat as a pin, but they didn't require that the rest of the world do the same. Winifred sometimes went up the street to Alistair's place and stood there, hands on her hips, staring at it, tit for tat, just to shake him up a little. She'd make her face have no expression at all, and she'd aim her strong glance across the property like a searchlight, taking in every single little thing. The rhodos and the spreading juniper and the drifts of daffodils and the climbing rose and the sparkly bits of glass, or whatever the hell it was, that was stuck all over the stucco, which was so ugly it made Winifred shiver. And, of course, the lawn. Wouldn't surprise her to see Alistair out playing golf on that front lawn one day. Sometimes she knew he was in there, peeking out at her, just like she peeked out from her front window at him, but he never revealed himself to her. She turned from her window now that he'd taken off up the street for home. She picked up her big denim purse and the letter she'd written to the twins the night before and went out of the house. She wrote the twins at least once a week. Out on the porch she squinted up into the sky, which was a deep blue, the color of Winifred's eyes. The twins had never complained about her work, which Winifred thought was pretty special. They'd never suggested that they found it embarrassing to have a mother who drove a cab, but then their father Henry had been a teacher. This was a respectable, even a dignified career, and it made up for Winifred's. Once she started driving a cab, she'd never wanted to do anything else. She'd begun when she was at university because it was flexible hours and instant money. But after 3 or 4 months she was stealing time from studying and then from classes to spend more time on the job, and shortly after the Christmas break she dropped out. Never went back to school. Drove a cab in Vancouver until she met Henry, which was just past her 30th birthday. They'd gotten married within months. Things were getting a bit rough in the city even then, so a couple of years later Henry got a teaching job in Seashelt, and they moved to the Sunshine Coast. Winifred had gone into business almost right away. She'd always loved her work, and she loved it even more here than she had in Vancouver. She knew a great many people in Seashelt and in the other towns scattered along the coast too. Behind the wheel of her cab, Winifred checked her supplies, food and drink, 2 small bottles of fruit juice, a roast beef sandwich wrapped in foil, and a small packet of oatmeal cookies, reading material, 2 magazines and a paperback science fiction novel, and a notebook with a pen attached for jotting things down that she might want to tell the twins. She glanced into her rear-view mirror in time to see Alistair McNeil's olive green van passing. What a dumb thing it was, this brittle hostility that had developed between them. Sometimes when he turned up in front of her house, she was tempted to stroll outside and invite him in for a drink, but she knew he'd melt off down the street at the first sign of her front door starting to open. It had started when Henry died and Winifred had let the place go to the dogs. Well, what the hell? Winifred had no interest in mowing grass and pulling weeds, so she decided to find out what nature would do if left to her own devices. And she'd turned out to like it a lot. There was a bright scattering of buttercups in the middle of the yard, a flock of dandelions over there by the drug addict's place, and along the fence, some flowers that had grown unbelievably tall. Her friend Valerie Pritchard had told her they were foxglove, wild foxglove. This year they'd been 5 feet high, and in the back grew another kind of flower Valerie had identified as lupins. The grass grew very tall in the early spring, except in the places where there was moss, but when the hot days of summer came it shrank neatly down to a short brown carpet. Winifred was pleased with all this, and marvelled at how many hours Henry had spent out there keeping things neat, when by doing nothing at all he could have had all this riotous flowering done by nature herself. Anyway, Winifred recalled, Alistair had ambled down the street one day with his hands in the pockets of his overalls, or whatever he called them. She was sitting out on her front porch at the time, eating cherries and spitting the pits toward the middle of the lawn, wondering if some of them might take hold and start growing into trees. She saw Alistair, but paid him no mind. And then he paused, right in front of her gate, and she could see that he was about to say something to her. Winifred had squinted at him, trying to read the writing on the left side of his chest. "I live up the block a ways," he said. "I heard about your loss." Winifred nodded and spat, whanging a cherry pit what must have been 7 feet. That was a good one, she thought, and took another cherry from the bag that was clasped between her knees. She saw that her fingers were stained purple, so her mouth must be purple too. She must be altogether a sight, sprawled in her lawn chair, spitting cherry pits. What must this guy think of her, she thought. Who the hell cared? "I was wondering," he said, leaning on her gate, "if you're planning to stay here. I mean, it's a big lot, probably too much for one person, right?" He looked back and forth across her front yard. Winifred looked at him blankly. "Have we met?" "No." "Well, who the hell are you?" she said. "I'm Alistair McNeil," he said, straightening up, "of McNeil Garden Services." Winifred was shaking her head. "I don't need any garden services." They'd just gotten off on the wrong foot, she thought, starting up the cab, listening intently to the motor's reassuring purr. She knew that. She was sitting there eating cherries and discharging the pits into her front garden, which had already begun to look shoddy, but hadn't had time yet to become gracefully wild, and this guy comes along, and for whatever reason she had found the sight of him intolerably irritating. "I don't need any garden services," she had said, and while he was still blathering away there at the end of her walk, right by her front gate, she'd picked up her bag of cherries and floated inside, slamming the door behind her. They hadn't exchanged a word since, but every so often she'd see him coming up the street and she'd hide behind her curtain, and he'd end up in front of her house with his arms folded, looking sad or outraged or disapproving. And sometimes she stayed there behind the curtain, and sometimes she waved at him, but always she could feel a small grin taking over her face when she saw him there, bearded and sorrowful. If she spotted him in town, she always honked and waved. He never knew how to react to that, and what he did depended on whether he was alone. If he was alone, he ignored her. If he was with somebody, he waved back, a weak little wave accompanied by a weak little smile. She let Grey Greta warm up while she called in. Winifred's dispatcher was Miriam Pennyworth, a middle-aged woman who ran an answering service out of her home. "What's up?" Winifred said to her over the car phone. "Got 3 trips for you," said Miriam. "Mrs. Lakatos at 10. She'll be at the Super Value. And she says she'll have a carload of bags because her son and his wife and the kids are coming for the weekend. Mrs. Mitchell at 11. She's got a hair appointment with Arnold. She'll need a ride back, too. And there's a Mr. Bromberg. He wants you to pick up his wife." She gave Winifred the Bromberg's address. "Now?" said Winifred. "Bromberg, he's first?" "Yeah. Okay, I'm on my way." She took her time. It was such a beautiful day, ambling along the road, looking at the wild flowers, the brothers and sisters of the flowers that occupied her yard, singing to herself. Eventually, about 10 minutes later, she pulled up in front of a brown shingled house where a group of small children huddled together on the porch. "Dad, he's here!" one of them shouted as Grey Greta slowed and stopped, and behind the children a man and a woman appeared. Winifred, getting out of the cab, stopped, her mouth falling open. She had never in her life seen anybody so pregnant. "My wife's going to the hospital," said the man, a less-than-bright-looking individual who hadn't yet combed his hair today. But who could blame him, thought Winifred, staring in dismay at his wife. "You should have told us this was an emergency," she said, fumbling to get the back door of the cab open. The woman was making her way awkwardly down the stairs, the children moving out of her path, and one hand gripped the railing while the other cradled her enormous belly. "It's not an emergency," said the man, trailing after his wife. "She's just going to have another kid." "Oh, God," said the woman, sagging. Winifred rushed forward and caught her. The husband looked on. "Come on, you guys," he said to the kids, apparently satisfied that Winifred had things under control, and he started back up the stairs. "Hey, wait," said Winifred, holding on to the woman. "Hurry," the woman whispered. "Oh, God." "Can you walk?" "No." "Call an ambulance," Winifred yelled desperately at the retreating husband. "Hurry," said the woman. Winifred looked at the open door of the cab. "Holy hell," she said, and lifted the woman in her arms. "Oh, my God," said the woman. "Hang on," said Winifred, staggering a step toward Grey Greta. "Too late," said the woman. "What? What?" Winifred looked down, in time to see the newborn child, bloody, lying upon the grass. Two hours later, she was sitting in her living room, sipping tea, looking blankly out the window, living it over and over again, laying the woman upon the grass next to the baby, barging into the house to demand blankets, covering the woman and the child, calling the ambulance, cursing out the useless husband. She had for several minutes been convinced the child was dead, killed when he struck the ground, until it dawned on her that anything making that much noise was almost certainly alive. 40 years, she kept muttering to herself. 40 years. Never had such a thing happened. Never. She'd eventually thought to call Miriam. She couldn't do Mrs. Lakatos, and she couldn't do Helen Mitchell, she told her. When she'd drunk enough tea and relived the episode enough times, she pulled herself together and headed back out to Grey Greta. "Okay, I finally stopped shaking," she told Miriam. "I'm on the job again." And Miriam told her that Naomi Hellier needed a cab. She was standing on the sidewalk in front of the house that contained her husband and children when Winifred got there, and her black suitcase was sitting beside her. She picked up the suitcase, climbed in, and shut the door. "No luck, huh?" said Winifred. Naomi had spent the last 2 nights on the porch, she said. Her husband wouldn't talk to her. He wouldn't let the kids talk to her either. "You going back to Vancouver?" "Not without my kids," said Naomi, breathless. "I won't go without my kids." Winifred thought about her spare room, which was there for the twins. "I shouldn't do this," she thought, her spine a jangle. "You can stay at my house if you like," she said. "For a couple of days, anyway." "Come on, Lester, stop it, please. Oh, shit, Lester, don't. Come on. I'm going to start yelling. Somebody's going to come." "Nobody's going to come, fuckhead. You're going to die out here." "Why me? Why is it always me? I never do anything to you, not ever." Lester finished the last knot and pulled the bandana from around his neck. "Because you're there, snot-face." He wrapped the bandana around the boy's mouth and tied it at the back of his neck. Lester was 12 now, and still a lot bigger and stronger than his brother. The boy mumbled behind his gag. Lester cupped his hand behind his left ear. "Can't hear you. Gotta go." The boy leaned back against the tree to which he was tied. It was Saturday. He was supposed to be cleaning out the hen house. Everybody had chores to do, and nobody would notice that he was missing until the work was all done. It'd probably be Annette who set out to look for him, and she'd find him too. But meanwhile he'd have to sit here on the damp ground tied up to this stupid tree for hours. And when he finally did get home, he'd get in trouble for not doing the hen house. So he'd have to do that, and he wouldn't get any dinner as a punishment unless he asked his dad for a beating instead, and he didn't know if he'd be that hungry or not. The woods were full of sounds, birds, insects. He could get stung by a wasp or a bee sitting here with no hands to flap at them and no legs to run away on. There were slithery sounds, too, made by things rubbing against ferns and crawling along the ground. The boy wasn't afraid of snakes, but he didn't like the idea of one of them creeping across his body, thinking it was a log, and he wasn't afraid of raccoons either. But what if there was a wolf in the woods, or a coyote? Did wolves and coyotes eat people? Maybe they'd take a chew of him to see if they liked the taste. The boy moaned into the bandana, which felt awful in his mouth. He shoved at it with his tongue, and luckily Lester hadn't made the knot very tight, so he managed to push it out of his mouth. He'd just gotten used to all the small and medium-sized noises in the woods, when suddenly he heard some very loud ones. Something was crashing crazily through the bush. And that was when he got really scared, because he knew that sometimes there were bears in the bush, and if a bear came along he'd be in big trouble. He'd be dead, and it wouldn't happen fast either. First the bear would slash at him with its claws, rip him open, right open, probably in the stomach, and then he'd reach in and swipe up big chunks of his insides while the boy watched, in agony. Something touched his shoulder. The boy screamed. But it was only Annette come to rescue him. "You've got to tell," she said, staring down at him, but she shook her head because she knew he wouldn't. He continued to think about the imaginary bear as Annette untied the ropes. Only now it was Lester the bear was after. He was running through the woods with the bear at his heels, and the bear slashed at him, and big red stripes appeared down Lester's back like they'd been put there by a giant fork. "Come on," said his sister, hauling him to his feet. He had to stand still for a minute, leaning on the tree, until the pins and needles were gone from his legs. In the boy's imagination, Lester fell down shrieking. "I'll help you with the hen house," said Annette, who was 11. She was fearless, but angry all the time, which often got her into trouble. "They don't know you haven't done it yet." And the bear started eating Lester, bit by bit, mouthful by mouthful, leaving his head until last, so Lester's eyes would have to watch the rest of him getting devoured. Chapter 4. In 1981, Gordon Murphy won $5 million tax-free in the 649 lottery. This made it possible for him to live the way he knew he'd been intended to live. He began by purchasing a house in Shaughnessy, Vancouver's most prestigious neighborhood, and one of its oldest. It wasn't large for a Shaughnessy house, but it was Gordon Murphy's pride and joy. It sat on an acre of land along with a single garage, a greenhouse, 2 terraces, and a gazebo, the whole works surrounded by a 5-foot stone fence. Gordon's house had a large, modern kitchen, a formal dining room, a living room, a sitting room, a powder room, and a solarium on the main floor. Upstairs was a master bedroom with ensuite bathroom and dressing room, a second bathroom, and 3 more bedrooms. And there was a small bedroom and bath in the attic, too. It was said by those who thought they knew him that upon moving into his house, Gordon Murphy had slipped easily into the role of a man with old money, a man whose work was more hobby than career, and in this observation they were more correct than they knew. Gordon Murphy stayed in Whistler through the weekend and drove back to Vancouver on Monday to avoid traveling when the highway was crowded. The weather had remained fair, which was lucky. The Squamish Highway offered spectacular views of sea, sky, and mountains. But in bad weather it also served up floods and falling rock, frequently resulting in road closures lasting from a couple of hours to several days. Gordon sailed along the sea-to-sky highway in his chocolate-brown 1991 BMW, out of the mountains surrounding Whistler, dipping and diving through deep valleys, emerging finally on the shores of Howe Sound at the town of Squamish. It was an exhilarating drive, and Gordon, exhilarated before he set out, was close to intoxicated by the time he swept into Squamish. He stopped there for lunch and set off more sedately for the last leg of the trip, which took him generally south into Vancouver. It was mid-afternoon when he pulled into his driveway and opened the gate in the stone wall with the remote control. First he unpacked, then he took a tour. The house was furnished with glass-topped tables and halogen lamps, leather sofas and 10-foot potted trees, Art Deco ornamentation and futons in the bedrooms. It had suited Julie Garcia perfectly, but Gordon, inspecting room by room, realized that it was completely wrong for Cassandra. She would never put up with it. He began planning the necessary redecoration, but stopped himself quickly. He was a man who learned from his mistakes. Yes, he would not try to invent something for her until he knew her a great deal better than he knew her now. He mixed himself a gin and tonic and settled in the sitting room, whose glass wall faced north, admitting copious quantities of diffident, indirect light. Gordon had had off-and-on relationships since he was 15. He'd always been physically attractive to women and never had any trouble getting dates. First dates, that is. He came on too strong, they told him. Relax, they said. Wait, they said. Take it easy, they said. And then, no, they said. Gordon had given up the struggle for a while. To hell with them, he'd thought, and turned for the satisfaction of his sexual needs to the discreet addresses listed under Escort Agency's Body Care in the classified ads. This was fine until he turned 40 and became obsessed with finding his other half, the perfect companion, somebody who would look after him, somebody to share things with, show things to, do things with. He grimaced with embarrassment, recalling mistake number 1, and drank and rattled the ice in his glass. Jesus! She had caught his eye because he thought she looked a lot like Julie Andrews. Didn't sound like her, though. Didn't have an English accent and couldn't sing. Gordon met her at the gym. He courted her slowly and respectfully. He continued going elsewhere for sex, though, so that he would be able to control his ardor when he was with her. This turned out to be a very good idea. He gave himself full marks for foresight. But he wasn't about to take on a life partner without trying her out in bed. So finally, they were tumbling in the sheets together, and the same damn thing happened. He grabbed her too hard, kissed her too roughly, penetrated her too deeply. She was insulted. She protested. He was too much of a man for her, for all of them, he thought, sipping his drink. That was the trouble. She dumped him. He was furious. It wasn't as if it hadn't happened before. But this, now, was serious business. He was engaged in a profoundly earnest quest. His attentions were solemn and honorable, and not to be cavalierly dismissed. He brooded for several days over how to teach the Julie Andrews look-alike a lesson. He mailed a small foil-lined box to her at work. She was a secretary in a downtown engineering firm. It contained kitchen garbage, apple, peel, coffee grounds, the contents of an ashtray. Gordon smoked the occasional cigar. A week later he sent another parcel, this time to her home, a Frigger-seal container, the smallest size, packed with some of his shit. Each parcel had a fictitious return address, but she knew who'd sent them all right. She called and shrieked and squawked at him. He had held the receiver away from his ear, frowning in distaste, amazed that he'd ever thought there was any resemblance between this bitch and Julie Andrews. Well, yes, okay, he thought, finishing off his gin and tonic, so he'd made mistakes. But he had learned from them. He had learned to be extremely cautious, to take things extremely slowly, until he was absolutely sure. But it was such a complicated process, he thought. He had to dredge up equal amounts of seduction and sincerity, patience and eagerness, courtesy and coercion. He willed himself to relax. So complicated. Ah, yes. First put out the bait, which was, of course, him. He threw his head back and let his deep, sexy laughter echo through the room. "You make love like a son of a bitch, Gordon," he assured himself. "Once you put your mind to it, you can hand out climaxes like candy. Suck their tits and lick their clits and knead their butts and explore their mouths with your tongue." He closed his eyes and sighed. Irresistible. That was the word for him, when he concentrated. And out of bed? Well, there was the money, wasn't there? And the car, and his tony manners, and nobody listened more sympathetically to their chatter. He sprawled on the sofa with his head back, eyes closed, smiling, thinking about Cassandra Mitchell. And if all of the above was still not quite enough, there was always the house, which he would prepare just so, make ready and waiting, deftly rearrange and reorder to suit her specific requirements, whatever he determined these to be. But 4 times, he reminded himself, all this hadn't been enough to achieve success. He got up and took his empty glass to the kitchen. 4 times he'd been deceived into thinking she was someone she was not. But this one was no trickster. He smiled to himself, looking out the kitchen window at the rose garden, remembering how she'd blushed when he put his hand on top of hers. This one was as transparent as glass. He moved upstairs to his den. He sat down at his roll-top desk, took out paper and pen, and set to work devising a strategy for the seduction of Cassandra Mitchell. Nathan Kaczynski had been missing for almost 2 weeks when on Sunday morning, May the 30th, his body was found washed up on a beach 5 miles north of Sechelt. His van was transported to Vancouver that afternoon, and Serious Crimes reported to Karl Alberg late Monday that traces of cocaine had been found in it. Meanwhile, telephone records revealed that young Kaczynski had made frequent calls over the past 3 months to a phone number in Squamish that belonged to someone called Frank Morton. Kaczynski had managed to avoid arrest during his short life as a drug dealer. Morton hadn't been so lucky. His sheet consisted of several busts for trafficking and 1 charge of aggravated assault. He had spent a total of 15 months behind bars. The Squamish RCMP had been keeping a casual eye on Morton, but when at Alberg's request they sought him out Monday evening, he was nowhere to be found. A warrant was issued and his apartment searched. He had apparently packed up his clothing and personal effects and fled, which came as a surprise to his landlord. He had left behind his furniture, such as it was, a few kitchen utensils and some dirty laundry. From the condition of the food in his refrigerator, it was determined that he'd left town no more than a couple of days ago. The medical examiner reported that Kaczynski had died not by drowning, but as the result of blows to the head. By Wednesday morning there was a Canada-wide bulletin out on Morton, and Alberg had for the moment turned his mind to other matters. "I'll be gone about an hour," he told Isabella in the reception area. He'd parked out in front today instead of in the lot behind the detachment. Sid Sokolovsky was sitting at the table that served as his desk, lost in thought. "If it's not rude of me," said Isabella, whose long grey hair was scooped away from her face, held back by 2 large tortoiseshell combs, "or forward, may I ask where you're going?" "I'm going over to the paper to see Lou." Louis Barber was the editor-publisher of the local newspaper. "Constable Duggan's already been there, remember?" said Isabella. She waved something in the air. "This here's his report. I was just about to put it on your desk." Barber had called in a panic early that morning to report that somebody had heaved a large rock through his plate-glass window. "I know, Isabella," said Alberg patiently. "I'm just going to say a few soothing words to the guy. Why am I explaining myself to you?" He glanced at his watch. "Besides, I want him to run a Police Seek This Man piece on Frank Morton. And then I've got to have a word with Winifred." He headed for the door. "Wait a minute." "What is it, Isabella?" he said irritably. "You have to delegate more." "I've been telling him that," Sokolovsky said, bestirring himself from his meditation. "Oh, for Christ's sake, you two, not now," said Alberg. But Isabella stood up quickly and stepped toward him, and he knew he wasn't going to get away until he'd heard her out. Most of the stuff that has to be done around here, she told him, anybody can do it. But some stuff can only be done by you. And what if there's a big pile of it still sitting on your desk when your holiday time rolls around? She stepped back and sat down again. I thought I'd better start working on you about this early. He gazed into her tiger's eyes for a moment. Okay, he said with a sigh. You're right. I'll delegate. Good, said Sokolovsky. But I've got to talk to Winifred myself. A dream had awakened Winifred early and suddenly that morning. She dreamt she was driving Grey Greta along a mountain highway and turned a corner to find herself far too close to a small white car that was right behind a bus. Winifred braked and tried to swerve, and in doing so she swerved right off the highway and off the cliff. It was a pale blue day. The earth was so far below her it looked like the view from an airplane window. She closed her eyes. She was falling rapidly, and she knew that when she landed she would die. She wondered if it would hurt. She thought, maybe I'll only be injured, but knew that this wasn't possible, that it was much too far to fall, that she was certain to be killed. She realized that the falling itself, though swift and terrifying, was also strangely pleasant, and she wondered how much longer it would last, and opened her eyes to see how much closer the earth was now, and awoke. And her body, which had believed itself to be falling, reacted violently, as if it had abruptly landed upon the bed. Winifred was shocked. She found it profoundly upsetting that a dream could deceive her body as thoroughly as it had deceived her mind. It was not quite 6 o'clock, but there was no hope she'd be able to get back to sleep. She put on a pot of coffee, which was ready by the time she was out of the shower. She poured herself a cup and made herself 2 pieces of toast and slathered them with peanut butter. While she ate, she added a few lines to the current letter to the twins. When it got to be a decent hour, she put the letter aside and made another call to the hospital. "It's Winifred Gartner," she said to the nurse in the maternity ward. "My heaven, Winifred," said the nurse, sounding exasperated. "He's fine, he's just fine. We told you that yesterday." "If he's so fine, what's he still doing in the hospital?" said Winifred, who would never, as long as she lived, forget the sight of that tiny infant lying on the ground, still attached to his mother by the umbilical cord. "It's not the baby we're keeping in here so much as his mother," said the nurse, Lucille Grettinger. Winifred took Lucille's elderly father to the seniors' indoor bowling every Wednesday. "What's the matter with her?" said Winifred, alarmed. "Nothing," said Lucille, "except she's tired. She's got 4 kids at home and now a newborn. Well, you saw the worthless entity she calls a husband. She needs a couple of days' peace and quiet." Winifred hung up, mollified, and turned back to her letter. "Naomi Hellier that I told you about," she wrote. "She's still here. Asked if she could stay until the end of the week, so I'm hoping she'll be gone Friday. She's no trouble. Out most of the day, doing God knows what. None of my business. But you know me. I like to have my house to myself, otherwise I'd be living in a hotel now, wouldn't I? Don't know what got into me inviting her to stay. I guess it was the sight of that baby bouncing on the grass. One thing just led to another. There's no rhyme or reason to it, but then there's no rhyme or reason to most things, in my opinion." She signed the letter, put it in an envelope, and printed Rowley's name there, because the last one had been for Polly, and put the envelope in the pocket of her cardigan. Next, she filled up her thermos with the rest of the coffee and put her lunch into a paper bag, a packet of cookies, a chicken sandwich from the freezer compartment of the fridge, a golden delicious apple. The front door buzzer sounded. "Winifred," said Karl Alberg when she opened the door. "Hi, can I come in for a minute?" She let him in, of course, and they sat down in her living room, which was a room filled with things made of pine, a pine sofa and 2 pine chairs and a big pine coffee table. The sofa and the chairs were upholstered with big soft cushions covered in bright flowery material, so that the room was summer-filled on the greyest, rainiest days of winter. "You better hurry up, Karl. It's getting late." "Alistair McNeil came to the detachment the other day, Winifred. He wanted to lay a complaint against you, because of your house and yard." Winifred sat there and listened to him because she didn't have a choice. She could tell he wasn't enjoying himself. She could tell he was embarrassed. It was a stupid situation. Karl knew it, and Winifred knew it too. So she sat there listening, and after a couple of minutes a wave of heat suffused her face. She hadn't felt anything like it since going through the change. It took her a second or two to realize it was a hot flash of rage and mortification. "What can he do?" she asked Karl. "He can't lay any charges. We told him that. This isn't a police matter, but now he's threatening to get up a petition calling your place an eyesore, and if he does that, and if he gets enough signatures, he can take it to council and ask them to make you do something about it." Winifred's face was beet red. She could feel it, and her heart was racing. "I don't know, Winifred," said Karl. "Maybe you want to do something, maybe not. It's up to you." "I thank you for coming yourself in person," she said, standing up. "I know you're a busy man, and I appreciate it." On her porch she said, Maybe just do the siding, Winifred." He gestured, embarrassed again, squinting at the tar paper on her house. "You're probably losing a lot of heat here." "I'll consider it, Karl." She closed the door after him and leaned against it, thinking, trying to separate out her anger and put it someplace where it wouldn't get in the way of the rest of her life. But that was apparently impossible, at least for the moment. She heard Naomi stirring in the guest room. "I've got to deal with that too, with Naomi," she thought. Whatever had gotten into her, inviting a total stranger into her house? But she better not do anything about that now. Her decision-making was out of whack, put there by that old fool Alistair MacNeil. Winifred picked up her thermos and her lunch bag and slammed out of the house. She fired up Grey Greta and propelled her up the street, screeching to a halt in front of Alistair's house. She glowered at his front door, simmering, and for a moment she was strongly tempted to drive across the perfect front lawn and crash her taxicab right through his living-room window. Alberg had been back in his office for about an hour, toiling away at a stack of paperwork, when Sokolovsky knocked on his half-open door. "The old guy's back, Staff. Dutton." "Shit. I think he's forgotten the rent business, though. Wants to report a robbery, he says." "Can't Michelson look after it?" Corporal Garnet Mike Michelson had recently developed a passionate interest in theft. "I tried, but only the head honcho's good enough for this guy, remember?" Alberg followed him into the reception area, where Reginald Dutton stood leaning on his cane. He was clad all in white, except for a straw hat with a brim into which was tucked a small, bright green feather. "Mr. Dutton," said Alberg, "what can I do for you today?" "I been robbed," said the elderly man, "but the damn twits over there don't believe me. I been telling them for days to call you fellas, but they just ignored me, so here I am. The silly buggers." Alberg came round the counter and gestured to the bench. "Why don't we sit down here?" "It wasn't much," said Reginald Dutton, slowly letting himself down onto the bench. "Just a jar of loonies, half full, I think it was. A little jar. It used to hold those pickled onions." He placed the cane across his knees and glared up at Alberg. "But it's the principle of the thing." "Right, I understand." Alberg sat down beside him. "When did you notice it was missing?" "I noticed it when I noticed the damn thief putting it in his pocket," said Reginald Dutton dryly. Alberg glanced up. Sokolovsky, now sitting at his desk, must have summoned Michelson, for the corporal was standing at Isabella's shoulder, notebook in hand. "You're getting this, are you, Mike?" said Alberg. "I surely am, Staff," said Michelson. "Okay, tell us about it, Mr. Dutton." "I woke up in the night." He stopped, frowned. "I think it was night. Anyway, they can tell you when it was, because I came out yelling, 'Stop, thief!' So they'll remember that all right. Woke up, saw this thief rummaging in my dresser drawers, hollered at him." He looked at Alberg, amazement on his face. "The man winked at me or something." He shook his head. "Then he took off with my jar of loonies." "Can you describe him?" "I didn't see him good. It was dark. No, can't describe him." "Okay, we'll check it out. Corporal Michelson will want to see your room." "Good. Fine. Not now, though." Dutton limped to the door and opened it. Leaning heavily on his cane, he picked up an object that had been leaning against the building. "I got to do this for a half-hour first," he said. "Then you can send him over." Alberg, Isabella, Sokolovsky, and Michelson watched as the old man made his way down the walk, dragging behind him, by the handle affixed to it, a piece of thick cardboard about a foot deep and 2 feet long. When he reached the street, he held it aloft and began slowly parading back and forth in front of the detachment. "Jesus Christ," said Alberg, staring at Reginald Dutton's sign, which read, "The Mounties owe me 40 years' rent." Chapter 5. Winifred slept in until 10 o'clock Saturday, as was her habit on weekends. She got up and wrapped herself in a robe and opened her bedroom door a crack to see if Naomi was up yet. She wasn't. Winifred moved around the kitchen as quietly as possible, putting on the coffee, drinking a glass of juice. The smell of coffee drew Naomi from the spare room. "Here, sit down," said Winifred. "I'm going to make you some breakfast." "Oh, I couldn't eat anything, not first thing in the morning." But Winifred went ahead and cooked her scrambled eggs and bacon and whole wheat toast and sat down across the table from her while Naomi picked at her food. "Now, Naomi," she said firmly, "you've got to get yourself a plan." Naomi gave her a quick look and brushed her hair behind her ear. "I know." She'd been spending her days walking up and down the street in front of the house occupied by her husband and children, hoping for a glimpse of the kids. The only time she got one was when she saw the grandparents arrive to pick them up. The old folks would whisk the kids into a car, an old yellow Dodge Duster, ignoring Naomi, and they wouldn't let the kids talk to her either. "It's not fruitful what you're doing," said Winifred, her hands clasped on the tabletop. "I know. You should see a lawyer is what you should do." "Oh, yeah," said Naomi bitterly, "and pay him with what?" "You can get one free if you don't have any money. Legal aid. Anyway, I'm going to call social services and get you an appointment." Naomi put her elbow on the table and propped up her head with her hand. "You need advice from somewhere," said Winifred, "and that's what the social services people are there for." Naomi dragged her fork through the scrambled eggs and speared a piece of bacon, then changed her mind and shook it back onto the plate. "Would you please eat?" said Winifred. "You're no good to your kids starving yourself to death." Naomi took a bite of eggs. Winifred watched her for another moment. "What happened between you two, anyhow?" she said suddenly. "Why did he throw you out?" Naomi slipped her a stony glance. "When you first got into my cab," said Winifred, "you said you were going to apologize to him. Tell him you wanted to start over." "Yeah, so?" Naomi put her fork down, tines clutching the edge of the plate, handle resting on the tabletop. "Apologize for what?" "Since when is this any of your business?" Winifred considered. Then she said, "Since you started occupying my guest room." "I didn't ask to occupy your damn guest room," said Naomi sullenly. "It was your idea, not mine." Winifred sat there thinking. "And if he threw you out," she said, "then why did he turn around and move out himself?" "I'm not responsible for the workings of Keith Hellier's diseased mind," said Naomi, "and I really resent your tone of voice, Winifred." Her voice quivered. "I really do. I thought you liked me." Winifred watched the tears fall down her face. "We'll go to social services," she said. "Get you some help." She put her hand on Naomi's shoulder and gave it a little squeeze, but Naomi, weeping into her paper napkin, jerked away. Winifred got up from the table and went into the living room to open the drapes. As she turned to head off toward her bedroom, she glanced casually outside and saw Alistair McNeil. He was wearing his coveralls and walking slowly up and down the sidewalk in front of her house carrying a sign. Winifred stared in disbelief. The sign read, "This house is a blight," on one side, and "On the landscape of Seashelt" on the other. And there was an arrow on each side pointing at Winifred's house. She rushed to her front door and threw it open. She stood on her front porch, in her dressing gown and slippers, red-faced and furious, glaring at Alistair McNeil. "You toad!" she shouted. "You worm! You hairy-faced, snarly-souled viper!" "Sticks and stones, Mrs. Gartner," Alistair called out airily. "Sticks and stones might break my bones, but names will never hurt me." "Right, fine, okay, you got it. Sticks and stones is next," said Winifred, and she slammed the door. She leaned against it, a hot lump in her throat, breathing heavily. Naomi emerged from the kitchen, her face bright with curiosity. She peered out the living-room window. "My goodness," she said. She turned to grin at Winifred, her good humor apparently restored. Saturday, June the 5th, 1993. Reginald Dutton is an elderly gentleman of small stature, who nevertheless carries himself with a soldierly bearing, and a confidence surprising in one who can no longer claim complete possession of his mental faculties. This is not to say that his statement should be held to be suspect, but it does somewhat cloud the issue of whether he did in fact see what he purports to have seen. He confirms that on the night of Friday, May the 28th, he was awakened from sleep by he does not know what. He immediately sat upright in his bed, from which vantage point he observed a shadowy figure busying itself with something in one of Mr. Dutton's dresser drawers. Mr. Dutton called out. He cannot recall what he said, except that it was something in the way of an exclamation. The figure straightened quickly and turned to face him, but since the room was in shadow, except for a small amount of moonlight leaking in, a slender frame around the window, Mr. Dutton could not distinguish facial features. He is reasonably sure that the figure was a male person. He says that this person was tall, but in comparison with Mr. Dutton himself, most males would appear to him to be tall. He says the person was wearing dark pants and a dark jacket. The person made a gesture of some sort. Mr. Dutton cannot remember what it was. The gesture was not unfriendly, he thinks. In fact, Mr. Dutton's impression was that it was meant to be conspiratorial. The person then made a swift exit into the hall. As he moved, Mr. Dutton noted a squeaking sound that he said might have been made by rubber-soled shoes on the tile floor, or was perhaps the noise that is made by leather rubbing against itself. Mr. Dutton followed the intruder into the hall as quickly as he was able, but his advanced age, and particularly the arthritis that afflicts him, impaired his movement. By the time he had opened the door, the person had vanished. Mr. Dutton called out, and in due course someone came to his room. He was, however, unable to convince the aide, whose name is Norma Ratcliffe, and who is approximately 35 years of age, stocky of build, with braided hair pinned on top of her head, a rosy complexion and blue-green eyes, that there had been an uninvited guest in his room. Not even when Mr. Dutton searched his drawers and discovered that his jar of dollar coins was missing could Miss Ratcliffe be persuaded that he had been robbed. Mr. Dutton tried unsuccessfully many times over the next several days to convince any number of persons at Shady Acres to summon police. He finally then came in person to the detachment to make a report. I have weighed the matter carefully, and am of the opinion that the elderly gentleman did in fact see an intruder, and that this intruder did in fact abscond with Mr. Dutton's loonies. Signed, Constable Garnett, Mike Michelson. The apartment above the Snyder's fish and chip shop was occupied by Mary Jefferson, who worked as a cashier in the Super Value. The Snyders didn't charge much rent because the odors of fish and chips seeped through the ceiling of the shop into the apartment. But that was okay with Mary, who loved fish and chips and had them often because she was a person who stayed thin no matter what she ate. Mary had two consuming passions. One was to own a house. She had grown up in a big family. 8 kids there were. She was somewhere in the middle. Mary had lived in a crowd all her life until she left home. She liked living on her own so much that she doubted she would ever get married. She liked sex well enough, but figured she could have her share of that without loading herself down with a husband and kids. But with or without a husband, with or without kids, Mary Jefferson was going to have a house of her own some day, a place she could fix up just the way she wanted it. That's why she lived in a cheap apartment, so she'd have more money left over at the end of every month to stash away in her savings account. She was 25 now, and she reckoned that by the time she was 28, she ought to have saved enough for a down payment on a modest one-bedroom place, just a small place, but with special accommodation for her hobby, which was her other consuming passion. Then maybe after a while she'd fix up the house, sell it, and buy something a little bit bigger, a little bit better. Every night Mary spent the time between wakefulness and sleep, fortifying and embellishing assorted elements of this dream. On Saturdays she worked 3 to 11. She left her apartment a few minutes before 3 on this Saturday afternoon. The Super Value was just up the street from the fish and chip shop. The apartment was uncomfortably warm, even with the curtains closed against the sun, even with the window open and the smell of fish and chips and the oil in which they were cooked hung in the air, almost visible. As the hours passed, the sun moved away from the window and the temperature in the apartment became more comfortable. By evening it was cool there, and even the odors from the shop seemed less intense. Daylight faded and the street lights came on. It was dark before 9 o'clock, except for the lingering glow on the western horizon, a golden streak between sea and sky. Shortly after 10, the lock on Mary's apartment door shuddered delicately. The apartment opened into a hallway which had a flight of stairs at each end, one leading to the street, the other to the lane behind the building. Inside the apartment, Mary had left no light burning. This wasn't necessary because there was a street lamp almost directly outside. Even the bedroom in the back of the apartment wasn't dark because of the bright lights installed out there by stores that backed onto the lane. The living room curtains moved slightly, dreamily, in the breeze that came through the partially open window. The lock shuddered again, then, reluctantly, unwillingly, capitulated. The door was pushed open, slowly, softly, and the thief slid into Mary Jefferson's apartment, covert and quiet, like a shadow or a phantom. He closed the door behind him and stood motionless for a moment. Then he carried his duffel bag swiftly to a small room between the bathroom and the bedroom. Here a small washer and dryer sat next to one another, and in one corner was a jumble of cleaning instruments, mop, broom, window scrubber, vacuum cleaner. The thief pulled a stool from its place in another corner and stepped up on it in order to reach the top shelf of the cupboards above the washer and dryer. He carefully slid toward him a large cardboard carton, and with an effort lifted it down. He stepped off the stool and put the box on top of the washer and opened the flaps. Inside, nestled in shredded newspaper, were the various parts of a brand-new telescope. It was a superior instrument. The thief had checked it out. He emptied his duffel bag onto the floor. It contained soft rags, large and small, and proceeded to quickly, deftly wrap each piece of the telescope and pack it in the bag. Then he picked up the shreds of newspaper that had fallen onto the floor and put them back in the cardboard box, refolded the flaps on the box and put it back on the shelf, replaced the stool and pulled tight the drawstrings on the duffel bag, which he slung over his shoulder. In the living room he set the bag down for a moment while he checked Mary Jefferson's bookshelves, which sat next to her television set. Several paperback true crime books were piled neatly alongside some hardcover volumes, including The Joy of Cooking, Family Medical Guide, a dictionary, a thesaurus, modern English usage, and telephone directories for Vancouver, Edmonton, and Regina. The thief opted for true crime. He plucked from the middle of the pile The Boy Next Door by Chris Loken and slipped it into one of his zippered jacket pockets. Then he glided to the door, opened it, set the lock, and slipped into the hall. The door closed and locked behind him. Chapter 6. A week later, Frank Morton turned up in Calgary. Alberg flew out of the Vancouver airport Friday morning and was at Calgary Police Headquarters by mid-afternoon. When Alberg told him the estimated date and time of Nathan Kaczynski's death, Frank Morton thought hard, and then his face brightened wonderfully. "I was at my dentist, in North Van," he said, triumphant. Alberg, staring at him moodily, had a feeling he was telling the truth. And sure enough he was. Alberg called Vancouver and spoke to the dentist. Morton had spent a couple of hours there getting a broken tooth fixed. "I know you want to help us get the guy who did this, Frank," Alberg said, "so tell me what you know." "I don't know nothing." Morton was in his early 30s and looked like he hadn't shaved in a week. He hauled a package of Craven A and some matches out of his shirt pocket and lit up. "I didn't tell you could smoke." "What? I need your permission?" Alberg took the cigarette from him. "You were partners. Is that right?" Morton hesitated, then, "Yeah, partners." "Partners in what?" "Just partners. Odd jobs and stuff, washing windows." He squirmed a little on the metal chair. "Plus, we were going to start a delivery business." "I heard you already had one." Alberg looked critically at the cigarette in his hand. He didn't have the slightest desire to smoke it. making deliveries to all the cokeheads from School Road to Garden Bay. "What?" said Morton, dismayed. "Where'd you hear that, for Christ's sake? What kind of person would tell you a thing like that?" "Frank, don't bullshit me." "Them days is behind me," said Morton, sounding wounded. "I put them days behind me." He shifted in his chair. He clasped his hands on the table in front of him. He was thin and pale, and his skin was freckled. His ginger hair grew in tufts like scrub grass. Alberg stared at him, frustrated. "Why'd you leave town, Frank?" "Oh, I dunno." He stared intently at the wall behind Alberg. "I got restless. I guess that's it." "Tell me about the last time you saw your pal Nathan." Alberg tapped cigarette ash into a tin ashtray on the table. "Can I at least have my smoke?" said Morton plaintively. "Talk first." Morton heaved a huge sigh. "I went over there on the ferry. I don't remember exactly what day it was, a couple of weeks ago. We were going to, discuss it, like the partnership, the delivery business. Yeah. And so we did. And we went for a ride in the van and had a hamburger and a beer somewheres. I don't know where the hell we were. I wasn't driving. And I crashed on his floor overnight because he didn't tell me the last fucking ferry left at 8:30, and in the morning I went home. Look at that. Look at that smoke. It's practically burned away." Alberg stared at him, then handed him the cigarette. "Okay, Frank, that's all for now. I think you should seriously consider your situation, though," he said, standing. "Somebody's offed your partner. Who knows?" he shrugged. "Maybe you're next." "Yeah, well," Morton blurted, "but here I am in Calgary and not about to go home any time soon, you better believe that." Alberg told the Calgary police to let Morton go. Then he pushed Morton and his dead partner Nathan out of his mind and set off to find accommodation for the night. He had called his daughters the previous evening and arranged to see them while he was in town, but his talk with Janie had worried him. She seemed restless and evasive. When he was settled in at a motel on 16th Avenue, he called his ex-wife in Kelowna, wanting to discuss their elder daughter. "For heaven's sake, Karl," said Maura about 10 minutes into the conversation. Her voice was sharp with exasperation. "What do you want of her anyway?" "I want her to get herself a career. I want her to have some purpose in her life, an aim." "What makes you think she doesn't have aims and purposes?" "I see no sign of them, Maura," he said with dignity. "Do you?" "Of course I do. She wanted to travel, remember? So she got a job, worked for 6 months, saved every penny, and went traveling. She's a young woman with energy, determination, many skills. You should be proud of her." "I am proud of her," Alberg protested, "but that's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. The girl's rootless. She's almost 28 years old, and she hasn't decided on a goddamn career." There was a brief silence at the other end of the line. Then, "Goodbye, Karl," and a dial tone. Alberg stared in amazement at the receiver. "Hello? Hello?" But she was gone. He sat down on the edge of his motel room bed, demoralized. A few minutes later he wanted to call her back, but he was afraid he'd get the accountant on the phone, the one she'd gotten married to. He decided to call her the next morning when she was at work. Alberg sighed. At least he didn't have to worry about Diana, who, as a junior reporter with the Calgary Star, had apparently found her vocation. He'd better get himself into a better frame of mind quick, he thought, because in an hour he was meeting his daughters for dinner. He sang to himself in the shower, and that helped, and then he called Cassandra. "What are you doing?" he said. It was 6 o'clock in Seashelt. "What are you having for dinner?" "Oh, God, Karl, it's Friday. Bernie was here." Alberg laughed. "Wait, let me guess. Chili." "Close. Stew, and it's over 80 degrees outside." "Freeze it," Alberg suggested. After a moment Cassandra laughed. "I knew there was a good reason I moved in with you." Alberg was smiling when he hung up. He was to meet Janie and Diana at a restaurant in southeast Calgary. Diana had given him directions. The first thing he noticed when he stepped inside was a 1951 Fiat sitting in the middle of the floor. It was overflowing with net bags full of garlic. He was there on time as usual and looked around hopefully, but he was the first to arrive. Once seated, he ordered a scotch and water, put on his reading glasses, and studied the menu. He decided what he'd have to eat. He decided what wine he'd order, too. Then he took off his glasses and sipped at his scotch. There were red and white checked cloths on the tables, and bottles of olive oil and cans of plum tomatoes were arrayed everywhere he looked. The place was full of people having a good time. Alberg noticed that there was a patio hung with strings of lights and baskets of flowers. He half stood and surveyed the outdoor tables, but his daughters weren't there. 10 minutes later he looked at his watch. 15 more minutes passed. Diana came bustling in 25 minutes late. She kissed his cheek, apologized profusely, and sat down, smiling. She wore a sundress. Her skin was golden, her newly short taffy-colored hair sprang every which way in soft curls. Alberg felt very happy looking at her and smiled back. And if Janey had arrived at exactly that moment, everything would have been okay. He was certain of this, mulling over the evening later in his hotel room. But she didn't. Another 10 bloody minutes passed. Alberg was on his second scotch, and Diana was telling him about her new job as education reporter, and he'd decided that as soon as she'd finished, they were going to go ahead and order. "Where the hell is your sister anyway?" he said, when Diana stopped to take a breath, and immediately could have kicked himself. "You haven't even been listening," said Diana. I was," Alberg protested, and then he saw Janey hurrying through the restaurant door. In she came. She looked around quickly, saw them, and made her way through the tables. "Oh, I'm so sorry we're late. Daniel had a rehearsal. I completely forgot." She turned and grabbed a scruffy young man who had trailed after her into the restaurant. For a second Alberg was going to protest. What on earth was she doing manhandling a total stranger like that? But she hugged this guy's arm and thrust him toward Alberg. "Dad, I'd like you to meet Daniel. Daniel, this is my dad." "Hi," said Daniel, sticking out his hand. Alberg got swiftly but awkwardly to his feet, his napkin falling to the floor, and shook hands with the kid, which was like taking hold of an empty glove, and they all sat down. Alberg glanced at Diana, who studiously avoided his eye. Daniel wore a black leather jacket, but it wasn't the thick, squeaky kind of leather favored by motorcycle enthusiasts. It was supple and fell in soft folds from padded shoulders. The kid hadn't shaved in a couple of days. There was a gold earring in his right ear. Alberg wondered hopefully if this meant he was gay. He could never remember which ear was supposed to indicate which sexual preference. The kid was wearing jeans and a yellow shirt and sat slumped back in his chair reading the menu. "Apple juice," he said when the waiter arrived to take drink orders from the newcomers. "Soda water, please," said Janey. She turned to Alberg. "Daniel's a musician." "Uh-huh," said Alberg. Great, he thought. Terrific. "What kind of a musician?" "A good one, I hope," said Daniel. Jesus Christ, thought Alberg. The kid was about Janey's age, maybe a little younger. Who the hell could tell? It was now almost 9 o'clock, and Alberg was very hungry. He signaled to the waiter. "We'd like to order, please." "Dad," said Janey reproachfully, "we just got here." "I didn't just get here," said Alberg. "Go ahead, Diana. Order." He saw Janey reach for Daniel's hand under the table. At least he assumed it was his hand she was after. He ordered a green salad and a T-bone steak rare. Diana said she'd have lasagna. Janey and Daniel asked for the vegetarian special. Alberg felt dispossessed. "So tell me about your new beat," said Janey to Diana, one hand on the tabletop, the other one Christ only knew where. For the next several minutes Diana chattered, Janey listened and exclaimed, Daniel daydreamed, and Alberg brooded. Eventually his salad came and he ate it. "How are things in Seashelt, Dad?" said Janey after a while. "The same as ever." The waiter whisked away his salad plate and replaced it with a platter of steak, baked potato, and broccoli. He saw Daniel eyeing it and looked up quickly, feeling hostile and aggressive, but the boy was looking away now, through the window at the people walking by. Janey was wearing denim shorts and a short-sleeved check shirt, and she was deeply tanned. Skin cancer flitted through Alberg's mind as he looked at her. "I'm sorry we aren't going to get out there this summer," she said. What "we" did she have in mind? Alberg wondered sullenly. He had a vision of Daniel sneering at his house, scoffing at his sailboat. "Maybe at Christmas," said Diana. "What's the name of your band?" said Alberg then, addressing his remark to Daniel, inexplicably unable to speak his name. The kid just looked at him. Janie moved uneasily in her chair. "Daniel's a violinist, Dad," she said, "with the Calgary Philharmonic Orchestra." Chapter 7. Alberg took the earliest possible flight home the next day, and was in his office by 3 o'clock, staring glumly at the photograph of his daughters that hung on the wall. He wasn't quite ready to admit that his own behavior at dinner last night had left a lot to be desired. He started looking through the pile of reports that had collected on his desk. After a while he picked up his phone. "Sid," he said wearily, "Michelson's at it again. For Christ's sake, Sid, talk to him. If I talk to him, I may kill him." He was still there when Nora Gibbons took a call from a man almost incoherent with excitement who wanted to report that a bear had bitten his toe while he was asleep on his back lawn. "It ran away into the woods," Nora told Alberg and Sokolovsky, "when the guy kicked it." "I suppose he wants us to find it and throw it in the slammer," said Sokolovsky gloomily. "No, he lives on his own. I think he just wanted to tell somebody about it," said Nora. Alberg left, shaking his head. He'd planned to stop and pick up something for dinner or maybe buy Cassandra some flowers, but once he was in the car, he couldn't think of anything except getting home to her. As soon as he walked through the door, he dropped his overnight bag on the floor. She hurried from the kitchen, and he grabbed her and hugged her tight, kissed the top of her head, and realized that his foul temper had disappeared and he was smiling. He took her face gently in his hands. "Anything exciting happen while I was gone?" "The most exciting thing that's happened since you've been gone," she said, and pulled his head toward her to kiss him, "is that you've come home." On Monday, Mary Lou Hildebrand called Cassandra to remind her that she had agreed to serve on the Librarians Association's Literacy Committee. "Our first meeting is this Wednesday," said Mary Lou, and Cassandra groaned. "Oh, come on," said Mary Lou, "give me a break. I'm asking you to go to a few meetings, for God's sake. It'll all be over in less than 3 weeks, until the fall." Cassandra was startled to discover at the meeting on Wednesday that Gordon Murphy was on the committee. Grace and Henry Melnick lived a couple of miles up Seashelt Inlet Road, in a house that had been designed and built for them by an architect who liked glass and a contractor fond of cedar. The Melnicks had not had anything in particular in mind, and so were happy enough with the result. A rock garden tumbled down the hillside toward the water, and rhododendrons proliferated where the grass met the woods on the other side of the house. Inside, the most daring thing Grace had done was to hang artwork in the bathroom. Late one sunny Friday afternoon, the Melnicks were at work as usual. They owned and operated a furniture store that, somewhat to their surprise, had developed into an extremely successful enterprise. Light filtered through wooden blinds half open in the master bedroom and poured into the living room, where 2 walls, 2 stories high, were made of glass. Henry and Grace had seen a lot of birds, involuntary kamikaze artists, strike various spots on this vast expanse of glass and plummet to the earth, where the lucky ones lay motionless only temporarily. The Melnicks didn't have a cat. They didn't have a security system either, and as it turned out, they didn't even have very good locks on their doors. The thief got in with no trouble at all and went straight for the safe in Henry's den, which took him somewhat longer to open. The safe was stuffed full. Henry kept meaning to either get a bigger one or move the contents to a safety deposit box in his bank. He hadn't yet decided which would be the wiser thing to do. The thief removed things carefully, one by one, and stacked them on Henry's massive mahogany desk. A stamp collection, stock certificates, Canada savings bonds. Finally, everything was out except a medium-sized felt bag. This the thief put into one of his capacious pockets and pulled the zipper closed. Then he refilled the safe, closed the door, and spun the dial. He moved into the living room and browsed through the modest collection of books the Mortons kept on shelves flanking the fireplace. Most of the space was taken up by a collection of Hummel figurines. The thief took a hardcover volume from a shelf near the floor. It was one of half a dozen that matched. They were dark blue, with faded fake gold lettering on the spines. The thief took The Hunchback of Notre Dame. He left the house the way he'd entered it, and made sure the door locked behind him. Cassandra had been wary of Gordon Murphy at that first meeting. She kept her distance from him and avoided meeting his eye. But after the second meeting she decided that he'd lost whatever interest he might have had in her. He didn't stick around to go out for dinner or a drink with the others. He just busied himself with the task at hand, and although he was courteous, he was also aloof. On the Monday afternoon after Father's Day, Winifred pulled over to the side of the street, rolled down her window and hollered, "Naomi, are you crazy? What the hell's gotten into you?" Naomi Hellyer, wearing the suit in which she'd arrived in town and the same worn white shoes, with the worn white handbag slung over her shoulder, her reddish hair glinting in the sun, looked across the street at Winifred but didn't reply. She was walking up and down the sidewalk in front of the house where her husband and children were staying, carrying a sign that read, "Keith Hellyer is an unfit father." It had turned into some bizarre kind of fad, thought Winifred, watching her houseguest. Soon everybody in town would be out picketing, in complaint against one person or another. Winifred pulled her head back inside the cab and switched off the motor, studying the house. The curtains of the front windows were closed, as always. There was no sign of life in there. Probably he was at work, she thought, and the grandparents had come for the kids. Winifred glanced up and down the block. Nobody was paying any attention to Naomi. Not the young woman washing her truck in the driveway, not the little kid whizzing around in an electric car, not the guy operating a weed-eater across the street. These activities were being conducted with a singular lack of energy. It had turned into a paralyzingly hot day. Naomi had another whole week to wait before her appointment with the social services people. She'd have to be a lot more forthcoming with social services, Winifred thought, digging a can of Diet Coke out of the bag that also contained her lunch, than she'd been with Winifred. The Coke was warm, but at least it was wet. There had to be a reason Naomi's husband had thrown her out, thought Winifred, mulling Naomi over in her mind. She drank her Coke, keeping an eye on Naomi, wondering about her kids, and thinking about the twins. Naomi was limping a little bit, she noticed, in those ill-fitting shoes. "When are you going to be done?" Winifred yelled across the street when she drained the can of Coke. 5 o'clock, she heard Naomi say. It was now just after 2. "I'll come by and give you a lift," Winifred called out. "Fine," said Naomi. She turned at the edge of the property and trudged back in the opposite direction. "Appreciate it." The third meeting of the Literacy Committee was held on the campus of the University of BC. Afterwards, Cassandra and Mary Lou went to the Varsity Grill on 10th Avenue for a bowl of wonton soup. "Does Gordon have a wife?" asked Cassandra casually. "No wife," Mary Lou told her. "He was pretty serious about somebody last year, though, or at least so I heard. She was a lawyer, I think." "So what happened?" "I don't know. One of them got dumped, I guess. I don't know which one. Then I heard she moved away." She looked curiously at Cassandra. "Are you interested in Gordon? I thought you already had a fella." "I do. No, I'm not interested. I just wondered." "He's a millionaire, you know," said Mary Lou, bending back to her soup. "No, I didn't." "Really? Huh. Won a lottery. Can you believe that? He's the only person I ever met who won a lottery." "Me too." Cassandra scooped up some broccoli and resumed eating. "He's good-looking," said Mary Lou, "but you know what? I actually don't like him much." "Yes, he is good-looking," Cassandra agreed. "I don't know whether I like him or not." Cassandra was disproportionately pleased when, at the next committee meeting, a wry observation she made to the group at large got an appreciative chuckle from Gordon. As they filed out of the conference room, he held the door open, exiting last, and smiled warmly, looking into her eyes as she slipped past him. She wondered if he would join them for a drink, but he didn't. At the start of what was to be their final meeting, Mary Lou insisted that everybody go out for dinner together afterwards. "And that means you too, Gordon," she said sternly. He shrugged and smiled. "I'm all yours, Madam Chairperson," he said. He was charming and attentive to both Mary Lou and Cassandra, and courteous and friendly to the 2 male members of the committee, and Cassandra realized, watching him, that she had come to like him and was going to miss seeing him. On the last Saturday in June, Winifred was sitting at the end of the day on her porch, drinking iced tea and watching Alistair McNeil, who was once more parading back and forth in front of her property. She was wondering what would be her punishment if she were to smash into him with her taxicab, or blow up his house while he slept, or run him through with one of the crossed swords that hung above her fireplace. The relentless heat which persisted was fraying her already intolerably frazzled temper and melting what was left of her goodwill, and she was seriously considering doing some heavy-duty law-breaking when her neighbor, the dope addict, burst through his front door waving his arms in the air. He was a thin, tense young man, wearing shorts that revealed white legs and bony knees, and an alarmingly thin torso that looked almost collapsed in upon itself. Winifred watched with great interest as the young man hurtled down his steps and across the grass and up to Alistair, who quickly lowered his sign, holding it in front of him as a shield. "What's with you, man?" shouted the young fellow. "You got no life, or what?" Alistair muttered something that Winifred couldn't hear. "You're the eyesore, asshole! You're the eyesore on this block, the only one on the whole damn block! Go away! Get out of here!" He started making violent shooing gestures, jumping excitedly up and down as he did so, and his voice got higher and louder. "Fucking persecution," he yelled. "That's what it is!" He tore the sign from Alistair's hand and crashed it down upon Alistair's head. "Ah!" said Alistair, amazed, falling to his knees and grabbing at his head. The young man sped back into his house. Winifred was up and moving toward the gate. She opened it and hurried through. "Are you all right?" she said anxiously to Alistair MacNeill, who was still on his knees, bowed over, clutching his head. He didn't answer. She knelt near him. Cautiously he prodded the top of his head with his fingertips and looked at them. "No blood," he mumbled. "Thank goodness," said Winifred with relief. He looked at her then and blinked several times as if trying to clear his vision, which might very well be the case, thought Winifred, alarmed. "Maybe you've got concussion," she said. "How many of me can you see?" Alistair MacNeill climbed clumsily to his feet. "One too many," he said. Slowly he reached down to pick up the sign. Then he walked carefully away toward his house. Winifred watched him for a while. Which way had he meant that, she wondered. Inside she poured herself some more iced tea. Then she returned to the lawn chair on the porch. Eventually she took her drink for a walk around the house and yard. Karl Alberg was probably right, she decided. Her heating bills were much higher in the winter than they ought to be. Maybe the siding. Yes, maybe she ought to do herself a favor and get the siding done. But not the yard, she thought, looking at the dead grass and the weeds. The wild flowers had long since faded and died. And not the fence either, she thought, making her way around the house and back onto the porch. Just then Naomi arrived, truculent and resentful. "Nobody gives a shit," she said, tossing down her sign. "Nobody gives a damn shit about a guy who treats his wife and kids so bad." Keith's neighbors had not banded together on Naomi's behalf. Keith's neighbors continued to ignore her altogether. Winifred went inside and washed her hands, then took things out of the fridge to make dinner. "A cop car cruised past me today," Naomi told her indignantly, sitting at the kitchen table with her chin in her hand. Winifred sliced tomatoes and cucumbers and placed them on 2 dinner plates alongside pieces of cold barbecued chicken she'd picked up at the Super Value after work. "Slowed right down deliberately," said Naomi, "so they could stare me in the face." This was ridiculous, thought Winifred. The twins had called yesterday wanting to know if Naomi was still here, and had been shocked to learn that yes, she was. "Never mind," she told them. "Monday she goes to social services. They'll set her up somewhere." "Damn cops," said Naomi. Winifred put the plates on the table, got cutlery from the drawer, and fetched the salt and pepper. "Sit down. Eat." They pulled out chairs and sat. "I got so fed up," said Naomi sullenly, pushing a cold chicken leg around on her plate with her fingers. "Just before I came home, I broke into the damn place." "Home?" thought Winifred. "She calls this home?" "You did what?" she said, dismayed. "You heard me. I broke in. Went round the back, smashed a window, unlocked the door, and went in." "You're looking for trouble, Naomi. That's just plain stupid." "They're gone." She looked bleakly into Winifred's face. "Gone. There's not a sign of them. See, I've been traipsing up and down there all those days for nothing." Winifred gazed at her for a moment. "Why don't you go home, Naomi?" she said quietly. "You must have friends in Vancouver, family, people who can help you find your kids, who can help you do it properly." Naomi sat back and put her hands in her lap. "I'm not budging," she said, her head bent. "Not until I find my kids, and that asshole Keith, who's got no right to have them. They shouldn't be with him. They shouldn't." "Well," said Winifred with a sigh, "I'm afraid you're going to have to find some place else to stay." "No, don't cry, Naomi," she said quickly. "It's not going to do you any good. My twins want to come to see me. I must have the room free for my twins." A scene wrote itself quickly in Naomi's head. She rejected it with embarrassment, but nothing else presented itself, and Winifred was preparing to get up, to leave the kitchen, to divest herself of her responsibility. So Naomi gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and fell to the floor, clasping Winifred around the knees. "Oh, please, please," she sobbed, "let me stay just a few more days. Oh, please, Winifred, please. I'll sleep on the couch or the floor. I'll be such a help to you, you wouldn't believe it. Please, Winifred, please, please." Winifred reached down to pat her shoulder. Naomi lifted her face, cheeks shiny with tears, lips trembling. "Oh, Naomi," said Winifred, "whatever am I going to do with you?" It was a beating like all the others. There was nothing special about it, nothing different. It wasn't any worse than any of the others, stretching back over 8 years. But as it was happening, something occurred in his brain, something firmed up in there, something clicked on. He was 14 and had not yet experienced the growth surge he was so eagerly anticipating. Lester had, of course. At almost 18, Lester was 6 feet tall, and he weighed 185 pounds. He could fling his younger brother from one hand to another, and frequently did. The important beating occurred out behind the barns. The boy was raking up manure, and Lester was supposed to be helping him. He was in a real bad mood, and the boy said something to him, asked him a question, that was all. "Are you taking Karen to the prom?" Lester was about to graduate from high school. "Who the hell else would be taking her to the prom?" said Lester. He looked sharply at his brother, and the boy's heart sank. He stopped raking and bowed his head. He listened to Lester's ranting, but didn't hear what he was saying. It didn't matter what he was saying. He listened and waited, and sure enough, Lester threw aside his rake, and then his brother's, and grabbed his brother by the shoulder, and he punched him in the belly. Then he threw him to the ground and kicked at him as the boy tried to crawl out of reach of his feet, which at least were clad in sneakers instead of work boots. The boy, crawling, acknowledged to himself that Lester was especially fond of kicking him, which meant that, in addition to hating him for whatever unknown reasons, Lester must also have contempt for him. This was when the thing happened in his head. He stored it away, whatever it was, to think about later. He kept trying to get to his feet, but couldn't until Lester had tired of kicking him, which took a few minutes. Then Lester stalked off, leaving his brother with the whole job of raking up the manure. But the boy didn't mind that. He pulled himself up, brushed off as much shit as he could from his jeans and T-shirt, and his arms and face, and checked for injuries. He picked up his rake and got back to work. And while he worked, he realized that he'd had a change in his attitude, but he didn't know what this signified. After dinner, he heard Lester on the phone to Karen talking about when he was going to pick her up. They were going to a movie in Chilliwack. His parents and Annette were out doing the milking. Rosamond and Tracy were clearing away the dinner dishes. Philip was weeding the vegetable garden, and that's where the boy was supposed to be too. He'd been on his way out the door when he heard Lester on the phone. The boy turned and walked silently through the living room, up the stairs, and into the bedroom that Lester shared with Philip. He saw Lester's car keys on top of his dresser. He picked them up, slid them into his pocket, and glided back downstairs and out the front door. He went around the house, grabbed a shovel from the jumble of gardening tools lying next to the porch, and headed for the hen house. The hens scattered when he entered, then surged around his feet. But when they realized that he hadn't brought more feed, they lost interest. The boy dug a hole in the middle of the dirt floor of the hen house. He dropped Lester's keys in the hole and filled it in, then joined Philip in the vegetable garden. Philip was pulling weeds among the cabbage plants. The boy started on the peas, which were growing on netting that had been strung up like a tent. About 15 minutes later, just as their parents and Annette were coming back to the house from the barns, Lester erupted from the house, shouting, "Where are my keys? Who took my car keys?" Rosamond and Tracy appeared, big-eyed, in the doorway behind him. Blank stares greeted Lester's outburst. "Somebody took my keys!" "Nobody took your keys," said the mother. "Who'd want your keys? You put them somewhere. That's where you'll find them." Ronnie Plankton gazed across at his brother from the pea patch. "Did you take them?" Lester roared, staring at him. Ronnie shrugged. "Have you got them?" Lester yelled at Philip. "No," said Philip, barely glancing at him. "Mom, Dad," said Lester accusingly. His father backhanded him across the side of his head. "Keep a civil tongue in your head. You're never too old to get a beating." He brushed past Lester and went into the house. Ronnie watched from a distance as Lester tore apart his vehicle and his bedroom and his closet in a fruitless search. Ronnie Plankton had never been so happy. Lester eventually hot-wired his vehicle. Ronnie watched this, too, with great interest. From then until Lester left home 1 year later, Ronnie stole from him. He took cigarettes, a single sock, his watch, and then maybe a week later he'd replace the watch, put it back exactly where he'd found it. He stole magazines, the ones Lester hid under his mattress. He took a love letter from Karen, Lester's favorite belt, a road map of B.C. Lester never caught him. Oh, he suspected him all right, but no more than he suspected the others. And he never caught him. Lester didn't stop beating him up, but Ronnie found that getting beaten up didn't bother him as much. He didn't like the physical pain, of course, but the other hurt never happened again. He never again felt the pain of powerlessness. Chapter 8. Cassandra Mitchell answered the phone at the library and heard, "It's Gordon Murphy, Cassandra. I'm passing through Seashelt today. May I stop in and get a tour?" It was Monday, July the 5th. Cassandra found herself scurrying around the library with a feather duster, wielding it wildly upon shelves, tables, window-sills. When it became clear that she was irritating the group of senior citizens who met every morning to read the newspapers, she came to her senses. She flung the duster upon the floor behind the counter and put on a pot of coffee. Cassandra Mitchell was overqualified and underpaid for the job she held, but that was on paper. In real life, she and the Seashelt Library were an almost perfect match. When she had arrived almost 20 years ago, it was supposed to have been a temporary move. Neither Cassandra nor her brother Graham had expected that their mother would live much longer, and Cassandra had accepted the responsibility of being the offspring who stayed nearby. Their widowed mother lived in Seashelt. Now, all these years later, Cassandra was still here. Fortunately, Karl Alberg had appeared. She frequently told herself that if he hadn't, she would have been long gone by now. She glanced at the coffee pot, which was still dripping, and checked her watch. He wouldn't be here for another hour. She took a walk through the stacks, looking for left-behind sweaters and umbrellas. She had become extremely fond of her job, even though it was one she had never imagined for herself. Eons ago, her master's degree in library science newly hung upon the wall of her West End apartment, Cassandra had begun work as a first-level librarian at one of the larger branches of the Vancouver Public Library. 3 years later, she had become head of adult services. Then a summer in Europe persuaded her that there wasn't enough adventure in her life, and she decided to take a year off to live in a foreign place. But her mother's heart condition had at that point revealed itself, and Cassandra found herself in Seashelt, B.C., instead of in Florence or Athens, in charge of a library operated by volunteers because it was too small to have any claim on tax revenues. She and her brother each had income from small trust funds set up by their maternal grandparents. Graham diverted his to Cassandra for the first several years she was in Seashelt, until the library board was finally in a position to employ a professional. Even then, though, it was officially a part-time position, and Cassandra was paid far less than if she'd still been working in Vancouver. She found a hairbrush on the long reading table at the back of the library and a leaky milkshake container that the janitor had managed to miss. The smell of coffee wafted toward her through the open door to her office. She could have refused to live in Seashelt, but she didn't. She could have attached a time limit to her agreement with Graham, and in retrospect she realized that that was what she ought to have done. Now it was probably too late to go and live in Greece or Italy, because now there was also Karl. These were not matters that preoccupied her often any more, and she was surprised to be mulling them over today. It had something to do with Gordon Murphy, she thought, lifting the hinge section in the U-shaped counter. She looked over her shoulder toward the stacks, and then out the window, looking for his car, although it was still too soon. Winifred Gartner's cab passed by, and 2 kids who should have been in school ran along the sidewalk. Cassandra filled the watering can and tended the 3 Ficus Benjaminas, which, along with a couple of Schefflera, created a pleasant screen between the library and the 6 wide windows that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Then she struggled to put her mind to the day's work. She had to find 2 more volunteers. Paula Reynolds had given her a list of possibilities, but Cassandra decided she'd better wait until she'd had her first cup of coffee before getting on the phone. Her telephone persona tended to be brisk, verging on impatient, and tact and persuasiveness were called for when attempting to recruit people to do a lot of work for no money and little appreciation. She poured coffee into the Mountie mug Paula had given her and sat at her desk, determined not to waste any more time. She had to make up a list of agenda items for the library board meeting, work out with Paula a summertime reading schedule for preschool and elementary school children, find somebody vaguely artistic to do a poster promoting library activities for distribution throughout the village, organize the book sale, donations and discards, and arrange for a suggestion box, which had been Karl's idea. She would get help with some of this from today's volunteer, a woman whose intelligence and good sense Cassandra had come to rely upon. The sun slanted through the skylight, glinting off the small metal box with a sign, "Fines," taped to the lid. Cassandra looked at it curiously, as if waiting for it to reveal something. Then she frowned. What was it doing over there on the coffee machine table? She got up and picked up the box, shook it, opened it. Silver, loonies, no paper money. Cassandra knew Paula hadn't robbed the fines box. Paula often borrowed from it, so did Cassandra, but the money was always promptly replaced. She got her assistant on the phone and said, "Wasn't there some paper money in the fines box?" "Yes," said Paula. "A 20, a couple of 10s, I think. At least 1 5. "Yeah, sure. Why?" "It's gone." "Gone?" "Gone." Cassandra thought for a moment. "Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we deposited it." "I think we'd remember, Cassandra. But have a look." "I will." Cassandra heard the door open and looked up. Stella Boynton, the day's volunteer, had just arrived. Cassandra gave her a wave while fumbling in the desk drawer. She flipped through the pages of the deposit book. "Nope." "Somebody's robbed us," said Paula indignantly. "It looks like it." The door opened again. "Gotta go," said Cassandra. It was Gordon Murphy. He was wearing an open-necked shirt and jeans. Cassandra was slightly shocked to see him casually dressed. He had seemed so utterly at home in a suit and tie each time they'd met that she had been unable to imagine him in anything else. Not that she'd been trying. He'd been in her mind very little, really. She could see a tuft of graying hair on his chest. He was indeed a large man, big across the shoulders and chest, but not flabby. His waist had thickened, but there was no roll of fat there. She wondered about his legs. Cassandra liked strong, muscular legs. "Hello, Cassandra," he said, smiling. His voice was soft, almost caressing. 2 things bothered her about this. First, it was presumptuous. Second, she felt herself reacting to it in a manner she considered inappropriate. She was, after all, not a free woman. She introduced him to Stella, who responded with a warmth Cassandra decided Gordon Murphy must be used to. "Now," he said, still smiling, "the tour." She showed him around, a pointless endeavor because it was a very small library. What was to tour? And she began feeling guilty, because she was attracted to this man. There was no denying it, and she was not free to be attracted to him. It didn't matter that she and Karl weren't married, or even engaged. They were living together, for God's sake. They had an understanding. "The trouble is," she said a bit later, lifting the counter and inviting him into the staff room, "people expect just as much from a small library as they would from a big one. They probably get it, too, don't they?" He gestured to the computer set up on a long, cluttered table in the corner. "Yes, almost." The computer connected the Seashelt library to more than 4 million books. Finding any book on the database was quick and easy. But actually physically getting something to us takes time, she told him, and people tend to become impatient. The staff room, windowless and small, sunlight pouring down through the skylight, felt as cramped as a cell with Gordon Murphy filling it up. Cassandra backed toward the door. "And that's it. You've seen it all now." She had begun to doubt that Gordon Murphy really was passing through. How the hell do you casually pass through Seashelt when you had to go out of your way to get there? As that question formed in her head, he answered it. "It's time I left anyway," he said. "I'm on my way up to Powell River. Meeting's there tonight, and then tomorrow it's over to the island." Cassandra felt a surge of relief. He wouldn't be coming back this way then, and cursed herself for her foolishness. "It's been very good to see you," she said warmly, because she did feel warmly toward him again now that he was leaving. "Where's a good place to have lunch?" he said, smiling. "And would you like to join me?" She should have said no, of course. It was Naomi's tears that had done it. Winifred had never been able to handle people's tears. This was probably because she didn't cry herself. Oh, tears of pain had squirted out from between her eyelashes now and again, but only because of physical pain, the kind that happens when you stub your toe or bang your elbow. She'd had bad menstrual cramps in her teens, but hadn't wept over them either. It was only a certain kind of pain, sudden, intense, and unexpected, that brought tears to Winifred's eyes, and nothing else had ever made her cry, not even losing Henry. This was not for lack of caring or feeling. Winifred cared just as much as anybody, more than some, and she felt things just as deeply. The connection between emotion and weeping, however, so real and obvious in others, apparently didn't exist in Winifred. She was, as a result, particularly vulnerable to other people's tears. It bothered her, now that this vulnerability might be preventing her from making good decisions. Winifred finished work at noon on Monday, and as soon as she'd arrived home and made sure Naomi wasn't on the premises, she called Della Stewart at the Ministry of Human Resources. "I won't ask you to tell me anything you shouldn't," she began, "but I really need to know more about her, Della, what with her staying in my house and all." "She didn't show up," said Della. "What?" "She never showed up, Winifred." "Damn. I was going to call you. I can give you another appointment for her, but not until the week after next." "Damn." When she'd hung up, Winifred sat down at her kitchen table and drummed her fingers on its arborite surface, thinking. Then she pulled the telephone book toward her and leafed through it. 3 Helliers were listed. The middle one turned out to be Naomi's parents-in-law, who lived over by Porpoise Bay. It was the mother-in-law who answered. "May I speak to Keith Hellier, please?" said Winifred. "Who wants him?" The woman spoke with some kind of English accent. "My name wouldn't mean anything to you," said Winifred, "unless you use cabs from time to time," she added hopefully. "Don't do that, no." "Oh, well, I'm Winifred Gartner. I live in Seashelt." "What do you want with our Keith?" "The thing is, I don't know how to put this. Somehow or other his wife's ended up staying here in my house, and—" "Hello? Hello?" She dialed again. The line was busy. She tried again several times throughout the afternoon. Each time the line was busy, or else as soon as the woman heard Winifred's voice, she hung up. She'd have to go out there, talk to him in person. This thought made Winifred profoundly uneasy. She tried to think of some reason for consulting the police. Maybe if she just went to see Karl Alberg, talked it over with him, he'd have a suggestion or two. They picked up sandwiches and bottles of juice and drove to a place on the beach. They sat side by side on a piece of driftwood and ate, and looked out at the sea and talked again about many things. Soon Cassandra found herself giving Gordon Murphy her history, quite literally the story of her life. He was half turned toward her, listening intently. "And then I went to Europe for 3 months," she said. "That was in 1975, I guess. I loved it so much I came home determined to sell everything I owned and go off to live in a strange, exotic, foreign place somewhere." She laughed. "But then my mother became ill." She shrugged. "Oh, well." He put a hand on her back and began massaging gently. Cassandra let this go on for a minute while she kept talking and thought about his body. He was closer to her on the log than she'd realized. She smelled his aftershave and was conscious of his thigh just inches away from hers. He reached for her now, pulled her close to him, and lifted her chin. "No," said Cassandra, and his mouth came down upon hers. For a second she accepted his kiss, and for perhaps a few seconds after that she responded. He touched her breasts gently while he continued to kiss her, and she thought about his tongue and touched it with her tongue. Then he removed one of his hands, and she heard him undo his belt-buckle and pull down the zipper of his jeans. "No," said Cassandra, pulling her mouth away, putting her hands flat on his chest. He looked into her eyes, took hold of her head with both hands, and pulled her toward him hard. Her mouth was flattened against his. She pushed at him, making sounds in her throat, but her head was held firmly. Christ, she thought, was it a bad dream? Surely any minute now he would stop. She would give him holy hell. He let go of her head and pulled her roughly off the log onto the pebbly beach. Cassandra couldn't believe this was happening, couldn't believe that it would go on. Finally did believe, and shouted something as loudly as she could. She didn't know what she'd shouted. No, or help, or stop. But something anyway, loudly too. But the sea was also loud, and there was nobody to hear her but Gordon Murphy. She punched at him, desperate. He was pulling up her dress and pulling down his jeans. "No, no, no!" Tears spilled down her face. "Damn you, damn you!" And suddenly he stopped. Cassandra, her eyes tightly closed, didn't at first dare to open them. He straightened her dress. She heard his zipper close, heard him buckle his belt. She lay on the beach, becoming aware of the sharp edges of the stones under her back. "Give me your hand," he said. Cassandra opened her eyes. She couldn't see him clearly. The sun was behind him. His face was shadowed and featureless. His yellow shirt glared in the blinding light from the sun. She turned away onto her hands and knees and pulled herself upright, leaning on the driftwood. With one hand over her mouth, she staggered up the slight incline to the highway and began walking unsteadily north towards Seashelt. A minute or two later, the chocolate-brown BMW passed her and parked. Gordon Murphy got out and came toward her. She refused to look at him. He took her face in his hands. She knocked his hands away. "Oh, Cassandra," he said sorrowfully, "I only want to assure you it will be so much better the next time." Cassandra shuddered. "There will never be a next time," she said, "you son of a bitch." She strode along the shoulder of the highway. Eventually the BMW passed her again, and this time it kept on going. Winifred heard Naomi come in. "I got a job," said Naomi loudly before the door was closed, "at Earl's Cafe and Catering, starting next week." She joined Winifred in the kitchen. "I used to waitress in Vancouver. I'm pretty good at it when I want to be." "How come you didn't keep your appointment with the social services people?" Naomi shrugged. "It's better to work, isn't it, than being on welfare?" She was leaning against the door jamb, hugging her shoulder bag with one hand, winding her shiny hair around the fingers of the other. "Yeah, but your kids, they'd help you get your kids back. They'll be a damn sight more likely to do that if I've got a job." Naomi spoke with grim authority. Winifred sighed. "When do you start?" "Next week." "Then you can use the time between now and then," said Winifred firmly, "to find a place of your own." Naomi nodded, smiling a little. "Let's go out for supper," said Winifred, surprising herself, "to celebrate your new job." "Sure," said Naomi, shrugging again, "if you want." Winifred didn't know what to think about all this. She was very glad the twins were coming soon. She needed to discuss Naomi and her situation with somebody close to her. On the surface, Naomi's plan appeared to be a good, thoughtful, intelligent one. She would stay near her kids, support herself, and work quietly and concentratedly to put her family back together, or at least to regain custody of her children. "What is wrong with this picture?" Winifred thought, looking intently at Naomi, who was wearing jeans and a short-sleeved blouse and sandals. Her face was smooth and pale, and Winifred thought she was a little skinnier than when she'd arrived in Seashelt. "What's wrong with it," she concluded, "is that Naomi is not a thoughtful or intelligent person." "What's going on here, Naomi?" Naomi's eyes grew wide and her mouth opened in surprise. She pushed her body away from the door jamb. "Gee, Winifred, I thought you'd be glad." Her voice was wrapped lovingly around a small tremble. "I don't know whether to be glad or not," said Winifred, "because I don't know what's going on." Naomi's shoulders sagged. She looked at the floor. "Have you got parents?" said Winifred. "Naturally I've got parents." "Where are they?" Naomi glanced up. "Why do you want to know?" "I think you should tell me about the scrape you're in." "I'm not in any scrape." Naomi's face flushed and her body tensed. "It's that asshole Keith's in the scrape, not me." She whirled around and flounced off to the spare room. Winifred watched her go. After a few minutes she got up. "Naomi," she said at the guest-room door. "Naomi." She tapped lightly on the door. "There's a place just past Davis Bay. It tries to look Spanish or something. Let's go there." She waited. "The food's not Spanish. It's plain old Canadian. Okay?" She waited another minute, then pushed the door open. "How about it?" She looked in and stood stock still, staring. "Oh, great! Who taught you your manners anyway?" said Naomi. She was in a half-crouch, peering at herself in the vanity table mirror, only now she was looking angrily at Winifred in that mirror, and Winifred saw herself, stupefied, and Naomi, furious, bald and furious, holding her hair in her hand. "You're not supposed to barge in on people," said Naomi. "A closed door means don't come in unless you're invited. Didn't anybody ever teach you that?" She put her hair back on and brushed it. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a wig before?" That evening Karl, preoccupied, began complaining to Cassandra about his elder daughter, who had apparently fallen in love. Cassandra listened, making sympathetic noises. She didn't tell him about Gordon Murphy. It had been an experience more humiliating than frightening, she had decided. She would have been mortified to discuss it with him. And besides, with whom would she have been discussing it anyway? The man who loved her, or a cop? Cassandra didn't much enjoy getting involved with Alberg the cop. She couldn't get around him or through him to find Karl. It was as though they were two completely separate people. But she knew that they shared the same memories, the same database, as it were, and that she was contained therein. So she didn't tell him. She listened to him and eventually offered the opinion that Janey was old enough to choose her own boyfriends. And that night she clung to him and made love to him with a tender passion, and knew that there was nothing temporary about their living arrangements. Chapter 9. Wednesday, July 7th, 1993. There is in the Seashelt Public Library a small metal box kept behind the counter, from which change is dispensed to persons wishing to pay their library fines, or needing to make use of the copy machine. From this box, on or about Sunday, July the 4th, approximately $45 was stolen. Ms. Cassandra Mitchell, chief librarian, and her assistant, Paula Reynolds, report that during the hours the library is open, it would be virtually impossible for the box to be robbed. I was, with respect, doubtful about this until I was shown where the box is kept. In order for a patron to plunder the box, she would have to lean so far over the counter as to fall on her face behind it, or else she would have to lift the hinged counter up and go in there. Since the counter is manned at all times by Ms. Mitchell, Ms. Reynolds, or one of the several volunteers who work there, this is obviously unlikely. Ms. Mitchell assured me with asperity that the volunteers were above suspicion, as was her assistant. And, as it was I who reported the theft, she added, it's unlikely that I did the deed myself. As discreetly as possible, I insisted on interviewing all concerned. The theft occurred between 3 p.m. on Saturday, July the 3rd, at which time Ms. Reynolds opened the box to ascertain whether it contained enough money to warrant making a bank deposit. Her decision was in the negative. And 11 a.m. on Monday, July the 5th, when Ms. Mitchell opened the box and discovered that funds were missing. Her reason for opening it at that particular moment is significant. It had been moved from its customary place behind the counter to a table in the staff room. During most of the hours separating these two events, the library was closed. My interviews with the staff and the volunteers succeeded only in eliminating them as suspects. Close examination of the premises yielded no clues as to how this robbery might have been carried out. Signed, Constable Garnet Mike Michelson. "It's for you," said Paula the following Monday morning, and Cassandra picked up the phone. "Cassandra," he said, "it's Gordon." Warmth issued from the telephone like something wet and sticky. Cassandra couldn't believe she had ever found this warmth sexy or thought it unstudied. She was sitting at her desk in the skylighted staff room. As she listened incredulous to Gordon Murphy, she was looking through the open top of the Dutch door into the library, where sunlight flooded through the windows, dappling the floor with the shadows of the fig trees. "We made a wrong turn," he was saying, as we headed into the next phase of our friendship. "I suggest we back up and try again." He laughed, pillowy and confident. "And get things right this time." "Your behavior was inexcusable," said Cassandra, keeping her voice low, watching the Delsey brothers, 7 and 10, who were sitting in the children's section at a table loaded with books. There was a pause, and then Gordon Murphy said, "As I said, I suggest we back up and try again." "Not on your life," said Cassandra promptly. The Delsey brothers, Freddie and Frank, always had a lot of difficulty deciding which books to read at the library and which to take home. "You want to be coaxed," said Gordon, indulgent. "I want to be left alone," said Cassandra, and hung up the phone. She was still at her desk when he called again an hour later. Paula was checking out Frank and Freddie Delsey's books. The boys were completely absorbed in watching her do this. Finally they lifted their eyes from the books and thanked her, took hold of the bags into which Paula had slid the books, and ambled out of the library. "I will, of course, leave you alone," Gordon Murphy was saying, "if that's what you wish." "It is," said Cassandra. "It most certainly is what I wish." "I do think, however," he added, and she was amazed and furious to detect reproach in his voice, "that I deserve an explanation." "You tried to rape me," Cassandra hissed furiously into the phone. "Oh, surely not," he said wearily. "What occurred was a misunderstanding. I misunderstood you. I admit that readily. I misunderstood your needs, your desires, the way in which you like to be possessed." "Possessed? Possessed!" "All right, then," he said good-humoredly. "The way you like to have sex. Is that better?" "Listen," said Cassandra. "I live with a man I love. I have no time for you. Go away." And she hung up again. "Well, you are right," Winifred wrote. "I am disappointed. I am very disappointed. Not only have I not seen you two for weeks, there was a particular reason why I was so looking forward to this visit, and that was because I need to discuss this girl Naomi with somebody. I realize how busy you are, of course I do, but I think you should have made time to come over here just for a couple of hours, for a meal and a visit. I need to know what your reaction is to this girl. She wears a wig, I found out. Underneath it she's as bold as a bowling ball. Don't you worry about me. I've got no intention of letting her clutter up my life. Well, I don't feel like writing any more today, so I'm going to sign off now. You take care of yourself and tell Rowley to do the same, and I hope to see you real soon. I know you said next weekend for sure, but I'm going to try not to count on that." Earl's Cafe and Catering was a small place, nothing to brag about, but it was clean at least and properly run. And Earl seemed to be okay. Naomi liked it that he couldn't look down on her. She was a short person and hated this. A short person in a world made for tall people. It was like she always had a crick in her neck, caused by having to look up at people. But Earl was just her height, and most of the time people in the cafe were sitting down. So all in all, Naomi was feeling okay, late this Monday afternoon. She'd been a bit tense and ditzy at the start of the day, especially since the first thing that happened was Earl finding out that stuff was missing from his storeroom. Of course he didn't suspect Naomi, but she felt guilty anyway, the way you do, like when you go across the border and you aren't smuggling a thing back into Canada, but you feel just as guilty as if you were. The cafe was such a small damn place it took her like maybe 20 minutes to sort out what was what, and by noon she'd hit her stride. By the end of the day she felt like she'd worked there all her life. Well, no. Naomi was trying to stop exaggerating, since a weakness for extravagance was what had screwed her up so totally. Not all her life. A month or so. She looked around the cafe at her customers to see if there were coffee cups that needed refilling or plates waiting to be taken away. A couple of women were talking at a table by the window. A mechanic was finishing up a hamburger at the counter. Some type of salesman was reading a newspaper and drinking ginger ale. Naomi approached the mechanic who'd taken her fancy. She liked the way he was put together, sleek and neat, and that he was friendly without coming on to her. "More coffee?" she asked him. "Yeah, great, thanks." He pushed his mug toward her. "I haven't seen you here before. Do you mind if I ask what your name is?" "It's Naomi. What's yours?" She was keeping an eye on the whole place, passing the time of day, but not neglecting her work. It gave her a satisfying feeling of competence. "Ronnie. I work across the street over at the Shell station." "Pleased to meet you." Naomi glanced at her watch, then out the window. And there, she could have predicted it, into a parking place in front of the cafe slid the great Jeasley cab with Winifred the worrywart behind the wheel. And she climbed out of the thing and came into the cafe and plunked herself down on a stool next to the mechanic. "Hi, Ronnie. Earl," she said. "Hi, Winifred," said Earl. "Get her a coffee, Naomi." "I heard about that baby," he said to Winifred, who shuddered. Earl shook his head in sympathy. "He's okay, though, I heard." "That's what they tell me," said Winifred doubtfully. "What baby?" said Ronnie. So Naomi had to stand there listening to the story about the damn baby all over again. A blonde, middle-aged woman with long, red, fake fingernails came into the cafe, accompanied by a large man whose face looked sunburned. The clothes they were wearing must have cost a mint, thought Naomi, eyeing them. She couldn't imagine that such people would choose to live in a small town, and decided they were tourists. "It's 5 o'clock, she said abruptly, taking off her red and white striped apron. "Right." Earl folded his arms across his chest and smiled at her. "You're a good worker." "I know it," said Naomi. "So do I get the job or what?" "You got it if you want it." "Okay, I want it." "I thought you already had the job," said Winifred in a low voice, when Earl had turned away to serve the newcomers. "I had a kind of a tryout for it. I knew I'd get it." She grabbed her purse from a shelf behind the counter. "I told you I'm a good waitress. Let's go." She hadn't spent any time at all looking for a place to live, once Winifred had told her the damn twins weren't coming after all. She'd had enough on her plate. Laundry, for instance. She'd had to wash and iron her clothes ready for work, and her wig, too, and clean her white shoes and check everything for rips and tears. It wasn't that Naomi wasn't grateful for Winifred's kindness, but she figured that Winifred was no martyr, so if she'd invited Naomi to stay, she must want to have her there. She was probably lonely living in that house with not so much as a budgie for company. Probably I'm a stand-in for her kids, Naomi thought. Really, she was doing Winifred a favor by staying with her, helping out with the dishes and what-not. On the way home, Winifred got a call from her dispatcher, who wanted her to take some old lady to the Senior Citizens' Hall. Naomi was starting to feel confident again, with a day's work under her belt and a steady job in her life, so she said, "You drop me off and I'll make the supper. Have it ready when you get home." Winifred gave her such a soft look that Naomi twitched uncomfortably in her seat. As soon as she got her first paycheck, she thought she'd start looking around for a room to rent. "I'd only need a sleeping room," she said to Winifred later. "I could get my meals at the cafe, probably for free." She dished herself up some more mashed potatoes. "That sounds like a good plan," said Winifred. Naomi had made patties with a pound of lean ground beef she'd found in the freezer and defrosted in the microwave, and the mashed potatoes, and she'd heated up a jar of baby carrots, too, and made a pot of coffee. Everything was ready, and the table had been set when Winifred got home. "Be good to have some cash again," said Naomi, talking with her mouth full of potatoes. "Get me some new stuff to wear, maybe a new wig." "Naomi, why did you dye your hair purple and then cut it off?" "I was, acting out, you know. I read a book about it later." She speared another hamburger patty, dropped it onto her plate, and shook HB sauce all over it. Winifred watched her eat, her own dinner cooling on her plate. "But why?" "I don't know," said Naomi irritably. "Got sick of the kids. Truly pissed off with that asshole Keith. Thought purple hair would change my life. I don't know, for God's sake." She filled her mouth with carrots and chewed energetically. Winifred took a bite of potatoes. They were very lumpy, and she decided she would show Naomi how to use the ricer. Naomi sat back in her chair. Winifred wondered what her real hair would look like when it grew back. "I started hanging out on Granville Street," said Naomi, sounding suddenly detached. "Doing some dope. Went on the job for a while." She turned to look at Winifred. So you know what that means? I think so. I don't know how come I did it, and I don't know how come I got out of it either. After a while one day I just looked around, and holy shit, I was in a place I did not want to be. And so I left. She pushed her plate away. I ate like a pig, Jesus. Winifred fetched the coffee pot. She refilled Naomi's cup and then her own. So I bought me a wig, shaved off my hair, and went home. But the asshole Keith wouldn't let me in. Winifred sat down and sipped her coffee. I've had a change of heart, said Naomi. You know, when I first came, I wanted him back. Winifred nodded. Don't want him back any more, said Naomi. Only my kids. I don't need that asshole Keith in my life, she said, looking restlessly around the kitchen. I might have to start smoking again, though. The following day, a dozen red roses were delivered to Cassandra at the library, boxed, the end of each stem enclosed in a water-filled green plastic vial. The box was wrapped in wide red ribbon, tied on top in a large bow. Cassandra undid the bow, while Paula watched and marveled, and looked inside for a card. There was none. Cassandra called the florist and learned that they'd been ordered in Vancouver. She put the lid back on the box, tied the ribbon around it, and thrust it at Paula. Here, you take them. Paula took the box with a little gasp. What, me? She was in her early 40s, black-haired, attractive, and of sunny disposition. You can enjoy them, said Cassandra. You've never met the guy. That afternoon a courier delivered a letter. Cassandra ripped it open and read, I think you will agree that you have encouraged my interest. I am not easily dissuaded. You deprive yourself of unimaginable joy. Please abandon this quixotic behavior. It was handwritten and signed. Cassandra read it several times, bewildered, trying to comprehend the person behind it. Finally she tore it in half and chucked the pieces in the wastebasket. A few minutes later she returned to her office, retrieved the letter, taped it together, and put it in her purse. She would keep the damn thing, to make sure she didn't forget Gordon Murphy and her own appalling lapse in judgment. Unimaginable joy, quixotic behavior. She shook her head, feeling a certain amount of pity. He called once more the next morning. As soon as she recognized his voice, she hung up. Several days passed with no phone calls, no floral offerings, no letters. Thank God, she muttered when a week had gone by. Chapter 10. Ronnie Plankton, who was almost as good a mechanic as he was a thief, was very ordinary-looking, with a deferential demeanor. His face was young and smooth, his expression guileless. His fair hair was kept neatly short. His eyes were brown. He was an extremely polite person, warm and self-effacing, respectful of his elders and betters. And Ronnie Plankton gathered facts, like a drift net gathers fish, greedily and indiscriminately. He harvested information about the community adroitly and with a tender diligence, filing away specks and grains and particles of data for future consideration. He would lie on his sofa, hands behind his head, and let his thoughts wander among the people he'd encountered that day, adding new information to old, encouraging associations and compilations. Every so often pieces of intelligence would clang together as if magnetized, and when all the necessary elements were there, a thievery would begin to flower in Ronnie Plankton's mind. He saw his parallel career as the way in which his own personal creativity asserted itself. Everybody had some creativity, and Ronnie couldn't help but be somewhat grateful to Lester, without whom he might never have found his. It was mid-afternoon, Monday, and Ronnie's day off. He parked his nondescript gray Toyota a block up from the Arts Center and strolled through the neighborhood for a while, then turned right and sauntered for several blocks until the sidewalks disappeared and the distance between houses became greater. Ronnie, who read a lot, imagined that this part of the thing was for him like standing in the wings before his first entrance must be for an actor. Or, no, it would be like walking to the theater. Nothing on the actor's mind but the role, the play, the job, going over in his head all his lines, his blocking, his motivation. For Ronnie, though, every night was a first night. He plodded along what had become a country road, up a hill with forest on either side, trees and bush crowding right up to the pavement. Ronnie was wearing grey sneakers, grey pants, and a steel grey leather jacket with several zippered pockets. He got to the top of the hill and rounded a corner. Here the forest had been cleared back for 100 feet or so, and modest acreages were scattered on both sides of the road. Ronnie slipped into the edge of the woods and made his way perpendicular to the road until he got to the forest at the back of the cleared land. Then he pushed through the brush, trying to avoid stinging nettles and blackberry vines, until he was directly opposite the first farmhouse, which was owned by Howard and Patricia Berkson, both of whom he knew would be at work at this time of day. Between the forest and the back door of the house were several outbuildings, a large vegetable garden, and a tire hanging by a rotting rope from the branch of a big old tree. Ronnie continued along the edge of the woods until he got to the acreage next door. The house was bigger and newer than the Berksons, and the property surrounding it had been subjected to some half-hearted attempts at landscaping. Here lived Jan and Sonia de Groot, who were in Vancouver celebrating the birth of their first grandchild. Ronnie inspected the house for several minutes, making sure of this, or at least making sure that their house was empty. The Buick was gone. Only the Ford pickup was there, parked under the breezeway. Ronnie retraced his steps until he was once again opposite the Berksons' back door. Then he took a deep breath, stood tall and straight, and emerged from the woods, from the wings, to stride confidently toward the house, just as if he owned it. And as he approached, he felt like he did own it. He walked toward it eagerly, with love stirring in his heart. He walked between the rows of raspberry canes and past the strawberry plot, along the plywood path that divided the vegetable garden, past the hen house from which gurglings and chucklings emerged, and the shed, padlocked, that probably held garden tools, and the tire hanging forlornly from the tree, and finally across the wide patch of sunburned grass that flanked the house. He took the steps to the porch 2 at a time, landing exuberantly, and banged lustily at the back door. He waited, calming his pounding heart, looking out toward the woods and the de Groots' property. He saw nothing untoward. Everything was still and slumberous in the midsummer afternoon. Smoke from a wood fire idled into the air from somewhere down the wooded hillside, somebody burning what they'd cleared. Ronnie turned back to the silent house. He took a pair of grey, skin-tight kid gloves from his jacket pocket and pulled them on. He loved this moment. The whole thing was a rush, a succession of thrills. But the moment that the house capitulated, surrendered to him, opened itself to him, that was a special moment, the best moment, and he squeezed his eyes shut for a few seconds, letting the fulsomeness of it happen. Then he slipped inside and closed the door behind him. He was standing in a small room off the kitchen. He heard the refrigerator sigh into silence, and then the faint ticking of a clock. There were several hooks on the wall from which hung coats and jackets of various thicknesses, denim jackets and light-weight poplin ones, a red and white plaid number, old and dirty, and a big fleece-lined suede coat that had also seen better days. Lined up on the floor were several pairs of boots, mostly men's, but some women's, gumboots, winter boots, hiking boots. Also 2 pairs of sneakers, one much bigger than the other. To his right, Ronnie saw a washer and dryer with a cupboard above. A big green watering can sat on top of the dryer. The brown linoleum floor needed sweeping, and washing, too. Ronnie stepped through into the kitchen. He'd do a general prowl through first, just looking for places to look, and checking door and window closures, memorizing the furniture layout in each room. This was only a reconnaissance mission. He knew he more than doubled the risk by visiting each of his houses twice, but he reduced this risk to a manageable size by taking the time necessary to do things right, sweet and slow, smart and safe. Ronnie wasn't looking for the obvious. He had no interest in televisions or VCRs, computers or their printers, CD players or credit cards. Ronnie stole things that weren't immediately missed. This way it took a long time for a community to realize that it was being delicately but systematically plundered. And when this finally did happen, Ronnie was long gone. The Berksons' house was small. Ronnie couldn't imagine anybody raising kids here, so either they had never had any, or else they'd moved once the kids were on their own. Ronnie knew that there was money in Mrs. B.'s family. She had married down, he'd been told. He wondered if she'd ever regretted that. The furniture was old, not good old, but wearing out old. The place was a 2-bedroom bungalow, and they were using the second bedroom as a guest room, Ronnie decided, peering in there at a high dresser and what looked to him like an old army cot. No mirror. No, Christ, he thought, this must be where Mr. B slept. There was men's clothing in the closet, whose door hung open, and a little clock sat on the table next to the cot. Ronnie was pretty sure he'd find nothing of interest here, but he took a swift glance around just in case, and looked through the closet and the dresser. He found a gold pocket watch in the shallow top drawer, along with some handkerchiefs that looked like they'd never been used. He picked up the watch, which was a Waltham that must have been over 100 years old. J.R.B. was engraved on the lid. Ronnie pressed the catch and the lid opened. Inside was inscribed, "Thy sweet love remembered." Ronnie closed the lid. He couldn't take it. He knew it was something Mr. B. would miss instantly. He'd probably know the minute he walked through the damn door that his pocket watch was gone. Too bad, thought Ronnie, putting it back exactly as he'd found it. His own watch made a brief beeping sound, which meant that he'd been in the house 15 minutes. He set it for another 15 and moved swiftly down the hall to the other bedroom, the larger one. Quickly and efficiently he went through the dresser and vanity drawers, finding nothing of interest. One of the drawers held a cheap jewel box, but the only thing in it that was remotely valuable was a jade ring that stood out conspicuously from the rest of the stuff. He opened the closet and rummaged through Mrs. B.'s clothes, blouses, sweaters, and slacks, mostly in a variety of colors, and, he noticed, a variety of sizes as well. The larger sizes were closer to hand. He pulled over the chair from the vanity and stood on it to inspect the high closet shelf. Several handbags were lined up there, and behind them, at the very back, another jewel box, leather, worn, dusty. Ronnie dragged it toward him, took hold of it, and stepped off the chair to open it. Inside were a 3-strand pearl necklace with matching earrings, a cameo, and an amethyst ring surrounded by diamonds. Ronnie smiled and gave a happy little sigh. He was tempted to thrust the jewelry into his jacket pocket then and there. If it turned out this was all there was, he probably would. For the moment, though, he closed the lid and put the box back where he'd found it. If he returned, he thought, carefully replacing the chair, he'd have to do so in daylight. He couldn't see himself opening the closet, dragging the chair over, and all that with her sleeping just feet away. Ronnie went next into the dining room, where, in the bottom of a china cabinet, underneath a pile of mismatched plates, he found a wooden box containing silverware, place settings for 12, plus sugar spoon, butter knife, gravy ladle, 4 serving spoons, and a serving fork. The silver was so tarnished, he noticed disapprovingly, that it was almost black. It has been a very long time since Mrs. B. had had occasion to look inside this box. Ronnie would bring felts to wrap the silver in and a small burlap bag, and he'd leave the box behind. There were hardly any books in the house, a set of world books published in the 60s, a few cookbooks on the kitchen counter, and some Louis L'Amour novels in Mr. B.'s room. Ronnie decided he would take one of these when he returned. His watch told him it was time to go. He didn't want to, though. He looked around him, exasperated. This had just started happening, this not wanting to leave. He'd find himself filling with curiosity about the place he'd infiltrated, about the belongings scattered throughout the rooms, and the lives that were lived here. He stood uncertain in the Bergsons' kitchen, and finally had to force himself to head for the door. Gordon Murphy strolled through his house Thursday morning with a notebook and a pencil. He had learned enough to begin the redecoration of his house. Workmen were arriving the next day, and the job would be completed, he had been assured, within 2 weeks. He studied the rooms of his house carefully, thinking about Cassandra Mitchell. She was a woman who wore dresses. She was sexually coy, flirtatious, worse than flirtatious. She was, he reluctantly admitted, a cop teaser. This was disappointing. but even his soulmate, even Gordon Murphy's other half, couldn't be expected to be fully perfect. What else did he know about her? He considered, tapping the eraser end of his pencil against his teeth. She was articulate and decisive in committee meetings, and also apparently in operating her library. Less so in her private life, and it was this private uncertainty, this personal vulnerability, that brought him a rush of exultation. He moved happily into the sitting-room. He loved this stage of things, when all things were possible. He sat on a white wicker sofa and gazed at the wall of glass, small-paned, mullioned, incorporating a set of French doors at each end. Light spilled into the room from the patio, which was crowded with outdoor furniture and pots and hanging baskets filled with flowers. She'd probably appreciate the patio, he thought, and the gardens, but no glass-topped tables and pewter and leather sofas and futons. In each room he made a list of what had to go and what could stay. He whistled to himself, planning for his brand-new future, and was only marginally concerned about the anger with which she had rejected his phone calls, and probably his flowers and his letter as well. Woman number 2 floated into his memory. She was a sessional instructor in the philosophy department at UBC. She had very dark eyes and very light hair, a combination that had intrigued him. It struck him as romantic and mysterious. Something good, something lasting had come out of their relationship. He had become interested in philosophy again, gone back to Plato. The sessional preferred Aristotle, whose sternness he admired, and his distrust of artists, too. And it was through conversations with the sessional that he was led to read Jean Genet's books. He'd never liked the plays much, but the books. The sessional, of course, hated Genet in all his forms. But by the time they'd gotten that far, Gordon already knew she wouldn't do. She was all over him, from the first time they went out together. He was revolted. Nothing turned him off faster than this kind of salacious behavior. She was lewd, wanton, and the sight of her wet, open mouth and her rolled-back eyes made him sick to his stomach. She pestered him, wouldn't accept his decision that they go their separate ways, and finally he had several persuasive words with the head of her department, and she was not rehired. Cassandra Mitchell's spurning of him was, he had decided, a stage in the process, a small, insignificant blip in the progress of their developing relationship. A boring stage, certainly, and irritatingly time-wasting, but he was prepared, for a limited period, of course, to be patient. Gordon Murphy moved on into the hallway and up the stairs, tapping his notebook lightly against the banister, planning the activities of the next 2 weeks. Thursday, July the 15th, 1993. Earl Chan is the proprietor of Earl's Cafe and Catering. He has only one employee, a young woman named Naomi Hellyer, who started working at the cafe on the day Mr. Chan discovered that he had been robbed. Since she had never been in the cafe before that day, Mr. Chan and I agreed that she was not a likely suspect. There are no former employees whom he might have suspected of this crime. That is, there are no former employees at all, of any kind. Mr. Chan had occasion to enter his storeroom at about 11 a.m. on Monday, July the 12th, and although it was the 3rd or 4th time he had visited the room that morning, it was not until this particular visit that he noticed that something was wrong. He was in search of cans of tomatoes, very large cans of plum tomatoes, which he informed me are the only kind of tomatoes that he will use in his Earl's special spaghetti sauce. I was curious about how a Chinese gentleman settled on an Italian dish as his specialty, but refrained from introducing this topic into our conversation because Mr. Chan was in an agitated and preoccupied frame of mind. Mr. Chan buys these cans of tomatoes in bulk and arranges them on shelves in 4 orderly rows, one behind another. He had used up all of the cans in the front row and several in the next. On Monday morning, July the 12th, he reached for a can, and then another, and was astonished to find that the entire 2 back rows of cans of tomatoes were missing. He judged the total number of cans of tomatoes that had been stolen to be 50. Mr. Chan had been divested of his usual calm and self-possession by the robbery. He hurried frantically throughout his storeroom, moving articles around, peering behind them, squinting into cupboards, standing on a step-ladder to examine every nook and cranny of his storage facility. Unhappily, he discovered the theft, in addition to the 50 cans of tomatoes, of 7 giant-sized containers of ketchup, 4 of mustard, a 10-pound bag of salt, and from the freezer 6 plump chickens. The hapless Mr. Chan has no idea who could have stolen these items, or how she could have entered his cafe. Close examination of the premises yielded no clues as to how or when this robbery might have been carried out. Signed, Constable Garnet Mike Michelson. Chapter 11. Ronnie, working in his kitchen on Friday afternoon, was thinking about a dog he knew, named Kelly, and wondering if he ought to get one of his own. If he had a dog, he would have something to talk to. But was a dog a thing for a thief to have? That was the question. He got the ground beef from the fridge and dumped it into a bowl, added lemon, pepper, salt, a beaten egg. He went outside and cut a few stems of the parsley that grew in a pot and chopped it up. Now he got an onion and peeled it and cut it in 4 pieces and put it in his new food processor. He loved this thing. It was a piece of loot he'd decided to keep for himself. He turned it on. Wham! Just like that, chopped onion for his hamburgers. He added it to the bowl along with the parsley, combined everything well using his hands, and formed the mixture into 4 patties, which he put on a plate. He covered the plate with food wrap and put it in the fridge. He often got very hungry, and maybe she did, too. Anyway, he'd made 2 for each of them, and if she ate only one, he could freeze the other one. Yeah, he thought, it would be good to have a dog. Now, for instance, he had nothing to do for a while. He could take it out for a walk, throw a stick for it, or something. He started cleaning up the kitchen, thinking about what else he was going to make for dinner. He'd cook the burgers on the hibachi. He'd make a green salad with his special honey mustard dressing, and there was a potato salad already made in the fridge. And for dessert, they'd have pears and cheese. He wiped the counters, rinsed the dishcloth, and hung it over the dish drainer next to the sink, and stood thinking for a moment, staring out the kitchen window at his back lawn and the bush behind it. It was tough being a thief. It was hard to get a relationship going because you always had your parallel career in the back of your mind. You were always thinking, how would she react if I told her? You were afraid you'd give yourself away. Like maybe she'd say, wherever did you get this leather-bound notebook? Or, tell me more about your friend Alf. Or, how come I can't sleep over tonight? Oh, he could think of answers. He had thought of them. But every time it happened with a new girl, he got a little more nervous than the time before. This one might be different, though, he thought, checking in the fridge. But yeah, the wine was in there, and some beer too, because he hadn't known her long enough to know what she liked to drink. There was a can of iced tea mix and some ginger ale too. That ought to cover the bases, he thought. An hour later there was a knock on his front door. He hadn't heard a car. A dog would have heard, he thought, hurrying to answer it. He opened the door wide and smiled at her. "Hi." "Hi," said Naomi. She was wearing a pair of white shorts and a pink top that had a high neck and no sleeves. Her skin was very fair. Her red hair shone in the sunlight. He could see himself in her mirrored sunglasses. "Come in," said Ronnie, and he stepped back, feeling awkward. If he had a dog, there'd be something else to do, something to talk about. Except maybe it would jump all over her, he thought, closing the door. But I could train it not to, he thought. "Do you want to sit outside?" She shrugged. "I don't care." Ronnie found her self-possession intimidating, but then all of a sudden he saw himself in the leather jacket and the jeans, gloved hands deft on each and every kind of lock, a lean, silent spectre slipping unseen into someone's house, into someone's life. He turned and walked through the house and out the back door, assuming that she would follow, and she did. He pulled 2 lawn chairs into the shade of the house. "Sit," he said, indicating the chairs. "What'll you have to drink?" And he recited what he had to offer. Naomi said she'd have a beer. They ate outside. Ronnie was pleased with the size of her appetite. She had only 1 burger, but went back for second helpings of the salads, and she had a total of 3 beers. But when he brought out the pears and cheese, she held up her hands and said she had no more room. Ronnie, smiling, sat on the grass at her feet. "Where'd you come from, anyway?" He began to stroke her bare ankle. He could smell faintly her feet, which hadn't been washed today. There was red polish on her toenails. "What do you mean, where do I come from?" "You just showed up here one day." "Yes, so?" "So where'd you come from?" "Vancouver." "Why?" "I came to get my damn kids. Quit that," she said, moving her foot away from him. "From that asshole Keith." "Who's Keith?" His hand moved to her thigh, his fingers inching under her shorts. "Quit that," she said, giving his hand a little slap. "Keith's an asshole. He's their father." "You're married, then?" "No. What's it to you, anyhow? You're not getting that hand into my pants, whether I'm married or not." She giggled. "Oh, yeah?" Ronnie got onto his knees. He nuzzled her neck. "I'm not getting it into your pants unless you want me to." "Do you want me to?" Naomi turned her head. He removed her sunglasses and dropped them onto the grass. He couldn't take his eyes off her lips and the dimple in her chin. "You can kiss me," said Naomi, "but that's all." So they kissed for a while, Naomi in the lawn chair and Ronnie on his knees beside her. She allowed his hands to roam her body, and she kissed him deeply and with enthusiasm. But whenever he tried to get her out of the chair onto the grass, she said sharply, "No." Finally he sat back on his haunches. He was flushed and sweaty and unbearably horny. "You can just forget it," she said, picking up her sunglasses. "I'm not having sex again until my hair grows back in. This," she said, pointing to her head, "is a wig." Ronnie looked at her as if from a great distance. He saw himself watching her undress and remove her wig. Was she bald as a rock underneath it? Was her head smooth or bumpy? Was there maybe a little frizz of hair? What color was it? How come she didn't have any hair anyway? He was intensely curious about these things. Slipping into someone's life. He would go visit Kelly, he thought. He would go back there not as a thief, but as a visitor. "That little kid turned up that went missing," said Sokolovsky from the black leather chair in Alberg's office. "Thank Christ." Alberg took off his reading glasses and dropped them on his desk. "Where?" "In the neighbor's yard. Decided he wanted to feed their chickens. Fell asleep in there. In among the hay and the eggs and the chicken shit and all." Alberg grinned and stretched. He'd spent the afternoon doing paperwork. 2 weeks until his holidays. Sokolovsky consulted his notebook. "Well, you know about the B&E over at Flynn's Electronics. It's time you did another talk to the business people, staff. They got to get themselves alarmed, for Christ's sake. Guys come over from the mainland, lurk around till night, do their break-ins, and get the first ferry back before anybody even knows stuff's missing." I know, said Alberg. He put his glasses back on and peered down at the diminished stack of paper. "I'll call Felix over at the chamber and see if I can get invited to talk to one of their lunches. They meet the first Thursday of every month. You could do the one in August." "No, I couldn't do the one in August, Sid. On the first Thursday in August I'll be in my boat out on the briny." Sokolovsky closed his notebook. "It must be nice," he said lugubriously, "to have something to look forward to." "I'm going out on the boat tomorrow, just for the day. You want to come?" "No," said Sid. "I got stuff to do around the house. Elsie's got a list." Alberg looked at him more closely. "What's the matter?" Sokolovsky shrugged his enormous shoulders. "Nothing." "No, I mean it, Sid. Something's wrong. You're not yourself these days." "Who am I, then?" said Sokolovsky wryly. "No, I'm me, all right. That's the trouble." Alberg's phone rang, and Sokolovsky got to his feet. "What is it, Isabella?" said Alberg, gesturing for the sergeant to stay, but Sid shook his head. "I forgot to tell you," said Isabella. "Your ex called while you were out for lunch." Alberg placed the call, but the line was busy. He spent another hour on the paperwork and then went home. It wasn't until Saturday morning that he remembered the message from Maura. This time he got through, but he had to exchange pleasantries with the accountant, which put him in a foul mood, and the conversation with Maura put him in an even fouler one. He ended up snarling at her, and she at him. Maura, he thought, putting down the phone, had become decidedly less good-humoured, altogether less nice, in fact, since she married the accountant. "I don't need this," he muttered. He glanced across the kitchen to see that Cassandra was making sandwiches. "Is that for me?" "It is," she said. "You don't have to do that," he protested. They had very strict rules about divvying up the household chores. "It's because I feel guilty about not going with you," said Cassandra. "In that case," said Alberg, "if it eases your conscience, go ahead." He picked up the phone again, then put it down, and crossed the kitchen to embrace her from behind, nuzzling the side of her neck, moving his hands up to cup her breasts. "You sure you won't change your mind?" Cassandra leaned against him, a piece of bread in one hand and a knife dripping mayonnaise in the other. "I'm sure." Alberg sighed, kissed her cheek, and returned to the phone and called Diana. "Now what the hell is this about your sister getting married?" he said, as soon as she'd answered. "Hello, and how are you to you too, Dad?" "Don't get sarcastic," Alberg snapped. "Oh, shit," he said wearily. "I'm sorry, honey." He sat down on the kitchen stool. "I just yelled at your mother, and now I'm yelling at you. Sorry." "But what's going on with Janie?" "You know what's going on. She and Daniel have decided to get married." "But why, for God's sake?" "Well, I imagine they love each other, Dad. But Janie's right here. Why don't you ask her?" "Wait a minute," said Alberg hurriedly. "You mean she's at your place now?" "Yeah." "Is he there too?" He heard her sigh. "I guess you mean Daniel, do you?" "No, he's not here, Dad. Only Janie." "Okay, let me speak to her." Cassandra was looking at him, and he saw that she wanted to warn him. "It's okay," he said to her, trying to sound confident and reassuring. "Janie," he said when his elder daughter got on the line, "I just spoke to your mother." He was trying to sound loving and sympathetic, and it was working. He could hear it in his voice. Then, "She tells me you want to get married," he said, and that wasn't so good. He heard a little bit of incredulity, a little bit of outrage. He took a breath and attempted to lighten his tone. "Is that right?" he said, failing utterly. "Can you actually be planning to marry this guy?" "This," said Janie grimly, "is why I haven't called to tell you." "This?" said Alberg. "This what?" "This attitude you've got." "Of course I've got an attitude. You're my daughter. I love you." "You sure have a funny way of showing it. Why couldn't you at least have tried to be polite to him, Dad? I mean, if you can't like him, fine, but do you remember how you used to tell us, Diana and me, that you didn't want to hear about how we hated each other? You didn't even care if we hated each other." "I never said such a thing," Alberg protested. "Yes, you did. All that mattered, you said, was that we had to pretend we loved one another." "Never," said Alberg, beleaguered. "Yes," said Janie, "and now I'm asking you to do the same thing. If you can't like Daniel, Dad, at least pretend you do, because whether you like him or not, he's going to be your son-in-law." Alberg shuddered. "I cannot believe you're going to do this. I simply cannot believe it. You're going to marry him? My God, Janie, he's got no manners, he's a goddamn snob, and you want to marry him?" "Yes, Dad, and I'm going to do it right, too. I'm going to stay damn married, and I'm not going to abandon my damn kids, and then I'm not going to shack up with some person other than my wife." Alberg listened to the dial tone. Gently he put the receiver back on the cradle. He folded his hands in his lap and stared at the telephone. Cassandra came over and laid her cheek against his. Then she massaged the muscles in his neck, shoulders, and back, not speaking to him, loving him with her hands. After a while she gave him a hug and returned to the kitchen counter. "When do you have to be down at the boat?" she said. "Pretty soon, if I'm going to catch the tide." "Are you all ready to go?" "Yeah," said Alberg. "Call her again tonight," said Cassandra, "when you get back." "Yeah," he said, gazing at the phone. "I could do that. I guess I better." He looked over at Cassandra. "Well," he said heavily, "I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world if she got married." Chapter 12. It was very hot when Ronnie Plankton drove home from work on Saturday, and he was sweaty and uncomfortable. There was no air conditioning in the garage, of course, but Ronnie didn't really mind that. Keeping the big door wide open cooled the place off a little, and he got to see the town passing by, too. This was occasionally useful for his parallel career. People sauntering down the street when they were supposed to be somewhere else. A closed sign in the bakery window. someone dressed up who's usually in jeans, strangers hanging about with locals or with other strangers. These observations could come in handy, but it was still darned hot on a day like today, with the temperature way up almost to 30, and as Ronnie drove home in his bright green Volvo, he had all the windows open and the radio turned to a rock station, volume up almost as high as it would go. His was a small rented house on an acreage. He wasn't an outdoors person, so he didn't do much with the yard. Kept the lawn cut, that was all. He had measured a distance of 75 feet out from each of the house's 4 walls, and within that square he cut the lawn. Beyond it, weeds and brush were permitted to encroach. He turned off the road into his driveway, which wound almost a quarter of a mile through masses of buttercups, wild roses, some weeds that had both light and dark purple flowers on them, and plenty of tall grass. And then abruptly there was the lawn. Ronnie's rented house was made of stucco. There was a tiny porch on the front, reached by 3 stairs. The porch wasn't in the middle of the house, but to one side of it, and there were 2 windows, identical, with identical narrow stained glass panels along the tops. The driveway went along the side of the house and disappeared into a modest double garage. Ronnie got out to open the garage door. Then he parked the Volvo next to the grey Toyota. He was not thinking about the expedition ahead. He didn't allow it into his consciousness yet, but he felt it floating around in the back of his brain. He had a shower, and then whistling made himself something to eat and drink, a TV dinner and some strong coffee. While this was getting ready, he drank a can of ginger ale, and then another. He was preparing himself as though he was going to rob, even though he wasn't. He never allowed himself to think about upcoming thievery until after he'd had dinner, until about an hour before he had to leave. In summer, this wait could last several hours, and it was these hours that were the hardest part of the whole business. But the wait was absolutely necessary. He was readying himself, even though it didn't feel like it. Body was getting ready. Brain was getting ready. The thievery itself was a completely different experience than the reconnaissance. If somebody walked in on him while he was doing an inspection, that was how he thought of it, well, of course it would be embarrassing, and he might even get beaten up if it was a big guy. Maybe even he'd get arrested. But he was actually pretty confident that none of these things would happen. Ronnie was fairly sure he could come up with a story that would mollify the homeowners. For instance, "My car broke down," he'd say with a sunny smile. "Your door was open. I hoped you wouldn't mind if I used your phone." Since he didn't actually break into people's houses, he looked upon what he did as tinkering his way in. They'd have to believe that they indeed had left their place unlocked. But if somebody should walk in on him while he was in the act of committing a robbery, that was a whole different matter, a serious matter. It would be the end of his career. Since it would be ostensibly a first offense, he might not have to serve any time, and if he did get a sentence, it would be light. But it would be personally humiliating, and he knew he'd never be able to bring himself to thieve again. So the thing was never to get caught. This took elaborate organization and planning, a high degree of skill, considerable courage, and a great deal of discipline. Ronnie ate his TV dinner without noticing what it was, noodles and meatballs with a tomato sauce, and drank 2 mugs of strong coffee, black. He sat in front of the television with the news on, but his concentration was fixed on keeping the expedition out of his mind, and it was so intense that he had no idea what the news and sports and weather people were saying to him. It was like music in his head. He created sound in his head to keep from thinking about the robbery. The similarity with the sex act didn't escape him. Delaying climax by thinking hard about something else, trying not to hear the sounds of your partner, trying not to feel her body, just for a minute, 2 minutes, and then finally you can let it go, let it happen. And eventually, as news segued into situation comedies, which disappeared into a movie of the week, the sky was dark, and it was time. Ronnie washed his fork and mug and the coffee pot, dried them, put them away. Rinsed the 2 ginger ale cans and put them in the receptacle for recyclable items that he kept next to the kitchen door. Then he went down into the basement into Alf's room. He thought of Alf's room as his office. Ronnie couldn't afford the elaborate security stuff required to keep his parallel career safely hidden from the rest of the world, so he had decided long ago not even to try to hide anything. He told people that he had a friend who occasionally stayed with him, and this was his friend's room. The wardrobe for Ronnie the thief belonged to Ronnie's friend, whom he called Alf. As to his loot, well, the edible stuff he ate, and things like the food processor, and of course the books, he kept. A lot of stuff he took to Salvation Army drop-off places in Vancouver. Really valuable objects, there weren't many of these, he buried in a hole in his backyard until enough time had passed so that it was safe to sell them. He wasn't into thievery for the money. Ronnie went into Alf's room and changed into Alf's clothes, grey jeans, socks and sneakers, and the grey leather jacket with the many zippered pockets. Then he took his own clothes upstairs and put them in his room, left the TV on and a few lights, turned off his telephone answering machine, and went into the garage, set off in the grey Toyota for the house where Kelly lived. Ronnie had made it his business long ago to learn about dogs and to befriend them at every opportunity because of the possibility of meeting up with one while doing a reconnaissance. A dog that was deaf, maybe, or just a sound sleeper. He had built up a large internal library of dog information, but he'd never had a real relationship with one before. Kelly was left alone every day, all day, and many nights as well. Her owners, Ferdinand and Becky Hollister, ran a restaurant-bar a few miles up the coast. They had installed a dog door for Kelly, which was big enough for Ronnie to crawl through. He had met the dog by accident. He was driving down the road on which the Hollisters lived, checking out burglary possibilities, when his fan belt broke. He had pulled off the road, and while he was replacing the belt with his spare, Kelly wandered over, tail wagging, and made his acquaintance. When he was ready to leave, she wanted to get in the car with him. Ronnie told her to go home, but she didn't start moving until he did, and she wouldn't keep on moving unless he did, and she ended up taking him home with her. She went in the dog door, and pretty soon she was looking out at him through the kitchen window. Then she came out and barked at him, disappeared through the dog door, and again waited in the kitchen window. Ronnie by this time had concluded that the house was empty, so after a minute he followed her through the dog door. She was excited to see him in the kitchen, proud of him for having learned the dog door trick so quickly. Now this was a dumb thing for Ronnie to do, with his Volvo parked right over there on the shoulder of the road, not 100 feet from where he was now peering out the kitchen window. But he was, after all, returning the dog to her home, checking to make sure she had water, which she did. He poked around for a while to determine who lived there, and then for a little longer sussing the place out. But there was nothing that he wanted to steal, so he left. Kelly, he learned her name later, watched him go, apparently content, apparently confident that he would visit again. It was about 11 o'clock when he pulled into the parking lot of a noisy restaurant 2 miles away from the Hollisters' place. He left the Toyota there and walked back to the house, around to the backyard, and in through the dog door. Kelly loved this. She had heard him approach and was waiting for him, and swiped his face with her long wet tongue several times before he was able to get to his feet. Ronnie wasn't worried about somebody interrupting him. The Hollisters' restaurant bar stayed open until 2 in the morning. Besides, Kelly would react if anyone was approaching. She soon got over her excitement at his arrival and followed him around as he prowled from room to room, flashlight in hand, checking things out. It was clear that Becky was no housekeeper. The house was a mess, not untidy, dirty. The walls hadn't been washed in years. Neither she nor Ferdinand was much of a cook either. Ronnie could tell that from the contents of the fridge, meagre, and the cupboards, minimal. The dog was no more neglected than anything else in their lives. He'd been to their restaurant bar, and it was in no better shape than the house. At least Kelly was well fed. Her coat was kept brushed. She had a license tag on her collar. Her temperament was calm. Obviously she wasn't an ill-used creature. The Hollisters could be criticized for lots of things, Ronnie thought, shining the flashlight into the bathroom, but not dog abuse. He gazed down at her. She was looking up at him expectantly, panting slightly, her tail wagging. He liked this dog. He liked the way she padded through the house after him, keeping him company. Coming as visitor rather than thief made a big difference, Ronnie was discovering. His perspective was broader. He was tinglingly aware of the whole house. It had come alive. Ronnie felt summoned. Was it the dog who had summoned him? He got down on his haunches and held her head between his hands. She looked back at him affectionately, big brown eyes, face fur blonder than the rest of her reddish coat, long tail swishing back and forth. He planted a kiss on the top of her head, stood up, and without considering what he was doing or why, he went into the Hollisters' bedroom. There were 2 chests of drawers, one tall and narrow, the other short and squat. Ronnie opened the top drawer of the short one and carefully lifted up a pile of women's underpants. He pulled out the diary he had remembered from his first visit and sat in the rocking chair by the window. The dog, observing this, lay down with a sigh. Ronnie opened the diary, shone the flashlight upon it, and read. He was absolutely fascinated, though it was not fascinating material. There was nothing in the diary that Becky Hollister's husband wouldn't mind finding out. Nothing interesting at all, really. Yet Ronnie was enthralled. He consumed the whole year up to yesterday by 1 o'clock, which was when he thought to look at his watch again. He carefully replaced the diary and left the bedroom, and his heart was pounding with excitement, the way it used to pound while he was thieving particularly well. He scratched Kelly's chest and gave her a quick massage right behind her ears, and went out through the dog door, swift and quiet like a shadow. Kelly stuck her head out, watching him go, but she didn't try to follow him. He thought about himself and his thieving as he drove home. The rush had gotten less over time, and other things had begun to absorb him more. The deft mastery of detail, the putting on of another persona. He had to stand to one side of himself in order to thieve. It was like the actor's suspension of disbelief. He didn't completely understand why this was so, but he accepted it as part of what his artistry had come to require. It was a kind of growth, as he saw it. And maybe another kind of growth was happening now, he thought, turning into his driveway, heading for his house, where lighted rooms and the voices of the television set awaited him. But no dog. Maybe he was leaving Alf behind. Maybe he was leaving thieving behind. Ronnie was troubled as he put Alf's clothes in Alf's room and climbed the basement stairs to get ready for bed. He thought, if he wasn't a thief but he continued to prowl through other people's houses, then what was he? On Monday morning, Mary Jefferson drove her 1985 Valiant pell-mell up the hill to the RCMP detachment, parked on the street, and ran inside. She had never been in a police station before, not in her entire life. There were posters on the wall, pictures of missing people, some of them children and some of them adults, and information about neighborhood watch and block watch and Crime Stoppers. Mary wondered if inside somewhere there were other posters that showed dangerous criminals out on the loose, murderers and rapists and robbers. There was a bench near the door and a counter, and behind the counter a woman with very long, thick, graying hair was typing furiously at a computer keyboard. "Excuse me, but I have to talk to someone," said Mary, hanging onto the strap of her shoulder bag with both hands. The woman looked up. "Who do you want to talk to?" Her name, according to a small sign on the counter, was Isabella Harbord. "I've been robbed," said Mary. She sounded astonished even to herself. "Oh, dear," said Isabella Harbord. She picked up the phone. "Corporal Michelson, will you come out here, please?" She turned to Mary. "Why don't you sit down?" "I don't think I can." A minute later an officer emerged from a hallway. "Can I help you, ma'am?" He was in his early 30s, Mary figured. Nice enough looking, tall and not thin. He looked fit, but she thought they were probably forced to keep fit policemen. She wondered if there were any women RCMP people, and considered asking for one. But then it wasn't as if she'd been raped. A surge of nausea embarrassed and dismayed her. She clapped a hand over her mouth. It was the thought of somebody in her place, poking around in her things. It was a violation, maybe not a physical one, but a violation just the same. "Miss?" The officer opened a gate and beckoned her through. "Come in. Sit down here and tell me about it." "He stole my telescope," said Mary, and burst into tears. Hank Ketchum and his wife Lillian lived in one of the new subdivisions that had been hacked out of the side of the forested hills facing the sea. Lillian worked as a substitute teacher and often didn't know until 8 in the morning whether she'd be working that day. Ronnie Plankton had Sundays and Mondays off. 5 Monday mornings in a row he stationed himself behind a big clump of wild broom near the corner where the road into the subdivision joined the highway. On the 5th Monday he saw Lillian Ketchum's turquoise Geo wend its way up the hill, stop at the stop sign on the corner, and turn left towards Seashelt. He waited for another hour, until Hank Ketchum and everybody else had left for work. It was nice there, in dappled sunlight, behind the fragrant broom. Ronnie was there because of an inconsequential event that had occurred almost 6 weeks ago. It was late afternoon, and he was finishing up at work. The big garage door was open, and he was lying on a creeper under a bright red Hyundai, the worst car in the world, in Ronnie's opinion, toiling away under there, when he saw a pair of legs in grey trousers and a pair of feet in black shoes, laced up, slightly dusty. Probably they'd shone like glass when the guy left home this morning. "5 minutes, Mr. Ketchum," he said to the legs. "The clock on the wall says 10 after 5, said Ketchum. Ronnie, under the car, grimaced with impatience. Most people didn't mind when he was a little bit late with a job, because they knew he did quality work. They'd hang around, chew the fat with Jonas, jingle the change in their pockets, and watch Ronnie admiringly. Not this guy. Ronnie groped for the proper word to describe him, and came up with supercilious. "Jonas told me I could pick it up on the dot of 5. "Sorry, Mr. Ketchum. Give me 5 minutes and she'll be ready to go." "Maybe if you'd foregone your coffee break this afternoon, I wouldn't be having to stand around here." Foregone, thought Ronnie. Listen to the man. Foregone. "Didn't have a coffee break, Mr. Ketchum," he said cheerfully. "Low expectations, you know what they lead to." "Not sure, Mr. Ketchum. I could make a guess, though." "Poor results. That's what they get you. Poor results." Ronnie slid the creeper out from under the car. He got to his feet, smiled, and gestured expansively to the Hyundai. "She's all yours, Mr. Ketchum." He had watched the man climb into the car and back out of the garage. Then Ronnie had gone into the office to check the address on the work order. He had intended to thieve at the Ketchum's house, but things had changed in the weeks that had passed since he'd made that decision, and now he didn't know what he wanted to do there. Ronnie slipped out from behind the broom and walked in the summer sunshine down the hill into the subdivision, which had a low decorative wall around it. He went through the wide-open gates and checked the street signs. 3 streets led off from the gate: Nightingale, Sparrow, and Eagle. What he wanted was Plover. Ronnie was continually amazed at how little curiosity most people exhibited about things going on around them. Maybe they thought if something was happening right in front of their eyes, it couldn't be significant. It must be okay or something. There he was, strolling through this subdivision, looking for the Ketchum's place, finding Plover, finding number 15, going up the walk and knocking on the door, and nobody was paying any attention whatsoever. He passed mothers pushing kids in strollers to a playground area at the end of the block. He greeted the mailman. A delivery truck from the bay rumbled into a driveway. Some guy ran out of the front door of his house while putting on his jacket and bolted for the Cherry Cavalier that was waiting at the curb. Ronnie moved through this neighborhood activity as if he were invisible or else one of the family. The front door of number 15 Plover Lane was recessed, and shrubbery lined the walk that led to it, so once Ronnie was there he knew he couldn't be seen from the street. It took him less than a minute to get inside. The house was full of melancholy. Even in the hallway he could feel it, a dissonant sadness that penetrated the walls. Ronnie shivered, struggling with an attack of déjà vu, a strong, suffocating conviction that he'd been here before, that whatever was about to happen had happened before. He didn't know why he was feeling this, but then the mind was a funny thing. It had all kinds of dips and hollows, all kinds of stuff was stored in it, hidden away in niches and clefts and craters and holes. Ronnie tried to shake off the déjà vu, but it clung to him like cobwebs. He made his way slowly through the Ketchum's house, which was furnished in suites, a bedroom suite, a kitchen suite, a dining-room suite, a living-room suite. If it hadn't been for the mess they'd left behind them, the Ketchums might have been described as living in a furniture store. Ronnie was truly appalled by the disorder he found everywhere, but especially in the bedroom and the kitchen. Clothes lying all over the place, bed unmade, curtains not even raised to let the daylight in. Breakfast dishes cluttered the sink, and flies buzzed around contentedly. The milk and butter had been left out on the table, and the lid was off a jar of jam. Because the rest of the house was also littered with newspapers and magazines, vases full of dying flowers, bits and pieces of the Ketchums' disorderly lives scattered everywhere, Ronnie knew the mess wasn't because they'd slept in that morning. They actually lived like this, every day. Ronnie was disgusted. The paltry selection of books the Ketchums offered him had to do exclusively with the clever investment of money. Ronnie sighed and tucked into his pocket a small volume comprised entirely of monthly mortgage payment tables, 3 to 30%. He stood there in the Ketchum's house, looking around, deeply dissatisfied. And then a wonderful idea presented itself to him. Ronnie began to smile. He rummaged in the kitchen cupboards until he found a pair of rubber gloves, and he set to work. He washed the Ketchum's dishes, dried them, and stashed them away. He wiped the countertops, the stove, and the kitchen table, and then he went into the bedroom to restore a little order there. When he left the house half an hour later, Ronnie was feeling excellent, light-hearted, happy even. He wondered what else he was going to find himself doing in his future as not exactly thief. Chapter 13. Gordon Murphy made his call and lay on the motel bed to wait. Things were going well at the house. He had decided to leave the workmen on their own for the next week. He would spend that time meticulously putting in place the plan that would bring everything together, that would bring him and Cassandra together. He daydreamed about her while waiting, wondering what she'd be like in bed. He knew from their session on the beach that she wouldn't be like woman number 3. Number 3 was undersexed. This had been in comforting contrast to the rapacious charms of the philosopher. It became, however, a problem. With this woman his skills were utterly wasted. He didn't think she felt a damn thing. She didn't complain. She had apparently decided that this was an area of human experience in which she was destined to remain an outcast. She would accept anything he wanted to do to her. After a while he didn't want to do anything at all. Their last night together, although they didn't know it was their last night, was a Wednesday, and Gordon had to teach an 8 o'clock class the next morning. He liked to get to sleep early on Wednesday. Good sex was an acceptable alternative, but he hadn't had any good sex. She was lying next to him, having given him no sex at all, and she was relieved that he had lost his erection. He could feel her relief. Oh, he knew what was in her devious brain. He'd known all along. She had decided that she would put up with having sex in order to get a husband with money and tenure and manners and looks. She'd put up with any amount of sex for that kind of a good deal. But she was happier when she didn't have to. And now she was thinking to herself that she could put the sex stuff behind her for another day. It wouldn't occur to her to offer to try again. Any second now she was going to change the subject to something more to her liking. "Aren't you about due for a sabbatical, Gordon?" she said, just as he had predicted. "That's right, 1993. She turned onto her side and propped her head up on her hand. She'd do the warm thing now, he thought, the affectionate thing, and come back to the sabbatical later. He could see her simple mind working. She reached out a finger and stroked the lines that stretched from his nose to the corners of his mouth. Gordon took that hand in his and squeezed. After a few seconds he let go. "How about if I make you a sandwich?" she said. Why not, thought Gordon, who was hungry, among other things. She put on one of his robes, a blue and white striped number made of silk, and they went downstairs. He was wearing white terry cloth that showed off his tanning salon brownness. He sprawled in a kitchen chair and watched her work. She pulled bread from the cupboard, got lettuce and tomatoes from the fridge, and went to the pantry for a tin of tuna. How the hell had she come to know where everything was? She was buttering bread, mashing up the tuna in a bowl, dancing around his kitchen like she owned it, chattering the whole time. There's too damn much going on here in my kitchen, thought Gordon, staring at her sullenly, and far too little in my bed. The knife she was using fell to the floor. "Shit," she said. "Get me a clean one, will you, hun?" Gordon rose slowly from his chair, opened a drawer in the butcher block island, and handed a knife to her. "Thanks. So where are you going on your sabbatical?" "I don't know." He slouched against the refrigerator. She was a small woman. He felt very big, broad, and strong. "Probably nowhere." "I've always wanted to go to the Greek islands," she said. She had a funny concept of what a sabbatical was, thought Gordon, as she looked up at him, giving him what he knew she thought to be a delectable little grin. "Have you ever considered therapy?" he asked her. Her smile dwindled away. "For what? For your sexual hang-ups?" "I haven't got any sexual hang-ups." He laughed tolerantly. "I haven't." "My dear, forgive me, but you lie there like a dead fucking fish, except for the fucking part." She flushed, then became pale. "It's you who needs the therapy, Gord, not me." It was the Gord that did it. He hated it when people shortened his name. He struck her, slapped the side of her head. He had forgotten for an instant the difference in size between them. He really smacked her. She went ass over tea kettle, thwacked down hard upon the floor. There was a look of immense surprise on her face. Gordon wanted to pick her up and throw her into the next room, and then through the windows into the garden. "I think you'd better get out of here," he managed to say, and he stayed where he was while she scrabbled to her feet and ran out of the kitchen. He waited. After a while he heard the front door slam. He'd calmed down by then, so he finished making the sandwiches and ate them, standing in the kitchen. There was a knock on his motel room door. Gordon swung himself off the bed and opened it. "Winston Douglas?" She was a big, worried-looking woman with grey hair. "That's me," said Gordon. He stepped outside, closed the door, and tried the handle, making sure it was locked. "Where to?" said the woman, opening the back door of her cab. "Gibson's, if you don't mind." Gordon climbed in. "I don't mind," she said. "It's 20 miles, though. Going to cost you $1 or $2. "That's fine." He shut the door and put on the seat belt. "I'm looking for a house to rent." He pulled a piece of paper from his shirt pocket. "There are 3 places on my short list. I'd like to check them all out, starting with the one in Gibson's." "Okie doke," said the driver. "My name's Winifred, by the way. What's the address there?" "I don't have an actual address," said Gordon. "They told me it's called the Director's House." Winifred, turning south, said, "Yeah, I know the place." "Are you sure, though, that it's for rent?" "Yep." "That surprises me," she said. After a while she said, "Where are the other 2 places you're interested in?" And he told her. "Out near Red Roofs," she said, nodding. "They'll be on the water. Not the Director's house, though. It's smack on top of the hill with the Gibson's harbour at the bottom." She pulled up in front of it 15 minutes later. Gordon inspected the house carefully from the front and walked around to the side and then returned to the taxi. "Didn't they give you a key? Aren't you going inside?" said the driver, when he opened the door and got in. "No need," said Gordon cheerfully. He smiled at her. "All in good time, all in good time." It was 2:00 on Friday afternoon, and Ronnie Plankton was walking to the library. It was his lunchtime, but before he ate he needed to get some books. Suddenly he heard a toot, and turned to see Elsie Sokolovsky waving at him from her new cherry-red Chevy Blazer. Ronnie grinned and waved back, then walked on, thrusting his hands into the pockets of his jeans. He always changed out of his coveralls at lunchtime if he was going out to eat. He would have felt uncomfortable wearing them outside the garage. It would be like a doctor parading around the streets in his white coat, or an actor wearing his costume off stage. Not fitting, not in good taste. He rounded the corner and approached the library. Ronnie had discovered libraries years ago when he was a school kid in Chilliwack. At first he just went there for stories. Eventually he realized that libraries were full of facts, too. Everything he knew about almost everything he'd learned thanks to libraries. You read, and you think, and then you do. Sometimes you have to practice a lot and read more and think harder. But in Ronnie's experience, if you persevered, you could do pretty well anything, if you wanted to do it badly enough. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, nodded to the volunteer at the checkout desk, and went straight to the shelves housing books about dogs. He needed to reread a few that talked about differences among the breeds and told you how to decide which one was right for your particular personality and circumstances. He selected 3, checked them out, and dropped them off at the garage before heading up the street to Earl's. He slid onto a stool. The place wasn't busy. This was why Ronnie preferred a late lunch hour. Naomi was taking an order from a young couple over by the window, and there was a woman reading a paperback and smoking at a table in the corner, and a guy at the end of the counter was looking over one of the Vancouver papers and drinking coffee. Ronnie was acquainted with all of them. The couple by the window was Warren and Wanda Kettleman. Warren was a mechanic, too, at a competing garage, and he'd taken a dim view of Ronnie's arrival in town. But Ronnie had treated him respectfully every time they met, and eventually they'd started talking about cars, and now he figured they were, if not friends, then at least, well, put it this way, they'd have been good neighbors if they'd lived next to each other. The weary-looking woman reading the book, which Ronnie craned his head to see and which revealed itself to be something by Robertson Davies, he knew because he'd fixed her Pontiac, and later he'd robbed her. He hadn't taken much, though. Something inconsequential, he couldn't remember what, plus the books. And that was a real hard choice. Bookcases lined the walls of one whole room in her house, except for where the window was. He'd never seen so many books in his life outside a library. Ronnie was going to have a room like that for himself one day, for he expected that his collection would continue to grow. From her house he'd taken a tiny book called The Discoveries and Opinions of Galileo, and 2 paperbacks, King Lear and Couples by John Updike. "So what can I get you?" said Naomi. Her tone was brisk and impatient, but there was a glint in her eye that said she was glad to see him. "A burger and fries, please," said Ronnie, smiling, "and a large Diet Coke." He watched her bustle to the pass-through and give his order to Earl in the kitchen. He didn't think she'd come back to talk to him, and she didn't. She marched out from behind the counter with the dishcloth and started wiping down the table the woman with the book had just vacated. Ronnie watched admiringly. She took her job seriously, Naomi did. "Hey, Ron," said the man at the end of the counter. "Didn't see you there." He was digging change out of his pocket. "You must have sneaked up on me." "Quiet as a shadow, Mr. Granger," said Ronnie with another grin. "That's me." Buck Granger had a stationery store in the mall and brought his Chrysler to Jonas's shop for maintenance work, though he took it to some place in Gibson's whenever something went wrong with it, which Ronnie couldn't figure. He gave Ronnie a half-salute and left the cafe. Ronnie, his back to the counter, surveying the cafe and the sidewalk, had a funny sensation settle upon him. He was suddenly despondent, but energized, too. He thought about this mixed-up feeling, shifting it around in his mind like he might judge the weight of a thing by passing it from hand to hand. He was trying not to dispel it, but recognize it. And finally he understood that in one short, sharp instant he had acknowledged that Seashelt had become home, and that therefore it was time to leave. "Eat up," said Naomi. Ronnie turned on his stool. She had the most direct gaze of anybody he'd ever met. He didn't think she saw much, though. "Come on, don't let it get cold," she said, so Ronnie began to eat. He felt dismayed because he didn't want to leave Seashelt, but he always listened attentively to his instincts. So he considered his situation while he ate, and thought to himself that a change of venue might bring the spark back, the rush. Maybe he could be a thief again instead of whatever he'd been turning into. Was there any doubt, he wondered, about whether he wanted this to happen? Just as Ronnie was finishing up his fries, Earl came out of the kitchen carrying 2 large platters, one with tiny sandwiches on it. and the other with little cakes and cookies, both covered in several layers of food wrap. "Can you take these over to Mrs. Weatherford?" Earl said to Naomi. He was wrapped in a huge white apron. Ronnie put money on the counter and slid off the stool. "I'll help," he said, and took the plate that held the cakes and cookies. "Where to?" he said, out on the street. "Shady Acres," said Naomi. "Is it close enough to walk?" said Ronnie, as if he didn't know where it was, "because you couldn't be too careful." "Sure," said Naomi. It was a grey day, but a warm one. The world seemed impossibly lush. The trees were heavy with leaves, and the breeze made sighing sounds in them. Ronnie saw flowers everywhere he turned, hanging from baskets along the main street, crowding people's yards, pushing against fences, spilling out of those garden spaces they had been allotted. He didn't know the names of many of them. This was another thing he could learn about in the library. He wondered what the next library would be like, and in what town he would find himself, and how soon. Naomi dug him in the ribs with her elbow. "Pay attention, for God's sake. I hate it when people don't listen when you're talking to them." "Sorry, Naomi." Ronnie lifted the plate he was carrying close to his nose and sniffed, and smelled chocolate. "What did you say?" "Oh, God," said Naomi, exasperated. "I was just prattling. It wasn't anything important. It's the principle of the thing." "I'm sorry," said Ronnie again, and he was genuinely contrite. They were only a couple of blocks away from Shady Acres now, crossing a vacant lot, following a trail that skidded diagonally across the lot, a narrow, reluctant opening in the wildly luxuriant grass and wildflowers that grew waist-high. Ronnie laughed out loud as he pushed through the blue and purple and white blossoms. "Watch out for the damn bees," said Naomi, ducking, holding the plate protectively against her midriff. "So how are your kids?" said Ronnie. They stopped on the sidewalk and brushed little bits of grass and sticky stuff from the legs of their jeans before continuing on their way. "I don't know how my kids are," Naomi snapped. "I haven't seen my kids." "Do you know where they are?" "I've got a pretty good idea." "Then why don't you just go there and see them?" "Because that asshole Keith's mother'd shoot me dead, probably before she'd let me see them." She slowed down a little as they approached the eastern wing of Shady Acres. "It is not fair," she said furiously. "Just because I shaved my damn head, I mean. At least I gave it up, that life. At least when I came home, or tried to come home, at least I was clean and out of it." "What do you mean?" said Ronnie, following her up the walk to the entrance. "I mean he's still a druggie, Keith is," said Naomi, keeping her voice low. The automatic door opened as they approached, and they went through into the lobby. "There's no way he should have those kids then," said Ronnie, horrified. Naomi threw him a peevish glance. "Of course he shouldn't have them." She marched up to the reception desk. "We've got this stuff for Mrs. Weatherford. What do we do with it?" "Oh, that's right. She's having a tea," said the receptionist, looking up at them through eyeglasses with rhinestones embedded in the frames. "Aren't we hoity-toity, though? The food here's not good enough. Oh, no." She waved down a nurse's aide. "Tell Mrs. Weatherford her goodies are here." Naomi turned back to Ronnie, rolling her eyes. He leaned close and said very softly, "I think you should just take them." "What?" "Steal them, your kids." Naomi stared at him. Marcia Weatherford came bustling toward them, passed them, and kept on walking toward the dining room, beckoning. "Bring them in here, dear, will you?" Naomi and Ronnie followed and deposited the plates on one of the tables, each of which had a small vase with a flower in it, which Ronnie thought was a nice touch. "Now," said Mrs. Weatherford, "help me push a few of these tables together, will you, dear?" "Certainly not," said Naomi promptly, but Ronnie poked her in the shoulder. "Sure we will," he said. 10 minutes later Mrs. Weatherford released them, but in the hall their way was blocked by a sullen-faced woman leaning heavily upon a walker. She was a large person, tall and wide, and Naomi and Ronnie had to stand with their backs pressed against the wall until she'd made her way past them. "Did you see that?" said Naomi indignantly. "Some people, they think they can get away with being rude just because they're old." "Shh," said Ronnie, and he placed the index finger of his left hand over his lips. "Hey," said Reginald Dutton, who had just tottered through the doorway, dragging his picket sign behind him. He came to a dead stop, staring at Ronnie. "Shh, yourself," said Naomi, striding to the door. "Hey," said Reginald Dutton again. "You're him! "You're the thief! Arrest this man!" he said to the receptionist. "My goodness," said one of the aides, hurrying over. Naomi stopped and looked back over her shoulder. "What's going on?" Ronnie shrugged and stepped toward her. "Stop him!" said Reginald. The aide reached Reginald and took away his sign. "I've told you and told you, the police don't like being picketed," she scolded him, "and you're going to find your own self arrested if you keep that up." "Don't be an idiot, woman," said Reginald excitedly. "That fella took my jar of loonies, and I want them back." But Ronnie and Naomi were gone. Chapter 14. Naomi settled quickly and easily into her job. Winifred gave her that, and apparently remained intent on getting her life together. Except for finding her own place. She seemed to have forgotten about that. When Winifred reminded her, Naomi said, "Oh, yeah, she'd get at it." But she never did. Then Winifred got a phone call from Polly, who said this was a ridiculous situation and Winifred should do something about it without delay. And Winifred had promised to follow Polly's advice right away quick, so the guest room would be freed up for the twins. Maybe if she talked to Keith, she'd thought, lying awake at night, worried and uncertain, maybe she could persuade him to get back together with Naomi. She was his responsibility anyway, certainly more his than Winifred's. She woke up Friday morning, and almost as soon as her eyes were open she knew this was the day for it. The sun was shining into her bedroom through the small, high, uncurtained window, and outside she knew the trees were abundantly green and the sea was powerfully blue. It was the perfect day to do a difficult thing. Winifred swiftly washed herself and dressed rather more carefully than usual, in navy blue slacks and a yellow short-sleeved blouse. Furtively listening for early morning sounds from Naomi, she checked the phone book again and wrote down the Helliers' address. She tucked her notebook into her handbag. As she prepared and ate her breakfast and made sandwiches for lunch, she tried to rehearse the conversation she'd be having with Naomi's disapproving husband, but found this to be impossible. It all depended on how the two of them would react to each other, and what kind of disposition Keith Hellier had, and what values and beliefs he'd been taught to hold. Quietly, Winifred left the house, wondering how Naomi would spend her day off. She thought about things in her house that were private. They were well hidden, of course. Naomi wouldn't find them even if she did start rummaging around. She spoke to Miriam on the car phone and spent the morning working. She trundled Francis Cox to work and Francis, its 3-year-old, to play school, Herbert Kingsley to the podiatrist, and Eleanor Sullivan to the SuperValu. While Eleanor did her shopping, Winifred drove young Angela Johnston for a job interview at the post office. Then she took Eleanor home and picked up Don Yablonsky, who had another appointment with the Workers' Compensation Board people. Her last fare of the morning was Poppy Maxwell, who had missed the bus to the ferry, so Winifred took her all the way to Langdale. On the way back to Seashelt, she checked in with Miriam once more, who said, "You want to take a lunch break, Winifred? You've got nothing until 2. Tom Entwistle wants you to take him to the bank then." So Winifred did. She drove to the park and found a bench among some flowering bushes. Here she ate her sandwiches and drank the bottle of lukewarm red raspberry fruit juice and mineral water she'd brought along. Then she climbed back into her taxi and headed north, toward Porpoise Bay and Keith Hellier. His parents lived in a neat 2-story house, a white one that looked like it had been recently painted. It sat on a corner like Winifred's house. The lot was maybe half an acre, and it had been relentlessly cultivated. There were so many flower beds in the front yard that there was hardly any room for lawn. It was a cheerless display, though, in Winifred's opinion. Every bed was geometric, hard-edged, and definite, appearing to have been laid out according to mathematical calculations. The flowers lined up like rows of troops, with the tallest ones in the back and the shortest ones in front. Winifred wondered if the 3 alder trees shunted up against the fence were permitted to drop their leaves in the fall. She wondered if Naomi's kids were ever allowed to play on the grass or pick the flowers. She opened the gate in the chain-link fence that surrounded the property and closed it carefully after her, then advanced along the sidewalk to the stairs that led to the front porch. A rubber tread had been affixed to the center of each step. She opened the screen door and was about to knock on the inner door when it opened. A small woman in her early 50s looked up at her suspiciously. "Mrs. Hellyer?" "Clara Hellyer, that's me, yes." Winifred stepped closer, feeling overlarge and as if she was looming. She smiled to show that she meant no harm. "My name is Winifred Gartner." "What do you want?" Winifred placed her right foot on the threshold. In doing so, she realized the extent of her determination, and her awkwardness vanished. "I want to talk to your son about your daughter-in-law." Swiftly her hand reached out, and her hand and her foot prevented the door from closing. "He's got a duty," she said sternly. "Yes, and he's carrying it out, too. But the children, they ought to have a mother as well as a father, don't you think?" "But not that one," said Clara Hellyer with vigor. Winifred gazed at her. "I really do need to talk to Keith." After a moment the other woman said, "What's your interest in Naomi, then?" "I offered her a room for the night. That was almost 2 months ago, but she's still in my house." Winifred thought she saw a subtle relaxation in Mrs. Hellyer's mouth. It couldn't quite be called a smile. "She likes it there, I guess," the woman said. "I'm in the dark, Mrs. Hellyer, and I need some clarification, so I can figure out what's the right and proper thing to do." "Chuck her out on her tush, that's the right and proper thing to do." But she stepped back and flung open the door. "Keith's not here, but I'll have a word with you." The kitchen was what Winifred would have expected from the outside of the place. Sparkling clean, extremely tidy. Even the odds and ends on the little desk in one corner had been stacked into neat piles according to size. "Sit down over there," Clara instructed. She removed a small covered saucepan from the stove and turned off the burner. She poured 2 cups of tea from a brown china pot and took them to the table, which sat in the corner under 2 windows. Winifred, her handbag in her lap, was looking out into the backyard, where an enormous vegetable garden grew in full sun. "That's an awfully big garden," she said. "How'd you get mixed up with our Keith's Naomi?" She crossed one thin leg over the other. Her short brown hair was shot through with grey, but she had a youthful face. Winifred felt pain in her heart looking at her, a pain of envy. She explained how she'd met Naomi and how she'd come to offer her a bed. Clara Hellyer listened and drank her tea. "I want my privacy back," Winifred concluded, "but I don't feel like I can just desert her, since it was my idea in the first place that she should stay in my guest room." "I've warned Keith, I have," said Mrs. Hellyer grimly. "She'll turn up here eventually, but I'm ready for her." "What were they doing at that house, the one I took her to when she got to town?" Winifred felt herself being scrutinized. Clara Hellyer's eyes were small and dark and cold. Winifred experienced their gaze as a penetration of at least the first couple of layers of her brain. Fortunately, she didn't keep anything there that she didn't want anybody else to know. "It's my brother's place," Clara said finally. "He's over in Vancouver looking for work. They couldn't stay there, though, could they? Not with her parading herself back and forth on the front sidewalk, calling attention to herself like the tart she is. Keith was scared to hire somebody to look after the kids during the day so he could work, not with her making a spectacle of herself." She sat back, picked up her cup, and realized that it was empty. She refilled Winifred's cup and then her own. There was nothing lying around in this house, nothing waiting to be put on or put away. Winifred saw no books face down, no folded-over newspapers, no elastic bands or paper clips or twist ties lying on the countertops, no jackets slung over the back of a chair or laid upon the kitchen stool, no children's toys. There were magnets on the fridge door, but nothing beneath them. Outdoors the same order prevailed. The vegetable garden grew in neat rows. The paved driveway didn't have a single wayward leaf or stone or spot of oil upon its immaculate surface, and the side of the garage was almost blindingly white. Mrs. Hellyer glanced across the table at Winifred. "She's taking advantage of you, Naomi." Winifred heard a noise and looked out to see somebody opening the gate across the end of the driveway. "And she'll go right on doing it, too," said Clara, "just as long as you let her. She's bone selfish, that girl, as well as being a tramp." A black pickup pulled into the driveway, and a bulky young man with long hair got out and closed the gate. "Is that Keith?" said Winifred. Mrs. Hellier leaned forward to peer through the window. "That's our Keith," she said with satisfaction, and got up to fetch another cup and saucer. He bounded across the grass and past the window and in the back door, and froze, holding the door open at the sight of a stranger in his mother's kitchen. "Keith," said Mrs. Hellier, "this here's the woman Naomi's staying with. What's your name again?" "Winifred Gartner." Keith Hellier was tall and bulky, wearing jeans and a black T-shirt that revealed considerable excess flesh around his middle. His hair was cut short at the front and the sides, but fell in the back almost to his shoulder blades. "That bitch," said Keith, expressionless, staring at Winifred. He let the door bang shut. "She's unhappy, very unhappy," Winifred stammered, "to be without her children." Clara Hellier flushed with anger. "Don't mention those kids in the same breath with her. She deserted them, went whoring on the streets." She banged her small fist on the table. "She will never see those kids again if I have anything to say about it." "Where are they?" said Winifred. "None of your damn business," said Keith, pulling a can of beer from the fridge. Mrs. Hellier considered Winifred dispassionately and said nothing. I hope they're all right," said Winifred. "They must be missing her." Keith turned and studied her for a moment. "She's here to spy for that bitch." He popped the beer can open and took a drink. Winifred looked at him in horror. No, of course I'm not. I'm here. I thought maybe you could see her, talk to her. But she doesn't even know I've come. Really, I hoped I could persuade you to let her see your children. That's all." His eyes were dark brown. He had a large nose and his eyebrows nearly joined. His ears were small, almost dainty, and lay flat against his head. Winifred also noticed that he had a thick, strong neck, and acne scars had pitted the skin along his cheekbones. "She's a spy, Ma," he said, almost casually, but Winifred felt very cold looking into his eyes. She stood up. "I'm not," she said, trying to keep her voice firm and strong. She picked up her handbag. "Whether you are or whether you aren't," said Mrs. Hellier, "you're making our Keith mad. It's just as well that you go now." She hustled Winifred briskly down the hall and opened the front door wide. Winifred made her way down the steps and along the walk to the gate, trying not to hurry. "You tell her to forget about those kids," Mrs. Hellier called out. Winifred, climbing thankfully into Grey Greta, didn't reply. Chapter 15. On Monday morning, Gordon Murphy, naked, pulled a suitcase from the bedroom closet in a rented house 2 miles from Seashelt. He emptied it onto the bed and began looking through the contents. He had come to Seashelt to acquire, with the utmost delicacy, essential information. Having accomplished this, he was now spending most of his time keeping out of sight. He had never in his life watched so much television, but he allowed himself to venture out for food and for exercise, and, always safely in disguise, to take an occasional peek at Cassandra. He had had to make one trip back to Shaughnessy to check on the workmen. This he did by bus to downtown Vancouver and then by cab, which was inconvenient, but his chocolate-brown BMW was far too ostentatious. The little people of Seashelt would notice it, keep track of it, remember it, and if he had rented a car it might have been traced later. This was the simplest, safest way. He had brought 2 suitcases with him. One was packed with his own clothes and toilet articles. The other held a selection of costume pieces, wigs, false mustaches and beards, eyeglasses with huge frames and plain glass. Gordon Murphy's eyesight was perfect. Oversized articles of clothing, ascots, a sturdy cane that folded up. "Crime begins," Gordon quoted to himself, "with a carelessly worn beret." But he'd brought no beret. And besides, what he was doing was not a crime. He was, he admitted to himself, a criminal in the strictest sense of the word, in that he had committed acts that were unlawful. But the provocation, he recalled, shaking his head sorrowfully, had been intolerable. He sat on the bed, still naked, his plans for the day temporarily on hold, while he recalled the 4th time he thought he had found his soulmate. Woman number 4 was a lawyer. He found her in the Yellow Pages. He had been having a civilized dispute with one of his neighbors. Her name was Julie Garcia. She did a good job for him, and one thing led to another. It was after Julie Garcia that he was forced to see himself in a new light. He had prided himself on two things: that he was an excellent judge of character, and that he enjoyed absolute control over every aspect of his life. Woman number 4 taught him that he had been overconfident in this regard, that there were things about himself that he hadn't known. Once he had recovered from the shock of this and tidied up the mess that Julie Garcia had created, he decided that the fact that he still had unknown depths to plumb was something for which he should be grateful. He could still surprise himself, which was essential for personal growth. But it took him a while to learn these lessons and to figure out how the plan to find himself a mate had to be altered, simplified. The lawyer was a tall, strong woman with red hair cut in a bob. She carried herself well, dressed well, and didn't mind when the sex act developed a certain amount of boisterous intensity, although Gordon had toned down his act too, demanding roughness only from professionals, cheerfully willing to pay plenty for it. For almost a year he was rapturously certain that he'd found the perfect woman. He had redecorated his house according to what he judged to be her taste, and laughed with delight to see her gliding through his rooms, elegant and gracious, taking nothing for granted. Although she raised her eyebrows when he showed her his new private gym, she said nothing rude or critical, just smiled a little, humoring him. He didn't mind being humored, occasionally. One night he proposed to her, not before they had sex, which would have been in poor taste, but afterwards. They were sitting in bed, nude, drinking champagne and eating strawberries. Gordon didn't like strawberries, but it was, he thought, a casually sophisticated post-coital snack that suggested volumes about the life he wished to lead. "Darlin'," he said to Julie Garcia. He climbed off the bed and knelt beside it, reaching for her hand. "Will you marry me?" She looked baffled. "Will you come with me and be my love?" She blushed. "Darlin'," said Gordon again, sentimentally, affectionately. "My own dear darlin'." "Gordon," said Julie Garcia, withdrawing her hand, "this is terribly embarrassing." He knew at that instant that dreadful news awaited him, but he forged on, pretending that he didn't. "Nothing is embarrassing," he rebuked her, "when two people love each other." "But, Gordon—" She turned away, then back, to look him straight in the face. "I'm terribly sorry, but I don't love you." Gordon Murphy was speechless. He was excruciatingly aware of his nakedness, of his vulnerable, dangling penis. He stood and turned his back to her, folding his arms across his chest. He continued to be unable to think of anything to say. "I'm sorry, Gordon." He turned swiftly around to say who knows what, and caught a little smile on her face, rather a tender smile. But fuck, tender! She'd been looking at his butt-cheeks and finding them amusing. He climbed into a pair of jeans, pulled a sweatshirt over his head, shoved his feet into loafers and combed his hair with his fingers. While he did this, she just sat there, talking to him. She told him how much she had enjoyed their dates and that she had affection for him, blah, 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 but she'd never thought he had anything serious or permanent in mind, blah, 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 and certainly she was not ready at this stage of her life to settle down, even if he was the right person for her, which she was reasonably certain he was not, blah, 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 talk, talk, talk. She even had another glass of champagne, the bitch, trying to get all she could out of him before taking off. The strawberries were all gone. She'd eaten all of them, all by herself, the pig. "You misled me," Gordon said finally. His voice, he was gratified to notice, was as cold as ice. "That certainly wasn't my intention," said Julie Garcia, wearily. She pushed her hair away from her face and glanced at the clock on the table next to the bed. "I'd better get going." "You aren't going anywhere." Gordon was rather surprised to hear himself say this. He was not conscious of having made a decision. And this was the part of the plan that he later revised. It was an excellent idea, he knew that, as soon as the words were out of his mouth. Keep her prisoner. Working hand in hand with the Stockholm Syndrome, he'd soon have her under control. He even knew right away where he would keep her, in that room in the attic. But he discovered that this was not the kind of idea you could act upon in the spur of the moment. Julie Garcia tilted her head a little, frowning. "Excuse me?" He strode to the bed and grabbed hold of her. It was lucky she was naked, he thought. She'd hardly run screaming from the house in her birthday suit. Naked or not, though, this woman did not give up without a struggle. In fact, she didn't give up at all. He finally had to choke her a bit, just enough to put her out, so he could pick her up and carry her into the attic. Except that, once again, Gordon was a victim of not knowing his own strength. He ended up killing her. Inadvertent, accidental it might have been, but woman number 4 was no less dead for that. Gordon Murphy shuddered at these memories and refused to entertain more. He focused on the costume elements he'd dumped upon the bed, and selected for today's disguise a pair of baggy black pants, a very large white shirt, a shaggy blonde wig, and a pendulous moustache that was light brown. He dressed himself, combed his hair back, and snugged the wig over it, applied glue to the moustache, and affixed it to his lip. He stood back and gazed at himself in the swing mirror in the enormous dressing table that was the focal point of the bedroom. He turned left and right, studying himself critically. He looked older. He unfolded the cane, flourished it, set its rubber tip upon the floor, and leaned on it, humping his back a little. Yes, he did look older. Good. He stuffed his house key and some money in his pocket and walked toward the front door, practicing a slight limp. He went outside and locked the door and started down the path that led to the road. Gordon soon discarded the limp. He kept forgetting about it, and that would be noticeable, a man who limped and then didn't limp. He'd just take it slowly, pretending weariness, leaning on his cane. He hummed to himself, walking along the roadside, heading for Seashelt. His mustache tickled. He could chew on it if he felt like it, the thing was that long. But he'd better not. Chewing on it might dislodge the damn thing. A couple of people stopped and offered him a ride, but he refused, giving them a charming smile, saying that he needed his constitutional. He got to town and perambulated slowly along the main street, turned a corner and tottered past the library, glancing casually in through the huge windows. He had done this before in several disguises. And there she was. Gordon Murphy stopped, went close to the glass, and stared inside unabashedly, beaming behind his false mustache. And when she caught sight of him, he actually waved, merrily, and was rewarded by the faintest of curious smiles. Gordon walked on, more sprightly than was wise for a cane-dependent man, but he soon checked himself. He rambled around the block, bought himself a copy of the local paper, and read it while lunching in a fish and chip shop. He stopped at the supermarket on his way back to the rented house. Carrying his bag of groceries along the dusty roadside, Gordon Murphy thought of the future, with Cassandra Mitchell installed there, thought about her future nights, peopled, as Jean Genet would say, by a voluptuous guard. He shivered, delighted, and impatient. Monday, July the 26th, 1993. Mary Jefferson is a spirited woman of 25, who was painfully distraught when she gave me her statement. She had been robbed of something that meant a great deal to her. She had been robbed of a telescope. Miss Jefferson is not in a position to make use of the telescope at this point, given her lodgings, which consist of a small apartment above the Piccadilly fish and chip shop. It is, however, a beacon in her life, a gleaming symbol of hope and optimism, of her determination to thrive and prosper. The theft of this item has dashed her hopes, driven her near despair. She feels violated, a reaction that I tried to explain was not uncommon, but of course this is not particularly comforting, as I ought to have known. She is a woman of medium height, and she moves with a rare grace even when unhappy. Her hair is brown with a golden tint. Her blue eyes are clear and steady. Miss Jefferson kept the telescope in a box at the back of a shelf in her small laundry room. She showed me this location. She had owned the instrument for 9 months when it was stolen. She discovered the theft on Saturday, July the 17th. Unfortunately, the last time she had taken the box down to look inside was several months ago. She cannot remember exactly when, but it was some time between Christmas and Easter. She provided me with the serial number of the telescope, and I assured her that we will distribute it widely among those establishments where it is likely to be sold or pawned. Close examination of the premises yielded no clues as to how or when this robbery might have been carried out. Signed, Constable Garnet Mike Michelson. Chapter 16. Ronnie lay on his sofa after supper on Monday, his hands behind his head. He was planning another excursion in spite of himself. "Hey!" the old man had shouted, and Ronnie had known instantly what was coming. It had made him dizzy and breathless, frozen in his tracks, unable to breathe. Then he got a big rush of adrenaline and only just barely managed to keep himself from bolting through the door and sprinting away down the road. Here he was, though, undeterred, going through several excursion possibilities in his mind. He had managed to reduce them to 2. Information arranged itself in his head differently now, because the purpose of the excursions was different. He now looked for people who were interesting in themselves, rather than for people who might have interesting things to steal. The old guy at Shady Acres tended to get confused about things, so nobody had believed him. Ronnie didn't think he had anything to worry about. But boy, he would never forget how it felt to think for a few seconds that you were caught, cornered, about to be moved in on, snatched up, thrown in the clink. His relief when he realized that it wasn't going to happen was immeasurable. He knew he ought not to tinker his way into any more homes in Seashelt. He was pressing his luck. The old man's accusation pointed to the truth of that. Plus his instincts were telling him to desist now that he'd made the decision to move on. But he had this mental list of people he was curious about or felt challenged by, and he kept adding to it, too. He'd hear about somebody, the old woman who he'd been told lived with a whole house full of cats, for instance, or he'd see somebody, like the guy in the fish and chip shop today, wearing a wig and a fake moustache, and Ronnie got real curious and wanted to learn more about them until he'd have enough information to plan an excursion. It was going to be hard to move on, to leave his job, the town, the acquaintances he had here, Naomi. When Ronnie got up from the sofa, it was night. He turned on some lights and pulled the curtains closed. If he had a dog, he thought, he'd take it for a walk now. Of course, it wouldn't even be necessary to take the dog for an actual walk. He could just open the door and let him go off on his own. But he probably wouldn't. It was good for dogs to run free, true, but a lot of them got hit by cars and trucks. So Ronnie would probably go out with his dog. They'd wander down to the road or up to the woods. No, not there. He didn't want his dog eaten by bears. Down to the road, then, swinging along in the moonlight, his dog at his side. He had read the books over the weekend and was trying to decide between a black Labrador retriever and a German shepherd. Ronnie went into the kitchen and opened the fridge, but he saw nothing in there that interested him. He got a half-full bag of tortilla chips from the cupboard and went back into the living room to watch the 11 o'clock news while chomping on the chips. Almost 3 hours later, Ronnie approached Alistair McNeil's house from the lane that ran behind it. He padded along, wearing the grey jacket with all the zippers, his grey gloves, and a grey woolen hat pulled over his fair hair. Alistair McNeil was a small man with a small beard, who lived alone in a house with shuttered windows and tall hedges, with shrubbery huddled around it like somebody in bed pulls blankets up around his neck. He didn't have a dog. A small, irritating man, thought Ronnie, slipping through the gate into the backyard. But there was something very interesting about him, too. He stood still for several minutes, until his eyes had adjusted to the even deeper darkness created by laurel hedges, lilac bushes, and the tall fences that surrounded the yard. A breeze was clattering among the laurel, causing the lilacs to rustle and cooling Ronnie's sweaty face. It was far too warm for leather and wool. He made his way across the lawn, staying close to the fence, and then crept toward the sliding doors that led from the patio to what Ronnie assumed was a living room or a family room, although he couldn't see through the curtains that covered them. Ronnie dismantled the handle and slid the door open. He pushed the curtain aside and stepped in, sliding the door slowly closed behind him. He had to know immediately where he was. What if this was a bedroom? What if Alistair was sleeping quietly, or worse, lying quietly awake just feet away? Ronnie's heart was wailing away in his chest so hard that Alistair might be phoning the cops at this very moment for all Ronnie knew. He couldn't hear a thing except the frantic labouring of his own body. He turned the flashlight on. Relief spilled through him. No bed, no Alistair. He turned off the light and straightened from the crouched position he'd assumed as he stepped through Alistair's back gate and spoke to himself silently but sternly, breathed deeply a few times, then turned the flashlight back on. Its slender beam fell upon an enormous mahogany desk with a glass top. There was a matching bookcase with glass doors and a library table, and over in the corner a smaller desk. On the library table was a pile of books about sewing, tailoring, crocheting, and needlework. To one side of the room was an old Singer treadle sewing machine. Bolts of fabric were stacked neatly on the table, and patterns were stuffed into its interior. The bookcase contained sewing supplies, thread on one shelf in specially made boxes, each spool suspended from a little dowel, various kinds of scissors, cardboard boxes, marked hooks and eyes, Velcro fasteners, ribbon, seam binding, and on and on. Upon the mahogany desk some kind of striped material had been laid out, with the tissue paper segments of a pattern pinned to it. It looked to Ronnie like a pair of pants. Striped pants? Ronnie sat down at the desk and was about to start going through the drawers when he thought he heard something. He snapped off the flashlight, got up quickly, and stood behind the door, back flat against the wall. He stayed like that for what felt like a very long time, but heard nothing more. Cautiously he opened the door and slipped out into a hallway. He thought he'd better check out the rest of the house and make sure that Alistair was fast asleep somewhere. He hesitated, then turned left. He found the kitchen and then the dining room and the living room straight ahead. All was quiet. Ronnie moved silently back down the hall. He reached the doorway to the sewing room and opened the door immediately across from it, revealing a small bedroom, a guest room, he decided, because the bed was stripped of sheets and blankets. There were two more doors across the hall from one another, one closed, the other slightly ajar. Ronnie figured that the closed door was Alistair's bedroom and the other one the bathroom. His whole body was so intently alert that he felt pain. He reached for the knob on the bedroom door, he stretched out his gloved hand, and from behind the door came the sudden explosive sound of a toilet flushing. Ronnie pulled his hand away and backed down the hall and into the sewing room. He heard the bathroom door open. He rushed out the sliding door through the backyard and into the lane, where he broke into a run. He cursed himself all the way home. What the hell was the matter with him? He might as well retire, he thought, disgusted, driving along the road that led to his house. Look at me, he said to himself. Here I am, barreling along 20 over the limit. He slowed down, took some deep breaths, tore off the woolen hat, and unzipped his jacket. Jesus, though, it had felt so good. He pulled off the road into the driveway. The adrenaline rush, getting away by the skin of his teeth. The grey Toyota crunched along the gravel. Once inside the garage, Ronnie sat unmoving for a moment, relishing, before they died away completely, the variety of sensations that made up the rush. He climbed out of the Toyota and closed the garage door. If he had a dog, the dog would be inside, staring at the door now, with his tail wagging, waiting impatiently for Ronnie. He sometimes thought it would be good to have somebody waiting for him when he got home. Here, going up the back steps, he thought again of Naomi. But it couldn't be a woman, because what self-respecting woman would put up with thieving in her man? Ronnie undressed in his bedroom and put the clothes he'd been wearing downstairs in Alf's room. He poured himself a glass of cold milk and drank it, standing in the middle of his kitchen. Then, am I an addict? He thought suddenly. He went to his room and got into bed. Some light came in through the curtain from the yard light he kept turned on at night. Ronnie rolled to his side and closed his eyes, but they opened again right away. He hadn't made up his mind yet whether to get a grown dog or a puppy. To what exactly was he addicted? And what did it mean, he thought, if he was addicted? What could he do about it? Did he want to do anything about it? Corporal Michelson felt a little thrill when he learned it was another robbery. "I'll be right there," he said to Isabella. He put the phone down, donned his brown serge jacket, and hurried out into the reception area. "This is Howard and Patricia Berkson," said Isabella. "Mr. and Mrs. Berkson, Corporal Michelson." He took them into the interview room, got them coffee, and talked about the weather for a minute to get them relaxed. But he soon realized that that wasn't working, so he said, "Tell me what happened." "We're having a family reunion," said Mrs. Berkson, who was a woman in late middle age with short gray hair, wearing bifocals. carrying a handbag that looked like it was made of zebra hide. Garnet, Mike Michelson, noticing this, was momentarily distracted. If there wasn't a law against making purses out of zebra skin, there certainly ought to be. "It's happening 3 weeks from now," Mrs. Bergson was saying. "There's going to be about 40 of us." "It's her side of the family having the reunion," said her husband, "not mine." He was a small, thin man with long streaks of black hair stretched over a bald pate. He cocked his head in Mike Michelson's direction when he addressed him, but didn't look at him. "I see," said the corporal. "Go on," he said to Mrs. Bergson. "It's an occasion for the good china," she explained, "and the silver, which I seldom use, but when I hold out the silver chest, I was going to clean it, see, polish it, and then wrap it up in handy wrap so it wouldn't tarnish again. Well, it was empty. I could tell there was nothing in there but air as soon as I picked it up, actually, but I didn't believe it. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "I think so," said Garnet, Mike Michelson. "So somebody's stolen my silver that I've had since my wedding." "Her people gave it to us," said Howard Bergson, pointing his chin at Mike and squinting toward the ceiling. "There's place settings for 12, said Mrs. Bergson proudly, "plus serving pieces." "Black as soot last time I saw it," said her husband. "That's tarnish," she said severely. "That's why I was getting it out, to clean it." "Okay," said Mike, writing in his notebook. "Wow, 12 place settings. How many items in a place setting?" 2 forks, 2 spoons, 2 knives, she said promptly. "So then we're talking 6 times 12 plus... There's a total of 80 pieces," she told him. Mike whistled. "Wow, what's the value on that?" "I don't have the remotest idea." "Okay," said Mike, writing. "That should be easy enough to find out. Now, what else did he take?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" "It's a very strange thing," said Mrs. Bergson. "We have a TV and a VCR and a microwave." "Top of the line," said her husband, nodding at Mike, his eyes squeezed shut. "But he didn't take another thing." "Not even my gold watch that's sitting there in my top drawer, plain as day?" Howard Bergson shook his head. "Can't believe it." Mrs. Bergson was staring at Mike. "Good Lord," she said. "What is it, Mrs. Bergson?" She had become very pale. He wondered if she was going to faint, and was pleased he'd taken all those first-aid courses. "What is it?" She got to her feet slowly. "I didn't think to check my jewelry." She turned swiftly and headed for the door. Her husband stood up hastily. "We'll probably be right back," he said over his shoulder as he scrambled after her. Chapter 17. "I knew you'd see reason," Alistair yelled triumphantly from the sidewalk, using his hands as a megaphone. "Shut up and mind your own business," Winifred yelled back. But she knew it was wasted energy. From now until the day he died, Alistair would take credit for the new siding that was going up on her house. She planted her hands on her hips and turned back to watch the workmen, suddenly worried that the yellow she'd chosen might be too bright. But too bright for whom, she thought. Too bright for what? If I like it, that's all that counts. And I like it, she decided, after studying the siding for another minute or two. "I'll bring you guys some coffee in a bit," she said to the workman, who seemed to like that idea, and she went inside to make it. While the coffee burbled and dripped, she called Miriam, who confirmed that it was a slow day with nothing booked, except Helen Mitchell at Shady Acres, who was getting her hair done again at 2 o'clock. Winifred hung up and checked on the coffee. She felt herself to be hovering, anxious in her kitchen, which was inexplicable. She noticed that her eyes kept moving to the hallway, so she went down there and was led to the closed door of the guest room. Winifred put out her hand, turned the knob, and pushed the door open. She went into the room and began methodically going through Naomi's dresser drawers and the clothes hanging in her closet and the drawer of the bedside table. She wondered, as she searched, what the house or apartment was like in which Naomi lived, or had lived, with Keith and the kids. Had they left behind clothes, furniture, personal things like photo albums and scrapbooks, children's toys, bicycles? Maybe one of them had packed up everything and taken it away to be stored somewhere, though she couldn't imagine Naomi being that organized. As for Keith, Winifred shuddered thinking about his rudeness, his downright hostility. Naomi had acquired things since coming to stay in Winifred's house. She would no longer be able to stuff all her possessions into the small suitcase with which she'd arrived in Seashelt. Winifred would help her pack the excess into a cardboard carton when she moved out. If she moved out. Winifred found nothing unusual among Naomi's things: clothing, makeup, shoe polish, a couple of paperback romance novels. That was about it. She wondered if it was unusual for someone who had been a prostitute to read romance novels. She was careful to put things back as close as possible to the way she'd found them before leaving the room and closing the door. Winifred checked her watch and began moving a little faster so as not to be late picking up Helen Mitchell. She poured 3 mugs of coffee and put them on a tray with a sugar bowl and a small pitcher of milk. She carried the tray and a plate of peanut butter cookies outside, where she set them down on a tree stump that had been evened off to serve as a table. "Come and get it," she told the workman, and hurried inside to snatch up her handbag. A few minutes later she parked in front of the comfortable sprawl that was Shady Acres. She went through the automatic doors into the foyer and looked around for Helen. Even though, unlike most of her clients, Helen was never ready and waiting. Winifred always had to go looking for her. And today was no exception. From the lounge adjacent to the foyer she heard music, so she headed in that direction. Standing in the entrance, she scanned the assembled senior citizens, who were seated in several long rows facing a piano, next to which stood a choir composed of people not much younger than they. Half-hearted applause for Moonlight Bay was dying out when Winifred spotted Helen Mitchell. "Thank you, folks," said a man with hands so large they looked like they'd been attached to the wrong boy. "We're going to do one more set, as they call 'em, and then it'll be sing-along time, and it'll all be up to you." "Helen," Winifred hissed, but nobody heard her. She couldn't barge through to poke her in the shoulder because there were a lot of wheelchairs between her and Helen Mitchell, and a lot of people who Winifred knew from experience could get very cranky if they thought they were being